Yeah, that's a helicopter. So if you're in Baltimore, you're probably hearing something just like this over your head because the prison gangs and some other people have decided it's a good day for a riot. So this is a Monday lock and load. This is Hawaii Volcano Squad, and we're gonna do a live chat on the riots in Baltimore and the earthquake in Nepal and all. Everybody says that the shit hit the fan stuff is bullshit, and that's never gonna happen. But I guess that just depends on what neighborhood you're in. So here we are, and we are going live. And so this, what you're looking at on the screen, is the Black Guerrilla family, and was started in 1966 by a prison person in California who was incarcerated there, and that's a dragon standing on some prison guard tower, and it's pretty crazy. Governor just declared Baltimore in a state of emergency and activated the National Guard a day too late, of course. So anyway, I'm hoping some Gun Channels people will trickle in here later on, as they usually do, and but there's plenty of stuff to cover. So kick back. I've got ice water in my veins because I'm drinking ice water. And we're going to be covering all the stuff that's happening. And in case you haven't heard, there's a nice big riot going on in Baltimore. And so what exactly are the prison gangs involved, and who is this Black Guerrilla family? Basically, they took control over of a prison at one point in Baltimore. And basically some of the prison guards, well, one of them was married to the some of the inmates, or I don't know if they're married, but she's having his baby, and they're smuggling drugs in, and they busted up. The whole prison was basically controlled by the gang, including the guards. So I mean, this is Loretta Lynch's first day on the job, so you wanted to sit in the chair, woman. Welcome to the fucking jungle, because that's what Baltimore is. So I saw some guy was watching CNN, and some guy just jumped in front, was talking to the CNN guy, and all of a sudden he starts promoting his YouTube webpage. So, in the middle of a riot, hey, I'm going to promote my YouTube webpage. So anyway, let's talk about who is this Black, because I was blissfully ignorant of them until today. So I did a little bit of internet research in preparation for this. But here's I'm going to look at the Baltimore Sun article instead of the Wikipedia page, which is pretty vacant. Let's see. February 28th, 2015, from the Baltimore Sun. A former Baltimore corrections officer who had a child with a gang leader inmate was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison Friday. Katura Stevenson, 24, was one of 4 corrections officers impregnated by Black Guerrilla family leader Tavon White. Pleaded guilty for her role helping to smuggle contraband into the city jail. Prosecutors noted that she had Tavon tattooed on her wrist. Where do they find these people? I swear. Let's see. Leonard Stu Wortham, 29, of Pikesville, was given 10 years in prison by a U.S. district judge for supplying banned items, including marijuana, to corrections officers to smuggle into facility for inmates. And they enhanced his sentence because they determined he was a career offender. Another outside supplier received time served and 3 years supervised probation, February 19th. A day later, Mott sentenced, that's the name of the judge, I think, a former corrections officer Danielle Forrest, 28, to 21 months in prison, and former officers Jasmine Jones, 24, and 10 I can't pronounce that, Finch, 26, each to 1 year and 1 day in prison. A total of 27 corrections officers were charged in the case, which revealed widespread corruption at the jail. And only 3 of them were acquitted. So that's 24 corrections officers. I mean, sometimes words just fail you. But let's see. Black Guerrilla Family Prison Gang Profile. The BGF were allegedly the first California gang formed in 1966 San Quentin Penitentiary. Jeez. Revolutionary George Jackson and his black family. I mean, okay, and so let's see. When the Black Guerrilla Family declined in 1990s, the gang recently began to rebuild its membership, recruiting black street gangs in the 415 Kumi Nation and the Crips and the Bloods. The BGF is paramilitary in structure, adhering to Marxist political ideologues of Mao Zedong. The gang is also considered to be the prison counterpart of the Black Liberation Army, a violent leftist gang whose members were involved in bloody October 1981 armored car robbery in Nanuet, New York. All right, I vaguely recall that, but I think I was too busy doing other stuff in 1981. Recruitment requires the new member to subscribe to a death oath to the family. The family has been allied with Nuestra Familia in the past, but has been largely at war with the Mexican Mafia and Aryan Brotherhood. So, let's see what else I got on these guys. The Black Guerrilla Family, one of the most powerful gangs in Maryland, is notorious for running a drug smuggling ring behind the walls of Baltimore City Detention Center. It gains power within the jails and prisons and then exerts that power on the streets, U.S. Attorney Rod Rosenstein said. 48 alleged gang members now await trial, facing decades in prison. Now a judge had issued a protective order for the witnesses set to testify in those cases. According to that order, defense attorneys won't be given a witness list until 45 days before the trial. It doesn't take too many witnesses being killed before other potential witnesses say, I'm not going to testify. Witness intimidation is very strong in the city. Marge Shipley said. Shipley would know her son, Carl Lackey, was gunned down in 2006 just before he was set to take the stand in a murder case. Well, the year before, Edna McCaber nearly lost her life when gang members firebombed her home as she cooperated with police in a drug case. It was a firebomb that killed 7 family members of the Dawson family in 2002 after Angela Dawson repeatedly called police about drug dealers in her neighborhood. That sounds exactly like the McDonald case in the Supreme Court, where he wanted a gun because he was reporting drug gangs to the police, and the gangs threatened to kill him. Anyway, now prosecutors hope this ruling in the BGF case keeps witnesses safe so they can have their day in court. 38 of the alleged BGF members are being charged under the Maryland gang statute. They face up to 20 years behind bars. Nearly 24 correctional officers have pleaded guilty to helping BGF smuggle drugs into the city jail. All right, so it's a gang. I guess we had that Arizona guy go crazy, and now they are basically allied with a few gangs and whoever started throwing rocks and at the police and bricks at the police. Yeah, they hurt. One cop is still unconscious apparently. Last report. So yeah, you don't have to have a gun to hurt somebody. You just throw enough rocks and bricks at somebody, and if it hits them, they can get killed. And so as far as how the police handled it, well, all I have to do is turn on your TV. So CVS was burned down to the ground. The firefighters set up a fire hose to put out the fire, and some guy right on CNN just took out a knife and cut the fire hose line right on CNN. Some guy with a gas mask and like a pink hoodie. I mean, okay, you can't tell if the guys and the politicians on TV are just, one of them was saying how it's just teenagers with nothing better to do. I mean, I guess that's how it is in your neighborhood. Okay. But there's all kinds of shit hitting the fan everywhere, and it's not just in Baltimore, although that's right now. I had posted on gun channels today the whole problem in Nepal, the earthquake. I mean, that's a natural disaster, and that country, the whole country, just pretty much, they have to like just bulldoze it and rebuild it. And that's going to take years and billions of dollars. And of course, there are the hundreds of mountain climbers that are stranded on Mount Everest who can't get down because, one, the avalanches from the aftershocks took all their gear over the side of the Mount Everest, of the mountain, into the crevasse. And so they have no gear to climb down, and they're buried in snow. So they're stuck at base camps, and they're sending in helicopters. They tried to send up some Indian Army after the first one up the trail, but then there was the aftershocks hit, and they got buried in an avalanche. And I hope they made it out. I think they did, but a lot of people are stuck at base camp. So Nepal, that whole country needs a lot of help from the Red Cross. So that's a good place to donate. You can just Google search or whatever your search engine is. Red Cross Nepal, and they're shipping in, and they have on site, a supply of tarps and all the basic necessities and emergency kits. And pretty much every country is contributing troops there, and rescue teams from United Arab Emirates, Pakistan, Israel, China, India. It's pretty much a catastrophe, and it's not man-made. I mean, the buildings weren't, a lot of historical buildings went down, but they weren't earthquake proof. And there have been a lot of aftershocks. So that country really needs help. I'm going to pronounce the name of the guy's website wrong, but again, there's a really cool video of before and after by a YouTube gun guy with a gun channel, and that I posted on the gun channel's news feed. Yes, there is probably a gun channel's nude feed that they have, but they haven't told me where it is yet because I'm new. So anyway, check out the news feed and for that. And well, we'll see. Hopefully we get some gun channels guy trickle in here before too long. Everybody's probably still out at grabbing as much ammo as they can right now. And when the good guy with the gun came on just like 2 days and goes, there's never going to be any shit hitting the fan. Well, I mean, one, if you live in Baltimore, you probably think the shit pretty much hit the fan. And, they're burning police cars, and, it's not even nightfall yet. So you called out the National Guard, and CVS burned down. They're pretty much breaking into every business in there. And I mean, when you're cutting the hoses of your own fire department, it makes no sense. You know, I mean, you know, well, you know, and the prison gangs, they knew about this because the gangs had openly threatened to do something about this. And this was the day the guy who got his spine broken, 10 days. First of all, 10 days, and they can't issue any report other than we're investigating. I mean, 10 days. Did they expect that they weren't going to need to call out the National Guard by waiting 10 days? And everybody was just going to be nice when the prison gangs threatened they were going to do something? I mean, prison gangs don't give a shit about if the family wants peace and quiet. Of Freddie Gray was his name, the guy the police arrested and wound up with his spine broken and wound up dying. I mean, I don't have words, but to deal with that. But it's just all you have to do is look on your TV, and I don't see how burning down a city helps. But if that's what they want to do, and the politicians aren't going to stop them. The police were in defensive mode all day while the city burned down. And I guess that part of Baltimore is where there's the CVS was like one of the only places that actually sold where they could buy food. They have like if somebody wants fresh fruits and vegetables, like somebody will come through with a horse and a carrot and a carrot cart to sell fruits and vegetables sometimes in Baltimore, because there's no stores. They're just little mom and pop, liquor store kind of deals. So, and that where that riot is, they burned down like a brand new CVS pharmacy and they looted it, of course. So first they looted it, then they burned it down. At least they got the order right, First you loot what you can, and then you burn it down, I guess. But I guess, that is just one area of the town. The whole town isn't like that. I remember during the LA riots, I think I bought my Trident mixing board out of the studio in Hollywood, and I built my studio in Burbank. Well, because I was kind of more geared toward doing filming. This other guy bought actually the studio in Hollywood called Music Box, which you may have heard of if you look at the credits on.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. Well, just talking about all the normal stuff that's happening here. Nice big riot in Baltimore, I guess. So what was I talking about right before you came on? That's
why are you in here?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Brandon? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh, you have to go into your email to confirm the fucking
registration.
Yeah.
Roger.
Okay, what was I talking about right before Brandon came in here?
Turn on your sound. My sound's on.
Oh, okay. But you can't hear me?
Yeah, my sound's all the way up. Nope.
Well, I am talking.
Well, your mic, not just your volume receiving sound, but your mic.
No, but I can hear.
Test,
he can hear me.
3,
I just can't hear him. See, look at all my sounds are up.
Brandon gets his sound to work. I'll hit the control room.
I'll exit out and try to get back in here again. See if that works.
Yeah, reboot.
Yes.
Okay, well, Brandon figures all that stuff out. It's like it is. People always trickle in. So I was talking about something, but I just totally lost my train of thought. So I'm going to go see if the chat, the typing in the live chat, anybody can remember what I was talking about. I'm just doing this stream of consciousness on this
all right.
Baltimore riot.
Trying this again.
Can you hear me now, Brandon? 1, 2, 3, 2, 1.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes. Let me go type on the. Yes. Okay, give us a second to sort this out on the air here. I am talking.
That's weird, man. I can't even hear you. But all my speakers are up and everything, and
Well,
see, let me open up a YouTube video to make sure my sound's on.
yeah, do that. Isn't the world of internet chat hangouts fun?
The two man Felix baby.
Well, we heard that one.
Yep. Must be your mic, man.
So I don't know. No, I see me talking. Let me go in the gun channels chat if there's anybody in there. See what they're hearing. Well, nobody's in the gun channels chat. Anybody out there? So let's get this shit straightened out with Brandon.
I'm gonna invite my friend real quick in here just to see and get some people in here.
Yeah, okay, Brandon. Go ahead. Well, I'm looking at my broadcast and it looks like it's going out fine. So anyway.
That sucks. Hawaii's like mic is usually like the best clarity, and that's not working.
I hear it is working. Look at the output, man. I'll put up the control room again. Test 1 2 3 2 1 2 3 2 1 2 3 2 1. It's working fine. Test 1 2 3 2 1.
Say something.
Test 1 2 3 2 1. You see the I'm going to retype this form in the internal chat.
Not working. If you're talking, it's not. I don't hear your voice.
Okay, he says it's me, but let me try something else. Okay, you see the green on the left?
Okay, see the green on the left.
The volume.
The screen share?
No, on the bottom.
Like, there's only one green thing on the left. It's, you're... Okay, so, dude, can you set?
On the bottom. The volume, the output volume? Okay, or how about buy my rifle?
No, there's no green on the bottom. There's just, Here, let me screen share it for you.
Because
or buy my rifle.
No, those are my microphones.
Oh, it's yours?
Yeah.
Test 1 2 3. You hear me buy my rifle, Brandon?
No, there's no green on your rifle. I mean, other than your
talk
spam and that little thing on it, and there's. If you're talking about in the circle,
bottom
there's
right,
nothing around it.
Bottom right.
There's just a picture of your rifle. That's it. All I see is a little circular picture.
Not the circle.
Not the circle. Yeah, dude, there's nothing around. Let's see.
Bottom right.
Let me screen share this for you.
Well, that's
what I'm seeing right there. So that's what I'm looking at.
To test 1 2. You don't hear me at all. You don't see me on the bottom right. You don't see me, huh? Well, that's strange. Okay. Well, that's weird. You can't hear anything, but I'm showing that I'm broadcasting. if we had any listeners typing in, that might help. All right, well, we're going to check this, and then if it doesn't work, I'll just start it all over. Yep. So, Stan, you hear us both, right? Yep, this is a Brandon problem, not me. So let me type that in the internal. It's you, Brandon. People on YouTube side hear us both.
You, Brandon. People on YouTube side hear us both.
Right.
Oh, is it me?
Yes, it's you.
Well, let me try plugging my thing back in.
Yeah, plug your thing back in. Don't you? This is live Google Hangout, so you know.
Huh. Okay. Let me plug my stuff back in.
All right. So I'm gonna go back to talking about the riot, and when Brandon can actually hear us, then I mean he had to deal with the Arizona, whatever gang member that was that went on a shooting spree the other week, a couple weeks ago. I think it was a month now at this point. Released from prison, and the guy with all the Nazi tattoos all over his face. But this is Baltimore riot. Yep, 5x5 for both of us. Thanks, Stan.
Okay.
I knew it wasn't me because everything just looks so right. So I need to look at the internal so I can help Brandon.
I guess I'll plug my camera back in too. Well, let me exit out this and then I'll come back in.
Yeah, I don't know why he's not hearing us.
This is the first time this has ever happened to me, so.
Okay. There is a first time for everything. So, okay. He'll come back as soon as he gets his internet shit, microphone, hearing configuration squared away. He probably, oh shit, I should have told him to check his, to click on that thing, well, when he comes back. So, let's see. We got the CNN coverage. The guy cut the hose. The mayor doesn't know what she's doing. The governor waits a day too late. All right. Well, I did, again, want to remind everyone about the Nepal earthquake, and there's actually a non-man-made situation that we can contribute to on the Red Cross, but for that, and they usually come through with help, and everybody's sending some money down there, and everybody's sending their airport. I mean, you can't get there from the land, so it's pretty much an airlift. So let me tell Brandon here. Brandon, check settings on top of chat. So, click settings. Yeah, I know he got a new tablet. Brandon got a new tablet, so maybe that's it. He tried to get a MacBook or something, and then he couldn't understand it. So anyway, so yeah, I had never heard of this. I was blissfully ignorant of this Black Guerrilla family gang until recently, and they threatened they were gonna do something today, and the police were in a totally defensive mode. I guess they're trying to be politically correct, so and not push anything, but sometimes superior firepower, they're saying that people with the bricks and rocks and stones aren't afraid of the police, but you know, I guess they feel like the police have all been cowed, you know. But you know, people just because like kids are throwing rocks and bricks and stones just because they aren't coming out of a barrel of a gun. I mean, they're heavy objects, and that you can kill somebody with one. So, I mean, they didn't used to just stone people to death for nothing. That's how they used to kill people. So, let's see if Brandon gets his stuff together. But anyway. Yeah, so you see that stuff, and it depends how bad the shit hit the fan is. It depends on where you live, you know. All right, I know what I was talking about now. It just came back to me. Yeah, so I had just bought this audio mixing board from the studio in Hollywood for the studio I was building in Burbank, and I was building it, and then this other guy who I know bought the studio in Hollywood, and like 2 weeks after he bought it, then we had the LA riots, and there was riots all around the studio. I was like, you know, hey dude, you need any help? I was in Burbank, you know, with actually I was living in Topanga Canyon at the time, and I was still building it, and before I moved to Malibu, and so there was a big riot in the center of town, but nobody was rioting in Malibu or Burbank. I mean, you know, Hollywood, there was a riot all around the studio. But so you may have heard of Music Box. That was a studio where he bought it, and then he sold it to some rich kid for tons and tons of money. And well, I mean, the rich kid had tons of money, but my studio and his studio was more, you know, we were in it professionally to make money, and you know, that's not why the kid who bought it spent like $500,000 on a SSL mixing board, which you could probably now buy for $10,000. But I think my Trident is worth more than his SSL now, even though it was full on. But anyway, so back to shit hit the fan stuff. While Brandon tries to figure out his system, I'm going to put on Gun Channels the link while Brandon tries to figure it out. Let's see. Yeah, I know. I'm going to type this on the YouTube side. Brandon got that tablet the other week. Maybe something changed settings. All right, now I'm going to go to the gun channels. Brandon's computer froze, by the way. So I put the link in gun channels.
What's up?
Hey. Wait, who's that? Oh, can you hear me now? I got a what's up from Brandon. So people are saying, listen on YouTube side or check your settings. On top right click. Don't make me fly down to Arizona. So what else is going on? I think 60 Minutes has something on space, satellite warfare, and basically if China can figure out, or they're trying to figure out ways to take down all the satellites, or at least to learn how, not that they're going to do it right now, but so, and the U.S. military was saying, yeah, if all the satellite goes down, then, you know, we'll be blind, and we'll be like fighting it like World War II. Because the satellites also control the global hawks, and that's how they communicate with each other. But they probably have backup radio frequencies and stuff, but I'm not an expert on it. There was something on 60 Minutes about that. And, of course, we had Iran send its flotilla of its navy, such as it is, and to to Yemen, and they were going to try and drop off a bunch of supplies and weapons and ammunition to the Houthis there that the Saudis were bombing the shit out of. But I don't know. The question is, were they afraid of the United States Navy, who they probably wouldn't be too afraid, not because the Navy couldn't blow them out of the water, but since they're negotiating with them, they weren't the ones actually shooting. The people who were shooting is the Saudis. And I think they were more afraid of the Saudis with the U.S. Tomahawks. If they tried to land, would take that as an act of war and blow up the ships and anything they tried to deliver, because one, the Saudis are actually shooting, and two, they just blew up the Russian embassy in Yemen. So I think they kind of figured they might have been actually more afraid of Saudi Arabia, actually, because they were the ones who were most likely to shoot at them. But so they turned around. They'll try again later when nobody's looking or something. But so if you're in Yemen, don't tell me the shit hasn't hit the fan. If you're in Syria, the al-Nusra Front. Wait, I'm going to go through my news. I need my news sound. 1 second. Hopefully Brad will figure out his fucking computer. All right, let's see here. If I can figure out. I have all these cool sounds that I kind of came up with on my cell phone. Let's see if is it number 5? No. Yeah, that was it. That's my news effect sound. All right, so the news is so the al-Nusra Front in Syria took over Idlib, some town in northern Syria near the Turkish border, and then they the Syrians barrel bomb the town because that's what they do. And meanwhile, in the lamest terrorist attack of the week goes to the Palestinians who ran a car over 3 Israeli police officers. So, I mean, you guys are going to really have to step it up. I mean, because that's just lame. I mean, that just doesn't even register as anything. So, let's see. I don't know. Let's talk about more. There's more. Let's talk about the internet here. The celebrity nerd internet squad, or whoever they are, did a denial of service attack on the internet today of the 30 meter. I keep saying millimeter. The 30-meter telescope project that has permits and is approved on the top of Mauna Kea on the Big Island. It's like a $1.4 billion project, but naturally some Hawaiian protesters, some local people went up there and they got a Facebook page and they got a celebrity or two, and now they hacked the state website and the government website and a 30-meter telescope website. But I guess they're not going to prosecute them for that. I mean, after all, I guess they can do whatever they want. They actually threatened the 18-year-old girl who started the pro telescope petition on GoPetition.com, I think. Milani, one of the big protesters over there on Mauna Kea, the anti-telescope protesters there. It was just stupid. He threatened her. He basically threatened everybody that was against the telescope, saying they should be, on his Facebook page, saying they should be, it was a violent protest, and they're not going to. Something tells me they're not going to charge him for threatening to cut somebody and kill somebody. And basically, they said that they should all be blooded and cut with a knife, cut their throats, something like that. Did it on Facebook, and nobody's going to bother to charge them. So they shut down the TMT 30-meter telescope website. And I don't know, $1.4 billion. That's a lot of money for this island. You know, we got less than 200,000 people that live here. The government just passed a yearly budget, I think, for $400 million or whatever, 460 million. So $1.4 billion is a lot of money, and they want to give a lot of it to the education system here, but you know, I guess people just they got some stars and they seem to look cool, and they're saying some Hawaiian words, but you know, Hawaiians use the stars celestial navigation to find Hawaii in the first place and navigate here. So a lot of people kind of think that you know, the telescope is a good idea and it's a very Hawaiian thing to study the stars, but you know, they do have a lot of old telescopes up there. There's like, you know, that aren't functioning and have passed their usefulness technology wise and aren't being used, that need to be removed. And so this one is going to be about as big as a football stadium, assuming it gets built. So we had some terrorist denial of service attacks, and they threatened an 18-year-old girl who wants to be an astronomer for starting a petition. So there's plenty of shit hits the fan stuff going down. And my TV's in the other room. So if anybody on Gun Channel side or YouTube wants to chime in on the whole Baltimore thing. Yeah, well, they're trying to be delicate, but I mean, I don't think you can handle. These are prison gangs, and you're dealing with, and they're not just 16-year-olds, 17-year-old kids with nothing better to do. I mean, you know, if you have professional, you know, felon grade prison gangs, you know, then that's, you know, not just you. There's no point in being delicate about it. You know, send in tanks. I mean, you know, that's how I feel about it. You know, if the government isn't going to defend you, you know, because they want to be sensitive and delicate. I mean, what if you were one of those stores? They busted into every store, you know, on that street in that area, and they just wanted to loot everything. You know, and then once they see that they can get away with it, then I guess other people come in and join the fun and start looting stuff, you know. And so if the businesses don't come back, or they didn't have insurance, you know, then I mean, I'm sure CVS has insurance, but they're big enough so they might self-insure because they're a publicly traded company. Oh, that happened on your chat too, Tactical Six String? Somebody else's chat messed up that same way? Man, Google, what the hell is wrong with Google? That's another chat. We should do what the hell is wrong with Google chat, but that I don't know. They always change stuff, man. So I don't know what's up with them. Let me check the Gun Channel side. So yeah, today's probably a good day to go out and get some more ammo or something. What did I do? What am I working on? I've just been thinking about just still looking at that property up on the volcano, but the Kilauea caldera up there is definitely inflating, and it's coming right up to the edge and of the crater rim at the very top of the mountain. The Kilauea caldera crater from the Jaeger Museum. If you go to the Hawaii not the Hawaii volcano, the Hawaii Volcano National Park. See, I'm so good. They named a park after my YouTube channel. So they, I need some more ice water. 1 second. So where are we? So they've got the volcano. A lot of people are going to the park at night and taking pictures because they have lots of thermal pictures on the website, Hawaii Volcano National Park website or HVGO or whatever, and they have like thermal cameras, and it's like over 500 degrees Celsius in some spots, on that volcano. So as the lava rises to the top, but the part that was on TV was that down a little further southeast at the Pu'u'o'o crater, and that's still percolating, and the active areas all around the upper slopes there. But yeah, I still might buy some land up there and build something up there for fun and camping and hunting. I don't know. It's going to be anything to get out of the city. Okay, so I got to keep track on, let's see, Mr. Right. Oh, you learned on a 48-track SSL? Yeah, well, I still have my 40 input Trident mixing board. Yeah, back then the guy who bought Music Box paid like, he wrote a check for like $250,000 or something, and then just deliver it whenever, But those things, I mean, they're not worth very much anymore. But I might try it in such good shape. I would have to think that would be worth something to somebody who wants an analog board because I put so much work into it. But anyway, I hate to have a recording studio anywhere, if they still have recording studios, because anywhere in Baltimore, like when Music Box was surrounded by those riots. So, yeah, well, I don't know why Brandon couldn't hear me. So if it was Google or his tablet or his camera or what. But so, yeah, I've been thinking about building a place, and I looked at some tents. What was the website that makes these places? Makes great tents. I mean, I could build a structure for what they charge for tents, I think, at least with the steel frames. But he has a small YouTube channel. You just look at my bookmarks. It's at the bottom of them. Bravo Canvas Wall Tents. Yeah, that's a company. You guys should check that out. Looks like some awesome military grade canvas tents. I mean, just the best canvas, and the guy seems to know what he's talking about when putting together a tent. But can almost build a place for what wall tents cost, and you don't need a permit for a tent or a storage place for build a small hunting cabin up there. But we'll see. I have to get out my I need to make a video and get out there with my machetes, and I haven't done a video on those yet. I got a Tops machete and a My Parang from Malaysia. I mean, I got them from Blade HQ, but they were shipped in from Malaysia, and they're both pretty cool. So let's see what else is going on. Yeah, I think I'm going to call up that broker that's managing those places. It's just that they still haven't passed a law so banks can't fund anything, or no bank can get the insurance companies will underwrite any loan on any real estate too close to the volcano or east of Pahoa at this point. So there's some interesting, inexpensive properties if you want to take a risk on not getting buried in lava. But anyway, that's like the whole Hawaii side of stuff. The telescope denial of service attack, and I think they hacked some state agencies too. Let me look at the Hawaii Free Press, see what's up. The Jones Act. Yes, people were saying if Hawaii has the least powerful congressional delegation ever. I mean, basically ever since the two famous Hawaii senators retired or died, Akaka and Inouye. Now the new guys, they have no clout, and apparently Schatz has been paid off or by the shipping interest for the Jones Act, which is we talked about that with the TPP on, I think, a late night chat the other night. The Jones Act is a 1920s act, so it's like 95 years old at this point. And let's see, nationwide maritime interests. This is from the civilbeat.com. Nationwide maritime shipping interest spent $22,787,502 million on lobbying in 2014. So $22.7 million on lobbying. So basically everything in Hawaii cost a fortune because of this. And the person they paid the most was the new senator, Jones Act think tank. Let's see. Basically, they paid off his campaign funds by supporting Mazie Hirano and Brian Schatz. So let's see how much. I think it was he took about $187,000. Here's about Inouye. I mean, they always paying off. The shipping people always paying off Hawaii politicians. From the 1990 election cycle until his death in 2012, Senator Daniel K. Inouye took in a total of $302,650 from Sea Transport, making him 13th highest among all the members in Congress. And our former governor, Neil Abercrombie, he was almost at $300,000. He was at $295,970. Brian Schatz took in $149,000. So and he was just elected, so that's a lot of money for one election. And he was running unopposed, except he didn't even in Hawaii. They don't have, as soon as the Democrats win the primary, it's over, because no Republican, nobody even knows who the Republican candidates are over here. But anyway, let's see what else is happening on the Free Press page. Let's see. Here's the part about the official state government website being hacked. Claims of a cyber attack in support of We Are Mauna Kea movement came in as the University of Hawaii Board of Regents listened to several hours of emotional testimony in Hilo. In its blog, Operation Green Rights, an organization tied to the cyber attacker known as Anonymous, claimed it shut down the two sites. Let's see. EcoLoons hack 30mm telescope website to help the, quote, natives. Operation greenrights.blogspot.uk. Did Anonymous stage a cyber attack? That's the Associated Press. Did Anonymous stage a cyber attack against a telescope? Why? West Hawaii Today. I've never even heard this term before. Celebrutards use social media to voice objection to the TMT, which is the 30-meter telescope. Celebrutards. Okay. That's a new one I'll have to put down on our threat down. Bears, celebrutards, gyrocopters, and hose cutting Baltimore pink hoodie gas mask people who cut fire lines. Okay. If you want to go show up if you want to show up and say something nice about the telescope during the public comment session, you probably get attacked outside. Wouldn't be surprised. Oh, and here was another one that happened that probably isn't on here.
The blue screen of death.
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm waiting for my hardware malfunction thing to pop up, and it'll take like 1 second.
Okay, hardware malfunction. Everybody on YouTube say they could hear both of us, so it's just you that couldn't hear me.
Well, if it does it, I'll make a note on this video. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, so real quick, what happened is when I clicked on your link twice, I got a hardware malfunction. So, and it was a blue screen that says error, and my whole computer shut down and froze, and it said hardware malfunction.
Blue screen of death. Wait a minute. Where's my sound effect for that?
Some computer stuff.
So I don't know if it was like my C drive or it's maybe like, you know, the...
You double clicked on something and then your drive crashed? That's not fair.
Yeah.
So where's my sound effect? Okay, there you
go. Did Cameron get let in here, or?
I didn't see anybody else even try and log in. I mean, I put the link in the Gun Channel's website.
Cameron,
on the live chat.
Yeah, Cameron said that he couldn't get in here. So.
Why?
I don't know. He said that. What did he say? He said, I don't know. I can't get in either. Says the moderator ejected me.
I didn't eject anybody.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he your friend? It's Cameron.
I don't. Cameron who?
Cameron Caldwell. He's my buddy that I just signed up, and he's been on a couple of our chats.
I haven't banned anybody. I haven't not blocked anybody. I haven't done anything to anybody. I mean, I insulted a few people, but you know, I didn't press any buttons.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, I would say check your settings, Cameron. I'll put the link out again in the Gun Channel's live chat. Yeah, so this is the Monday night lock and load live chat, and this is the Black Gorilla Family edition, because that's the prison gang that threatened to do something today. So did you miss that whole part about where I was talking about the gang, or?
Is this the Baltimore stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, those nice friendly people. Yeah, I missed that. What? Sorry.
All right. Oh, and by the way, IO, and I guess International Ordnance, IO just raised the price of AK-47s today, so they picked good timing to do that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I just got a notice on that from Classic Firearms. So there's a riot. Let's raise the price. This is of AK-47. Marco throwing new. Oh, did you see the guy on CNN who cut the fire hose? He's wearing a pink hoodie and a gas mask.
No, I didn't.
Right in front of the CNN guy. It was funny as shit. And then one guy starts talking to him, and he starts promoting his YouTube channel, you know, live on CNN. You know, and the guy is standing there, and he can barely breathe because of all the smoke from the CVS fire. But yeah, so Black Gorilla Family is a prison gang that was actually, and that what I have linked on there is like oh, wait a minute, let me put the screenshot up again. Yep, so there it is. That's their gang tattoo symbol, and that's basically a dragon with a prison guard on a police tower, or a guard tower outside of a prison there. It's a guard tower on the right. And so it was started in 1966, but it's basically now a great prison gang, and they basically took control over a prison in Baltimore, and they were running it until I think the feds came in and shut it down. And they're basically, the gang members were like the prison guards were all like having babies for the gang members and smuggling in drugs, and 24 4 people went to jail, up the prison guards, and that's just too ridiculous. And that's just recently.
It's a gnarly tattoo.
What's that?
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, what's up, man?
I got a quick question. When I was switching from watching the chat on YouTube to coming over here, I missed the part where you guys were doing kind of a very quick summary of Baltimore. And I do have an update. I literally just heard, like 10 minutes on the radio, that the mayor had declared a curfew for the next week, and it will be extended on an as-needed, as-necessary basis. But that's all I know. I don't know the backstory to it, other than a young man was shot, but I guess by law enforcement, and that's the extent of all I know.
Right. Well, I'll start from the beginning again. Yeah, basically, the police were in a defensive position all day, and they burned down the CVS, and they were looting every shop on like a few streets. You know, they didn't leave anybody out, and nobody did anything. And they burned a few police cars, and they threw basically a bunch of bricks and rocks and injured 7 police officers, and 1 guy was still unconscious, one of the officers, last time I checked. But I've been doing this chat for about an hour going over everything.
I was not aware of the precipitating incident that began this ball rolling.
You mean the Freddie Gray breaking his spine, and the police still haven't. It's been 10 days, and they just buried him today, the funeral, and then they still haven't issued any report on it, other than they're investigating. I mean, they arrested somebody, and he wound up dead, and with a broken spine. But precipitating.
Was he dead in the back of the squad car? Was he dead at the police station? Was dead where?
He died in transport.
Yes, nobody knows anything, and no reports has been issued other than they're investigating. Freddie Gray. But
okay.
Basically, the prison gang, Black Guerrilla Family, threatened today that there was going to be a payback. And they are allied with the Crips and the Bloods and a few other gangs. And in Baltimore, just reading the Baltimore Sun story from February 28th, I'll go over that again in case anybody missed it. A former Baltimore corrections officer who had a child with gang leader inmate was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison Friday. Katara Stevenson, 24, one of the 4 corrections officers impregnated by Black Guerrilla Family leader Tavon White, had pleaded guilty previously for her role in helping to smuggle contraband into the city jail. Prosecutors noted that she had Tavon tattooed on her wrist. Friday, Leonard Stu Wortman of Pikesville was given 10 years in prison by U.S. District Judge Ellen Hollander for supplying banned items, including marijuana, to corrections officers to smuggle into the family facility for inmates. Wortham's sentence was enhanced after prosecutors determined he was a career offender. Another outside supplier, Jay-Sean Pinder, received time served and 3 years supervised probation. A day later, Moe sentenced former corrections officer Daniel Forrest, 28 years old, to 21 months in prison, and former officers Jasmine Jones, 24, and Tenedera Finch, 26 years old, each to 1 year and 1 day. A total of 27 corrections officers were charged in the case, which revealed widespread corruption at the jail, and 3 were acquitted. So 24 people were convicted, corrections officers at that jail.
Is there any connection between this particular story and the gentleman that was, I'm going to say, killed in Baltimore?
Yeah, well, that's theoretically what the started the well, yeah, that's what everybody was having peaceful protests for, until today they threw rocks and bricks at 7 police officers wound up in the hospital. Yeah.
Let me be a little bit more specific in my question. The guy that died, I refer to his name, it's just I can't remember it. But
Freddie Gray.
Freddie. Was Freddie a member of this organization?
Not that I know of. They haven't issued any report yet. It's been 10 days, and they have the police.
Well, I'm just wondering why this organization is stepping forward for some guy who no one has.
Because they're based in Baltimore and they don't like the police. I mean, let me get into that for you. I can go over the other article that I went over. That has to do with witness intimidation. Basically, it's a gang, and here's a September CBS Baltimore article, September 18th, 2014. A move to protect witnesses testifying against alleged members of Black Guerrilla family. A city judge granted an unusual protection order. According to that order, the defendants won't learn who is testifying them until days before the trial. The Black Guerrilla family, one of the most powerful gangs in Maryland, is notorious for running a drug smuggling ring behind the walls of Baltimore City Detention Center, which I just described. It gains its power within the jails and prisons and then exerts that power on the streets, said U.S. Attorney Rod Rosenstein. 48 alleged gang members now await trial. Facing decades of prison, now a judge has issued a protective order for the witnesses set to testify in those cases. According to that order, the defense attorneys won't be given a witness list until 45 days before that trial. The defendants will only learn the witnesses a week ahead of time. That's pretty unusual. Orders like this is rare, indicating witnesses are scared of intimidation or worse. It doesn't, quote, it doesn't take too many witnesses being killed before other potential witnesses say, I'm not going to testify. Witness intimidation is very strong in the city, Marge Shipley said. Shipley would know. Her son, Carl Lackey, was gunned down in 2006 just before he was set to testify, take the stand in a murder case. The year before, Edna McCaber nearly lost her life when gang members firebombed her home as she cooperated with police in a drug case. It was a firebomb that killed 7 members of the Dawson family in 2002 after Angela Dawson repeatedly called the police about drug dealers in her neighborhood. Now prosecutors hope this ruling in the BGF case keeps witnesses safe so they can have their day in court. 38 of the alleged BGF members are being charged under the Maryland gang statute, and they face up to 20 years behind bars. So they're basically intimidating anybody who gets in their way.
Talking about Baltimore?
Yes, sir.
So all I heard today was like some alert or something. So what's happening?
The Black Guerrilla family, this prison gang, basically put out the word that today they were going to do something. Today was the day that Freddie Gray was buried, and then it started out. First news thing that popped up was that 7 police officers were attacked with stones and bricks and put in the hospital, and one was unconscious still. And then the looting and rioting and burning of police cars started, and the police was in a defensive position all day. And if you just came on, that was the Black Guerrilla family is a prison gang. It was started in 1966, but they're big in Baltimore right now, and they're into intimidating witnesses, and they basically had taken control over the Baltimore City Detention Center, and the gang leader was, the prison guards having his babies and smuggling in drugs and other things into the prison for him. So, and 24 correction officers were convicted in federal court, and it looks like in September. So this prison gang is allied with a lot of other gangs, including the Bloods and the Crips.
But we don't know for sure if the gentleman that was murdered was involved in any of these gangs.
Yeah, as far as they haven't.
Do we know somebody was murdered, or somebody? Was this a police killed somebody again?
Yeah, 10 days ago, Freddie Gray was taken into custody, and he died with a broken spine, and the police still haven't issued any report or anything other than they're investigating.
Oh, okay. And they're not satisfied with 10 days of not an answer, so they decided to freak out and have a riot?
No, the prison gang looks like they decided to freak out and have a riot, and then...
I mean, yeah. They gave the police 10 days or whatever, and they said, okay, that's it. We haven't heard enough, so we're going to have a riot.
Maybe they decided to freak out because they have 38 gang members up on charges for 20 years for gang violence. And now was a good time.
Yeah. So they rioted onto the prison?
No, they control the prison and exert that control onto the streets. That's what they do.
Oh, you don't mean like they took it over, like what do they call that, like a riot or whatever? They just
no, the riot was
that run
actually
the prison, kind of like on the inside or whatever, like in the background.
Well, they had 24 correction officers working for them or having their babies. So, and they, but to read the article, just the critical part of the article that I pointed out, it said that, quote, it gains its power within the jails and prisons and then exerts that power on the streets, unquote. U.S. Attorney Rod Rosenstein. Now, I'm not a prison gang expert, so I don't know how they do that, but just did a little research before starting up because, I mean, it's Lock and Load Monday, and we have, a huge... I wanted to talk about Nepal mostly, but then the earthquake there, but,
I have a follow-up question, which, we may not have the answer yet, but as far as where they're rioting, and I'm going to ask a question in relationship to Ferguson, where they basically destroyed their own neighborhoods. Are they rioting in areas where they tend to live, or are they going to other neighborhoods? Or we don't know.
Well, there's always people from the outside when you have gangs involved. Basically, most of
the city or something, right? Like a big chunk of the city, so it sounds like it's way more than just their territory or whatever.
I guess, I mean, are they destroying things in poor neighborhoods? Because
sounds like
that's destroying their own neighborhoods.
No, a lot of the neighborhoods, it sounded like.
Well, it looked like they had just a helicopter hovering over the CVS drugstore that they looted and then burned down, and they just had people going in and out of there with stuff for about an hour before somebody set it on fire.
Well,
nothing been on TV all day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing says justice like free toothpaste.
So this has been going on all day. This started in the morning?
Afternoon.
So, okay.
Yes, I'm being a smart Alec.
What's that?
And yes, I'm being smart. My little toothpaste comment.
Right. Well,
I don't understand that. It's like, why would I destroy a store that serves my community?
Because you don't care about the store. It's not your store, right?
Well, this store was the only store that's actually sold fresh food in the area. The CVS was brand new, and most of the businesses around there are small mom and pop, like, little convenience stores, and where people go to get something to eat, but there's no fresh food. They're saying, like, in that neighborhood, like every so often somebody brings in a horse-drawn carriage with fruit and vegetables to sell, because there aren't any stores that actually sell that stuff there. The neighborhood is all, fast food or, convenience stores. So they burned down the only store that got them fresh food at all.
Maybe they don't want that store.
Maybe they just needed to burn down a store. They looted every store on the street. There wasn't any stores that they skipped.
It's so ridiculous, the logic and the insanity of these people. You know, they're like, oh, we don't get any justice. Oh, you know, you do nothing for our community. Oh, all you do is hold us back. Okay, so let's burn down our community, make ourselves look like awful, terrible people, and put the whole community back about 200 years. Sounds good to me. And then let's throw rocks at police officers and shoot at them, and then say, oh, we didn't do nothing. And then get mad when law enforcement takes effect. I don't get it. I just, you know, and then they're upset like, oh, police are always messing with us, and that's why we get all upset. Well, maybe if you didn't do this type of shit in the first place, maybe this wouldn't happen. You know? It just, I could be totally wrong on this, but my experience is that if you do not break the law, and you don't go out of your way to, you know, get yourself on YouTube and run up to a cop and throw this in his face, and don't get me wrong, you should always record the police if you do feel that they're doing something wrong. You know, I am not just all or nothing.
It's the G from the gun channels that pissed them off.
It is. It's on my phone. Yes, it is. So, actually, everybody asked me about that. But, so, you know, it's just, my whole thing is on it. It's like, I've lived my entire life, and the only reason that I had negative police interaction was because I was speeding. You know, and if you tend to live a law-abiding life, chances are you're not gonna get involved with the police. They may pull you over. They may say something like, "Hey, what are you up to? What are you doing?" You know what? Instead of being a smartass and trying to get a rise out of them and stuff like that, and trying to troll them, just be like, "Look, I'm not doing anything, but if it would make you feel better about your day, here's my ID. Have at it." You know, and that's not giving them power, because one or two things is gonna happen. You can either tell them that, and then they're going to try to jam up and screw up your whole day. Before you know it, you're fighting for your rights in court. And, you know, yeah, you may get a little bit of money out of it, but how better would your day go if you just said, look, here, man, I'm not doing anything. Here's my ID. Have a ball. And then, you know, I honestly, if I was people, you know, if I were these people in these communities where they get harassed by the police or whatever, I'd be like, look, this cop tried to jam me up, but look, here you go. I gave him his ID, and he was ticked and just, you know, went his way. So it's like, be the better man and walk away. That's what my parents always taught me. You know, be the better man, walk away. And you know, if you're gonna have those types of police that, you know, want to kind of jam people up and do what they can do, I'm not saying all cops are bad people. Like my father was a cop, his dad was a cop. You know, I have a real high respect for law enforcement.
Yeah, but we're dealing with a community here that's upset because some guy got arrested and didn't even make it to jail. His spine was broken and he died.
Right. But this has also been building too. This is part of something bigger, you know, and because
it's been building.
It's people feel that now, like because of the media, and you know, and other political officials, that it's now like you're either with the police or you're against them. You're with the people or you're against the authority, and it's so not right. You know, we have a justice system. Is it perfect? By any means, no, but it is.
Speaking of which, our justice system, welcome to your first day on the job, Loretta Lynch.
No, yeah, that's great. But I mean, like, okay, so it's like our justice system is probably next to, like, almost perfect compared to other countries. And, you know, if anybody doesn't like the way our justice system is, you know, by all means, go to Afghanistan. You know, I'm sure they'll treat you a lot better. You know? You don't have a right to trial, but you do have a right to lose your hand. You know?
And since you brought up Afghanistan, I did want to mention that actually fighting alongside the United States in Afghanistan were Nepalese British Gurkha riflemen, and one of them actually fought off 30 Taliban and got a British Medal of Gallantry from Nepal. And I was going to talk about some of that stuff because the Nepalese earthquake there and in Nepal and Kathmandu, and they have a pretty dire situation there, and I'll put up a link there on the at the end of the chat, so to the Red Cross donation site. But anyway, back to Baltimore.
But yeah, that's just my thoughts on that. I mean, are both sides to blame in this? I think so. You know, most definitely. But they should, the pen is so much more mightier than the sword. I mean, like, not to bring up old things, but look what happened when we wrote, the ATF and certain political, officials about certain, legislative proposals of bans. It definitely, it did do something, and it created, if anything, awareness to something that was going on.
Well, I don't know. I know not that many people watch the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but there was one joke there that seems to apply for today, where one of the jokes was of the Saturday Night Live girl that was a comedian for the event, said that the Secret Service was the only law enforcement agency that wouldn't get in trouble if that would get in trouble if a black man got shot. So, and that was just make everybody laugh, but that was just making it worse for Baltimore, And again, they waited 10 days, and they still don't have a report on what happened to Freddie Gray from the police of any kind.
Yeah.
Well,
so if you're black, you have to think, well, there's just another dead black man,
And I do understand that, they can't just come out with all the details while the investigation is pending. But they can come out with what I would call broad strokes to give the public a clue as to what the general direction of things without necessarily all the specifics.
And then the bottom line is the Persian gang wanted there to be a riot, so they decided today was the day when they buried Freddie Gray. They were going to have a riot right after, and I mean, it wasn't just neighborhood 16-year-old kids that were just out to have a good time that threw bricks and rocks at 7 cops. I mean, if you're going to walk up to 7 cops and throw rocks and bricks at them and put them in the hospital, then that's planned.
And I don't know. I think it's all spontaneous. I'm not saying I don't think they didn't probably plan to fuck some shit up, but I don't think it was planned to actually, hurt any cops. I think that's just spontaneous. And
the black guerrilla family, a prison gang, said they were going to do it before they did it, and then they did it.
I mean, I guess you can chalk it up to that, but I don't necessarily, I don't see. But they could have also said that, and that wouldn't have happened, and then what would the case be? You know what I mean? I don't think that directly correlates to that actually happening from what they say. Yeah, they kind of sort of run Baltimore. I know who they are. I'm from the area, so but it's all thinking all these riots and everything that's coming. It's just a buildup of all these things happening that are continuing to happen. And not that it's 100% the police fault or 100% black people's fault or anything like that. It's just all these different bad judgment calls that keep happening, and then it gets shot up by the media and becomes national news and stuff like that. It's just they're making it a part of their agenda now, and it's just riling up because they want to see stuff like this. You know what I mean? They get ratings and stuff like that. They're using this to their advantage. We don't understand it. But peaceful protesting, rioting, none of these things are going to stop the problem that's happening. If you want to call it a problem, I guess any people getting killed, regardless of color, is a problem. But I mean, it's been happening every day. And we've been had cell phones and cameras. Why is it just now a huge deal? People have been protesting about this kind of stuff. Why is it now becoming a national news? I'm not into conspiracy theories, but it seems kind of odd that right now it's like the pinnacle.
Well, I think this prison
are coming, so they can start talking about this as the most important thing, and then we don't complain about immigration, we don't complain about guns, we don't complain about healthcare, we complain about this, right?
Also, I want to put a statement out there, and that's the whole Black Lives Matter, and I'm just going to go into it a little bit. Is why is it that Black Lives Matter when someone is killed by either a law enforcement person, regardless of color, a white person, yet when, as an example, in the major city near me, a black woman was shot in the head at point-blank range, never made the news, no ongoing investigation. We don't hear anything about it. We don't have anybody coming to town. We don't have Jesse. We don't have the reverends. We don't have anybody coming to town when regular people are getting killed on the street. We only hear about it when it's either law enforcement potentially caused it, or that possible white guy.
The only thing I want to say is that I was completely blissfully ignorant of this particular prison gang until today, and I think that's what they were after.
All right. Okay. Well, I want to address Daniel first. You actually answered your own question when you know, as proposing it, right? So the problem is that when a police officer kills a black person or something like that, it gets on the news. If someone records it, whatever, gets to these news outlets, and especially now all the hype around it, it's getting put out news. It's on front page, on Front Street, right? But black people are killing black people every single day. They don't put it on the news. That's why it's a problem. So people aren't even thinking about that in their head as far as like, yes, I'm black, so we're killing each other every fucking day. You know what I mean? No, that doesn't get to the news. But yeah, when a white person kills one of us or a cop kills one of us, it gets put on the news, it gets national media attention, and that's what fuels all of this. That's what fuels people's anger. They're no longer thinking about, well, these people are killing each other every single day. You know what I mean? It's not even there anymore. It's not even their train of thought. That's completely why. That's why the whole Black Lives Matter thing is, that's what is being focused on. Black people being killed by other types of people, and it's not gonna solve it. Black people are gonna continue to kill black people. People are gonna continue to kill people. It's the way these environments and these neighborhoods are, as far as like drug trade and people are like super sensitive to like disrespect and things like that. That's what causes a lot of this violence.
I get a feeling that this black on black extreme violence is literally so common that it's actually considered now normal. And when it's considered normal, it doesn't get the attention and the problem with that is then it becomes like a snowball, becomes self-perpetuating.
I mean, yeah, but I guess you can kind of say, you're absolutely right. It is kind of the norm now. You know what I mean? I've grew up with it all my life. I've seen people get shot. As I've told on plenty of chats before. Maybe you've seen them or not, but I've seen people get shot, foot away from me, stuff like that. I've seen people get killed and gunned down and stuff like that. So I guess it's kind of in that environment, not so much you actually seeing it, or you just actually hearing about it all the time. You just become numb to it. It's not big news to you. It's not that affecting. Just like say if all four of us grew up in a war-torn country in Africa, and these whatever groups are coming in and just slaughtering villages. Every time we hear about it, it wouldn't be news to us. We're like, oh, okay, happened last week. It would eventually become the norm, and I think that's exactly what's happened.
But if Black Lives Matter, and I believe they do, they should always matter, not just sometimes.
Oh, definitely. They should. All lives matter all the time. You know what I mean? But I think in the purpose of that, it isn't like as selfish as, I'm not saying you making it seem like they're being selfish about it, but it comes off as them being selfish, saying okay, Black Lives Matter only when police kill you, whatever. But it's just a catchphrase for a slogan they're using for the protests and whatnot. I think simply that's what it is. I don't think there's no crazy amount of thought behind it. It was just something someone must have came up. Somebody probably yelled it out, Black Lives Matter, and it just stuck. You know what I mean?
Well, but it underlines what people are feeling, just like, but also something that I'll mention as far as getting carried away with just the thought that somebody came up with was the stop, don't shoot, hands up.
Right.
That proved out to be a total fallacy. Yet that went on for months and months and months as if it was an actual fact.
Yeah, well, that was because someone actually stood there and lied about it. He got on there, his story was a lie about what happened. That's where that came from, and before they found out it was lie, they took hold of that, turned it into a slogan, and whatnot. But on the same note is that in that situation, yeah, maybe the lie, but think of the countless other situations where that probably was the case, where
I mean,
You
there
know,
have been cases.
people are hands up and they still get shot, or people are, walking backwards or whatever, and get lit up and stuff like that. So,
Today started.
And you're absolutely correct. It just, in that case, I'd rather have them say it when it actually applies than say it when it doesn't apply.
Well, but that doesn't even apply today. I mean, if 7 cops get attacked with stones and bricks and put in a hospital, that's not like hands up, don't shoot or nothing nonviolent. Had you ever even heard of this gang before? I mean, that's what this prison tattoo is. That's their logo, a dragon on a prison guard tower there. So.
I mean, I haven't, but it is an East Coast gang, and I don't live out on the East Coast. So
no, it started as a West Coast gang in San Quentin.
Yeah, that's their logo right there. Yeah.
Yeah, it started out in 1966.
Yeah, they're a big gang. They actually didn't start in Baltimore. They actually came to Baltimore. So if you know the history of it, you can actually go online to the Baltimore's gang task website and look at the history. But yeah, if you know recently, all those, I don't know, maybe it was last year, where the prison, the guys were in prison and they were got the guards pregnant and stuff like that. It was a big case. That was those guys out of Baltimore.
Yeah, 24 guards got convicted.
Yeah.
So, but just on the body count wise, I mean, the death count in Nepal is over 4,000 people now. So, I mean, you got to keep things in perspective. So, anybody else got anything to say on this?
on the Nepal topic, or on
on the Baltimore, I've been watching the news for a whole hour, and they were all worried about what's going to happen at night. What's going to happen at night when it gets black and dark and stuff? And it's like,
better hope your EOTech has a night vision model on it.
Yeah, I was saving night vision. Well, I don't think there's going to be any riots in Kona, but but night vision is still on my list of things to get, but it hasn't made it to the top yet.
Tactical Six String had mentioned earlier in the internal chat over at Gun Channels, and I'm trying to find his exact wording so I can quote it, because I don't want to misquote him. But if I can't find it, I guess I'll have no choice but to try to do it. Anyway, that supposedly there's up to 5,000 National Guard troops available. Doesn't mean that they're in downtown, but that are available if they need additional assistance.
Yeah,
I would put them in right now. Obviously, the police can't handle it, so I would send in the National Guard.
5,000 officers requested and 5,000 National Guards to back them up.
Okay, yeah, and if what was I going to say? If it is not just in a neighborhood, but it's actually sporadic throughout the city, that's actually worse.
They were saying it was pretty much confined to one area.
Okay.
But I don't know. Like I said, I haven't watched the news since I started this chat. And what are we in? About an hour and a half or something. We're an hour and a half. Oh wow, that was just a guess. An hour and 32 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Never Enough Ammo is starting up is started a chat or something to that effect.
Yeah, I usually go on after him, but
I didn't know if you want to shut this down and then start it back up later.
Nah, keep going. I mean, I know he's a bigger channel than me, so but I mean, I'll just keep it going until I run out of things to say, I think, because I'm not going to start 2 chats in one day. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the rioting, I don't think there's a whole lot more anybody can say until we have more information.
Right. Well, I think the gang started it because they said they were going to do it, and then they did it. But and they were just hitting while the iron was hot. The day Freddie Gray was buried, they did this. So, because somebody attacked 7 cops and put them in the hospital. So,
Exactly.
You know, and that wasn't spontaneous. So, you know, it's just. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, well, when the smoke settles, you know, we'll see who's quick to try to take the blame for this, whether it's a prison gang or whether it's just people that, you know, forgive it upon, but that have had it with police brutality. You know, it is what it is right now, and I think, you know, yes, police brutality does happen, but it doesn't happen as much as the public thinks that it does. But you know, now that everybody has a cell phone, they're recording everything they see. Like, because look, the media would have you believe that mass shootings happen every day, and that everybody that has an AR-15 is an evil person. So, you know, they make it seem like every single cop out there is beating up somebody, you know, as soon as they go on duty. You know, and that's just not the case. Yes, you do have a couple of cops out there that overstep their bounds. You know, I am not going to say that doesn't happen. You know, and you do have some officers out there that actually, you know, use deadly force when not authorized. But to the effect to where it, you know, this is justified, no way. No freaking way. And you know what's funny? That if gun owners did this type of shit and they, you know, they said they were protesting their Second Amendment rights, oh man, we'd be hanged in Times Square, you know. And it's because like, oh, this is authorized, and even the mayors did let them get away with it. You know, well, I wonder how those businesses feel. Yeah, sure, they got insurance, but
not all of them.
Yeah, not all of them, but like, you know, it's just, this is crazy to even think that this is okay, and to let these people get away with it is just insane. It pisses me off. I'm sorry, I can't condone it.
Well, I hope they get that guy in the pink hoodie and the gas mask who got the fire hose on CNN, right, like 10 feet away from the camera. That was just a pink hoodie and a gas mask, you know, and a knife, you know. So we're gonna do that right on CNN, and then some other guy came on and started promoting his YouTube channel. Anyway, I don't know. When was the last riot? I remember the LA riots. I was alive for that one, and I was in LA, but it was only confined to a really small area, and you know, I saw them. They just pulled over a taxi and just totally destroyed it, and they burned up some. And you know, as soon as they, you know, throw a few bricks in the window, then the looters come up and try and find stuff to steal, and then, you know, with cop cars, they were burning them and, you know, totally destroying them out of anger. But, you know, I guess I don't live in that kind of neighborhood, I guess.
Yeah, you know, like, I don't see people rioting in Scottsdale, Arizona, so I think I'm pretty safe here. But, you know, that'd be the wrong state to riot in. A bunch of idiots get shot down dead.
How come how come the shop owners didn't have guns in protecting their businesses? I don't get that.
Well, you notice how all this rioting happens in states where usually people can't own guns, or it's just very hard to own guns or carry them?
Baltimore, what are the gun policies in Baltimore like?
It's a left-leaning state. You know, it's pretty anti-gun. I don't know I know it probably takes, like, you know, a good sizable check and a handshake to get a CCW.
That's the same state that Digital Prophet lives in. I mean, getting a concealed profit, according to him, is like near walking on water.
Concealed profit?
I mean, you have to be able to do that to get the other. I mean, I don't live out there, but that's what he's said.
Oh, yeah, they don't allow carry permits in Hawaii either, but the only place there's a protest is up on the Mauna Kea by the telescope. So and at University of Hawaii Regents meetings where they talk about the telescope.
But you know, a store owner needs something that's, you know, if we're going to, you know, talk about guns just for a moment, generally, if you're a store owner, you need something that's small, easy to use, very effective, but also doesn't intimidate your good customers.
Well, and in the LA riots, the Korean shop owners, they were up on the roofs with ARs. They weren't going to put up.
Exactly. But the riots had already begun at that point. I'm talking about day to day, just before the riots kick off. Because somebody's going to walk into the store and kind of size up the store. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Can we get in here and do what we want to do? Or are we going to get shot down by that guy who's got that shotgun right behind the cash register?
Yeah, well, there were some guys walking down the street with baseball bats, looking for stores to try and break into and loot. They tried to do that to a Rite Aid, but I guess that they had closed up, and I don't know, they must have had very bulletproof glass or riot-proof glass or something, because they couldn't break into the Rite Aid. So, yeah. And they tried.
In most older cities that I've been in of age, they typically have those steel grates that they can pull down over the outside of the store, when they close at night, because those plate glass windows that they have are very expensive. Even though they have insurance, they still have deductibles. They can't be losing.
CVS probably writes their own insurance because they're a publicly traded company.
Well, that's true, but that's just one of many businesses that were damaged. I mean, there were mom and pop places. And even if you have insurance, it doesn't mean you have enough to rebuild from scratch. You may not have enough, maybe underinsured.
And these people say that they're upset with injustice, but look what you're doing in your own community. It was awful. I'm sorry. It's just,
Well, one problem wherever, at least in the state of Illinois where I live, wherever we have economic blight, is what's called food deserts. That's large geographical areas of that are heavily populated, where there is no fresh food, fresh meat, that kind of stuff to get, because none of the large grocery store chains want to put stores in those areas because they're getting knocked off every other week. And then when you go vandalize the few people that are actually willing to try, why would they want to rebuild there? Why not go 5 miles over?
I wouldn't want to build a business in a neighborhood like that.
That's why you have huge poverty. That's why Detroit fell.
I mean, why risk your entire livelihood on whether or not there's going to be a riot,
Well, but
small stores lose everything when something like that happens.
I mean, if you keep in mind that the vast majority of people out in society walk around with blinders on in regards to their personal safety, why would they think any different in regards to the issue that you're talking about? It will be the other guy, it won't be me, that gets attacked in the alley, that gets carjacked, that gets the purse stolen, that gets beat up in the alleyway.
Well, or it'll be the other guy that gets thrown into a police car and gets his back broken. I mean,
well,
I don't know. It's just hard to put all this stuff into perspective. All you can do is what you do every day and just try and be prepared for anything and whatever you think the threats will be. But if you look around the world, I think one point I was trying to make earlier is that, I think when Good Guy came on with the gun a couple days ago, saying there'll never be a shit hit the fan situation anywhere. It's all bullshit. It'll never happen. Well, we had an entire country, Nepal, pretty much destroyed just the other day. I mean, that their entire capital city is just, they're gonna have to bulldoze it and start over, and you're gonna have homeless people. It's cost billions of dollars, and that's a shit hits the fan situation. Everybody's camping out, and they have to fly teams in because the roads are impassable pretty much, and here, and if you live in Baltimore, that's a shit hit the fan situation if you're in that particular neighborhood, or if that was your business.
Did you say good guy with a gun said that?
Yeah.
Now that shocks me, and I got to tell you why it shocks me. I can't say I know him well, but I know him a little bit. And because of his background and where he's from, where shit hits the fan is an annual event, I can't believe he would come off with a statement that on the surface sounds a little bit ignorant, coming from basically a third world country himself.
What? Korea isn't a third world country. He's from Korea?
He's not from Korea.
Where's he from?
The Philippines. And last year, when there was a hurricane,
hit the fan there.
Yeah, last year when there was a hurricane that hit there, everybody kept asking him about, did he have any family in the area? And he kept poo-pooing it, and he says, well, that stuff happens all the time.
Well, yeah, I guess he used to being without any food, water,
when
clothes,
hundreds
or
of thousands
electricity.
of people die, every year from nature, for you, that's your shit hits the fan. It's nature. I mean, shit hits the fan can have many, many different causes, of which nature is only one.
Right, and so I'm just saying that, the whole Monday lock and load concept was like, okay, what you do this week to get ready for in case something, goes wrong and the shit hits the fan. And so, yeah, shit can hit the fan. It could be a hurricane, like where I live, we have hurricanes. It could be a volcano. It could be, another damn Democrat gets elected, or whatever. They'll ban your guns. There'll be a riot. Who knows? You can't just you always have to be prepared and just do the best you can. Do a little bit every day, and whatever you're working on, whether it's guns, food, water, tarps, or because when this stuff like this happens, you just can't go around in a daze pretending that you'll never have to deal with some shit. So you have to know how to deal with it and be prepared to deal with it. Whatever you can prepare for what the most likely thing was going to happen. But I mean, how many people in Nepal thought that the entire town was going to be destroyed the very next day? The entire nation was going to be destroyed the very next day. So
I'm prepared.
Oh, you got to give us a lock and load sound. We haven't had any lock and load sounds yet.
From a deagle.
Yeah.
You got a Desert Eagle?
I do.
He's got the deagle.
When did you get that, man?
I saw one that Yankee had, and I was like, get one. And because I missed mine. So I had a 44 all black. So my gun shop had one of these for about $900, and in 357 too.
Oh, so, 357 Desert Eagle. Okay.
Yeah, not a bad.
Yankees was like a 50 cal, right?
He's got the Crusader. I will pull the trigger and blow apart the universe model.
Yeah, it's a 50 AE.
That's a big boy. I admittedly, I'm okay that I can say that I can't handle a 50. That's just me. And they're not fun for me to shoot. I'd rather.
I mean, if you have to take out a truck or something, if you're being attacked by a Mack truck, I mean.
Yeah, like I mean, for a 50, for me, like you would have to find like a howitzer stabilizer to shoot that thing. But no, this one is relatively good size. There's little to no recoil on it. It feels like you're shooting a 45 with how big this sucker is. So it weighs the same as a 44 and a 50. Bad thing is though is that when I did buy this, it's made by this is an IMI pistol, so it's a first generation Desert Eagle when they were making the 357s. So
IMI when IMI was still in business, not IWI.
Yeah. So I took it out to the range, and I was out there and I was firing, and then it was failure to eject. So I looked at my bolt, and when I opened up my extractor, the spring basically fell apart in my hand. So it wasn't extracting the spent casing, so I had to order some spare parts from Numeric gun parts, and so hopefully I should be getting those in soon. But I mean, you know, it's a nice looking pistol. But sorry, I didn't mean to take your chats away.
Well, no, it's we always like guns.
You know, a new gun you can interrupt us for. You know, your desert is okay. I mean, you know.
I think the one thing that I've always admired about these pistols is the kind of triangular front of the barrel, how that just looks. I mean, that just looks really cool. It's very unique and iconic, and you don't really see them like that on any.
Exactly. It's a very iconic design.
What's the triangle thing supposed to do? I mean, just make it heavier so to control the recoil, or?
It was a way of reducing weight. You didn't need a squared off slide on top. So because it is so heavy already, it was a way of cutting a couple of pounds off.
Yeah. So it's definitely an interesting looking. Look at the side of this magazine. Holy crap! You know.
So how many rounds of 357 does that hold?
This magazine holds 9 rounds of 357.
9 rounds, you could just hit somebody over the head with a magazine.
Yeah, right. So. And the gun itself, this thing's a beast too. I mean, I did shoot it one hand. It's very manageable. Again, it's just like shooting a 45. I mean, I was just over there, just firing one hand, bang, bang, bang. But I'll be really excited, and I want to do a video on it when I get it up and running. So it's like my project gun. I'm kind of been into that lately. But yeah.
All right, so
play on.
Well, you were talking about buying a different gun before last week.
The POF, yeah. The POF MP5K, the Pakistani Ordnance Firearms, or whatever they're called.
Right. What did you decide on that later? Or?
It's $1,500, and it's just something I don't know. I can't. It's hard for me to buy a $1,500 firearm. I've never bought one that expensive before. The only one that I considered buying that was like $1,500 was a Daniel Defense rifle, and I couldn't even, buy that. For me, I'd rather have quantity than quality, I guess. I don't know, it's really terrible to say that, but like today I bought a Taurus, but I got delayed for some reason. I guess the ATF didn't feel like doing paperwork, so.
Maybe they were busy trying to track down, dealing with other problems.
Maybe they were looking for the BGF gang, so. Who knows?
They're mostly in prison already.
Well, okay, they found them. But yeah, I did my. Sorry.
Dana, you're linking your shoulder canvas bag that you were talking about the other night?
Yeah, I actually got it in today, and I put the link in the side, but I'll try to turn my camera on for a second.
Go ahead. I'll try and catch
Watch your eyes. You're going to see a terrible image. There we go. I got this thing down here a little bit. Camera is not. That's a webcam. What can I say?
In my room, so.
Anyway, this is kind of what it looks like, and this thing is like in brand new shape. It's canvas on the outside, okay, but on the inside it's rubberized.
Okay? Is that a leather strap?
So you have this to resist water and mildew. And then in the top, looks like this, and this just opens up like that, showing the magazines, and it holds 4 mags. And this right here is my little grenade spigot for my AK mag. And then over here is, this is going the opposite direction. There's 2 more mags over there, the spigot in the middle, and then 2 more mags. But these flaps just close on top, and then over the top goes the lid, and you end up with something like this. Why can I never get that straight? Anyway, it's in really great condition. It was like $9.95, and if you go to Gun Channels, if you have any interest in this sort of thing, I put a discount code for free shipping till midnight tonight. and you can get this pouch for $9.95. Whether you get one of them or you get 4 of them, whatever you get, it's free shipping.
Yeah, it's never free to Hawaii.
Channels, go to the main page, look for a post from Just Dano, and you'll see the discount code as well as the link to go take a look at it. And if it's not on the thing, then don't worry about it.
On the news feed?
Yeah, the main page.
Yeah, the news feed on the main page. Okay, yeah. I always bookmark the live lobby, so I don't always check the news feed. But
I'll put the link in the main I guess over in the
YouTube side
chat room as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me check the YouTube side too, really quick.
And
Who was selling those 2 Ruger's pistols with like 1 million magazines?
oh, I forgot that YouTube doesn't like if you put a URL in the comments.
I tried doing that, and I was like, "Oh, you guys need to watch this video." Like it was on a Young Turks video.
Okay, well, in that case, everybody go to gunchannels.com when you get a chance and check it out. It's free to join, and you'll probably like it. There's a lot of gun people here that have a lot of knowledge, more than me, and that have been into guns for longer than me. And it's pretty eclectic group of people that are definitely all pro-gun, but from a wide range of backgrounds, and there's a lot of resources. And there's always a chat going on during the peak hours anyway of chat, and late into the wee hours of the morning too. There's always some crazy people on that just refuse to sleep. And there's a section for the trading post where people are buying and selling stuff, and like Dana was saying, it's not just guns. It's like canvas bags or knives, or God knows what,
Yeah, I just double checked. My post with the discount code is still on the first page of the main gunchannels.com page.
Cool.
And I believe anybody can read that. You just have to log in. Just go to gunchannels.com. That'll take you to the main page. And about halfway down the comments, you'll see something from Just Dano, and we'll have the URL as well as the discount code. But it does expire at midnight tonight, so.
Turned into a pumpkin.
Yep.
Just for the record, I don't like guns. I'm a double agent with Mom's Demand Action, so just thought I'd let you guys know.
Although
you moved down to Arizona to fit in.
Yeah, it's my ultimate cover.
Jerry Brown, you're actually a member of the Jerry Brown Suede Denim Secret Police.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's funny. That fool actually is looking at a... You know how New Jersey had that bill to ban all firearms that didn't have the electronic, recognition, whatever? Well, there's a bill going up through California right now to actually... it's made its way out of all the committees and stuff, and why wouldn't it? It's an anti-gun bill. But I just found this out like 10 minutes ago. So basically, the only guns that would be allowed in California, the only handguns, would be those that have the hand or recognition technology. So if the roster wasn't enough, or the microstamping, they're taking it a step 10 further. So
I should make it a finger recognition technology. That way, you just have to give our politicians the finger to get your gun to work.
That'd be an interesting code to put on a firing pin as your code. Picture of a hand with the middle finger.
Right. And there's part of me that really, really likes that idea. I mean, it's very cool sci-fi. Like, oh, my gun only works to my hand. But what if, for some reason, we're both sleeping? Like, my girlfriend and I are like in the same room, and then something happens to me. If she tried to pick up my firearm, it would be useless to her.
What if you get blood on your hand, or what if you can't, your right hand doesn't work and you need to use your left hand, or what if you're wearing a glove, or
I've noticed some people seem to be falling into the trap that technology is the solution for everything, and like. And when I meet these kind of people, I always will ask them the type of questions such as, well, have you ever had a problem where your cell phone, in one way or another, wasn't working right? And they'll say, well, yeah. And I'll say, now let's say that your life depended on it at that moment. You'd be dead.
Speaking of which, something that you should keep in mind when it comes to the Samsung Galaxy 6 phones that are out now, none of the two models that are out so far are waterproof at all. So, you get a little bit of water on it, forget it, So I'm like waiting for the active version to come out before I upgrade my Samsung 3 to the 6. I've been waiting. But I'm definitely not going to get neither of these, the Edge or the other one or whatever they are waterproof. So I'm being patient and biding my time.
I still have the iPhone 5, and I'm never going to upgrade.
Now they got that dual fake quad processor deal, the fast processor and the slow processor on the 6. So I've got a 3, so it's time to upgrade, but I skipped the 4 and the 5. But I'm waiting for the active version to come out because it has to be waterproof around this place.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys kind of live around some ocean.
Yeah, that would be a problem here, not being able to live near an ocean or in a rainforest. But you got more radio preps than me. I gotta get on that too. But I'm really saving up to buy some jungle up on the volcano. So I really am. I'm just if there was a riot down here or something in town over food or because shipping stopped or whatever, I mean, there'd be a lot of people here I'd have to deal with that I couldn't see coming, because it's in the middle of town, But, if it's out in the jungle, then they wouldn't stand a chance. Nobody's going to mess with me out there.
You'd have sugarcane and macadamia nuts for days, though. You'd be all right.
Well, no, it depends on where you go, where you want to build your compound. But where I have it, I'd have boar. I could go hunt, so...
Oh, I saw somebody actually. There was this video the other night of a boar that somebody went and came up with a 50 cal Desert Eagle and just went boo boo boo, and I was like, and it was making like this terrible sound, and my roommate's like, I can't watch it, and I was just like, man, that pig died terribly. It was so terrible.
I was watching Predator the other night. The original Predator, and like when they build the camp, put all their defenses up on a ridge and wait for the predator to come try and get them there. Then some pig wanders in and sets off the trap, and
goes and kills the pig.
The guy uses a knife to kill the pig over and over, like he's like it's Psycho.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never been boar hunting or anything like that. I heard it's kind of cool, and I guess there's a huge overpopulation of wild boar. But
yeah, it's an invasive species, yeah. And it's edible, and I got a permit to hunt them, so,
No.
And there's like... Go ahead.
So you've got wild boar in Hawaii?
Tons. I got a Pig Hunters Association.
Don't they put a price on their head then, the state?
No, they just have. They put only in certain areas where that native bird was going extinct. They hired a federal judge, ordered a helicopter machine gun down all the wild game, sheep, goats, boars, anything in this a certain area that the bird this population was being, the leaves that it uses to eat was also being eaten by the game animals. So But for most of the place, no. It's just boar hunting is normal.
Well, I guess the reason I'm surprised is because boars are so much more are like one of the most destructive invasive species into such a pristine environment. I would think they'd be much more proactive in literally trying to, you, like cockroaches, you may never get them all, but keeping them to a bare minimum.
Well, we have some pretty dense rainforests up here, and the property I'm looking at backs up to hundreds and hundreds of thousands of acres, on a volcano. So, I mean, there's probably, I don't know what the per acre boar is, but there's a lot. Invasive species have always been a problem in Hawaii. We didn't used to have mosquitoes. We didn't used to have cockroaches or giant centipedes, but now we have all of that, and the whole problem with the rats and the people who brought in the mongooses to kill the rats, not realizing that mongooses are come out during the day and the rats come out at night, so that it was an idiotic plan. So now we have invasive mongooses who eat the eggs of the native birds, and it's just and so do the rats, and it's just
Wait, you have giant centipedes? All I see is a terrible movie on Sci-Fi. Like,
Sci-Fi is really pissing me off, because one of the movies I dubbed into French was the first Lake Placid, and then Sci-Fi just had an ad for, and the first thing we dubbed it into Italian too, and this Italian director who I hated, she walked in and said, "This is the worst movie. I don't know why they ever made this fucking movie." Lake Placid with this gigantic crocodile, and then like, the other day, like a couple days ago, I just see it's like, the crocodile versus anaconda movie on the Sci-Fi. Just like, oh my god.
I have a non-technical question for you on the language thing. Unless you speak that other language, how can you have it? How can you dub it in another language if you don't understand what that other language is? So it seems to match up what's going on in the scene.
Well, no, the dubbing director does know the other language. I mean, the engineer doesn't have to. The director does, and the person who adapts the screenplay into the other language does, and the dubbing director does. And but yeah, mostly, unless people think, oh, you just go in and translate. No, it's not a translation, because translations expand usually from English to another language. It's the other language is always about 20% longer,
Right.
So, and you have to be able to, and the lips won't match either. So you have to kind of be able to say, get the whole spirit of the screenplay, but you don't. It's not a translation; it's an adaptation. So yeah, they have to basically go over each sentence and say they translate it first, and then they look at it, and then they say it. If it doesn't work, then they write something else, and they can completely kind of rewrite a scene so everything matches. But I think overseas, where most of the work is done now, and it's not done in America. I mean, the acting was more important, and getting the acting right, because a lot of the dubbers are very good technically at dubbing, but they can't act, and anyway, I'm getting off into a tangent. I think I answered your question.
Okay, pretty much.
I did this for 10 years, so I could probably give you a 10-hour answer on that question.
I'm still actually curious about like what these giant centipedes look like.
How long are they?
6, 7 inches, 5, 6, 7 inches, sometimes a little longer.
Oh, that's not that bad.
They eat cockroaches. I mean, they have poison glands, and they poison the cockroach, and they eat them. That's their main thing.
Oh, so are they
the big flying cockroaches that we have? Yeah, they have poison glands, the centipede.
Did somebody bring the centipede over as to counterbalance the cockroach?
No, I think they just came over with, both of those things just came over from other islands or on ships or something.
I just
like
wondered if that was
mosquitoes.
like a mongoose rat thing.
No, it wasn't intentional. That I think that was just some of the stuff, just like mosquitoes, just comes over on ships.
Right.
Ew. They're ugly. I'm looking at pictures of these centipedes, man. These things are gross.
Yeah, I remember seeing a picture of one once, which is why I'm not Googling it now.
Well, they have a lot of legs and two big poison glands up front, and then they eat the flying cockroaches. I mean, you just have to avoid them. Well, if you're running through the jungle, you have to just make sure you don't step on one. I mean, it's good because the centipedes aren't as bad as the cockroaches. I mean, they'll fly right into your house, So.
Well, you could. I'm like, you get a good old freaking Louisville Slugger. You can freaking hit a home run with a cockroach if they're flying around, but you won't see a centipede.
More likely to bash your furniture or a window.
The first time I ever even knew there was such a thing as a flying cockroach was when I was in college and I went down to Florida on spring break, and we were going back to our room at night, and the parking lot was not lit well, and all of a sudden something landed on my face, and it was huge. And at first I thought it was a moth because it felt like really big. It's like, what's a moth doing on my face?
Like, what, 2 inches long or something? About one of the flying cockroaches?
This thing was like a bird.
Yeah.
I was so disgusted. I was like all creeped out. I mean, I've seen plenty of cockroaches when I was in college because of the dorm I lived in.
Yeah, well, so you can imagine how big the giant centipedes have to be to eat those things.
I mean, cockroaches, at least in northern Illinois, are fairly small. They're numerous depending on where you're at. I mean, if you're in that kind of area, it's not. But we don't have big ones up here.
Yeah, we got big everything here. Big boar, big men. Big guns.
We got when I first got here in Arizona, like about a month after I was here, we had the monsoons that hit, and I was outside in the backyard and I was sweeping up stuff like like some leaves and everything, and I hear this like little little kind of like hissing sound, and I'm like, what the heck is that? So then I looked down, and there's this giant, like, I don't know if it was like a hissing beetle or whatever it was. It looked like a giant cockroach. It scared the crap out of me. Like, I ran inside, and I was like, what the hell is that? And I come outside, and this thing's, like, hissing at me, and it's, like, not happy at all. So
Do you know what a cicada is?
Hmm?
You know what a cicada is? Okay. A cicada is an animal that's only supposed to come out, every so many years, except they get their cycles off, so there's always a few of them that come out every year. But they have like these red eyes, and they make this very loud pitched buzzing sound that you can hear for like blocks away. But it looks like a giant fly. They don't bite you, it's just the size of them are huge.
Well, I think the state of Hawaii just made, I never heard of that, but they just made the state animal the Hawaiian hoary bat. I didn't even know we had them.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. They had one flying through the state capitol the other day.
Was it impregnating females?
It wasn't a member of the bat gorilla family. Oh, man. Yeah, we'll all bring it back down to that prison gang.
All right, guys. I gotta take off. Got dinner plans.
All right, man. Thanks for coming by. I'm glad we got your double click. Did you have to reboot your computer or something? Or?
Yeah, like let's see. I don't know if you guys can see this, but basically what happened was every time like my graphics would appear, and I heard you talk for like 2 seconds, everything would work. But then I would get this screen. I don't know if you can see it through, but yeah, it was like a
you see it now.
Death, and it happened twice. So I basically I unplugged everything on my computer and I unplugged it from the wall. I brought it up in my bed. I sprayed it out with like compressed air and everything, and I slowly put back in everything, and then it started working again. So I don't know, but I haven't done some. I need to do some work on my computer. It's starting to run on the fritz. But anyways,
Go have dinner.
And then my friend Cameron was like, "Oh, I can't even log in. It keeps on booting me out." So. I don't know.
All right, go kill a gang member, have dinner, whatever.
Will do. We'll try to stay away from Baltimore.
Yeah, don't go to Baltimore anytime soon.
Right. All right, everyone. We'll see you later.
Catch you later,
right,
Brendan.
All right. See you guys.
So, hey, Dan, you want to keep this chat going until everybody piles out of NEA, or?
Well, actually, I need to take about a 15-minute break.
All right. So yeah, we can take a 15-minute break. I'll just leave the chat up, and then probably when NEA comes on, everybody will pile out of there and pile into here.
Okay.
That's what usually happens. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna let the chat die.
Post a link to Gun Channel, so it's at the bottom of the page.
Post a link to Gun Channels. The live chat, the HVS chat, or the link, the internal link to get on this.
A link to join this chat.
Oh, the link to join this chat. Okay. All right.
So they can find it.
All right. Here it is. I posted it a few times before, but they're I think.
I don't know. How about that CZ though?
What's that?
MMP though. Ooh. I just got these. I just bought a CZ and an MMP. Ready for war.
You just got them?
Yeah, this PO9, 19 round mag. Oh.
We aren't allowed to have 19-round mags in Hawaii. I'm jealous.
Yeah, you should be. This is my go to Baltimore survive gun right here. Then I got an MP9. This is my once I run out of ammo, shoot every fucking thing moving. I'm happy. I'm in love with this fucking CZ though. This shit is fucking beautiful, and it shoots great. And I've already fucking scratched it. It's like I do all my fucking guns with this fucking Cobra buckle. Fuck.
So how much did how much did those run you?
Well, I got rid of my SIG Spartan 1911. I don't tell the trade value because I got. But the CZ was like 5, and the MMP was like 450, 445, something like that.
So you just traded your SIG for both of those?
Yeah, I had to pay a little extra, the difference, but it wasn't nothing.
Have you taken them out to the range yet, or?
Yeah, me and my girl went yesterday. Did we go yesterday? Yesterday. Yeah. And we shot them. Oh, you think so? Okay. We and shit. So we shot them and shit. They shoot good. I've shot MMPs before, but that CZ shot great.
Yeah, I've seen some people shoot some of that super hot loads. They did some tests on it, and it just what was that load that I think Military Arms Channel was shot? They did that test, and just like super hot round that just went through armor and shit.
Oh yeah, that armor piercing like 9mm shit. I wish I could get a hold of those. Oh, I can get a hold of a fucking crate of those.
Well, it looked like some pretty interesting ammo anyway. So this chat is probably going to be deadish until the Matt's Never Enough Ammo chat ends, and that's in about probably, let's see, what time is this? Everybody usually piles out of there and into here. So, kind of bicycling to keep this one going.
But don't put too much water. We'll miss it.
Yeah, so this chat has been 2 hours and 18 minutes so far. And Dano's chat, usually he ends it right around now. You guys cooking something good? Because I'm getting hungry.
I don't think we need to cook all of them in one.
No, I'm gonna cook this. We'll put this back up in the background. But I'm gonna cook some more tomorrow because this needs to be cooked. Right? Look how long we had it. And then we just on it. I'm gonna freeze it again. So I got to fry it tomorrow.
But you gave you them all the batter. You did. That's not what we fried, but that's what they make us fried.
Right here.
No, that's not.
Yes, it is.
That's fish.
Oh.
So the viewers want to know what you're cooking.
That's not fried. And when you start the pans,
What are you guys cooking? I'm getting hungry. Well, so on the YouTube side, things are going to kind of slow down a little bit here, guys, for probably about 10 or 15 minutes, because Matt at Never Enough Ammo usually ends his chat right around now. And hey, so what are you guys cooking, man?
I'm cooking some chicken. I'm cooking some chicken on a George Foreman.
George Foreman? Okay.
I think. How long is Matt's going on? You send me a link to Matt. I don't.
Yeah, it's probably going on for another 10 or 15 minutes. So, and then usually when that chat ends, they pile on into here. Yeah, he goes usually till actually, I would say probably maybe another 20 minutes, just looking at the clock, because he usually goes from 3 Hawaiian time to 4:30. He usually goes an hour and a half, so he's got about 25 minutes left because it's 4:04.
Let me hop over there and see what they're talking about, and hop back in here.
Yeah, it's going to be vacant here for about 10 minutes, so
All right.
I'll keep it going. Thanks for coming in. So yeah, hey, we're just going to keep this live, and then when Matt's chat at Never Enough Ammo ends, because his channel is bigger than mine, because he's been around forever. So even before I think Google had Hangouts. So everybody will pile in here after Matt's, and then we'll kickstart it up again, and it'll probably go until the wee hours of the morning. And although I am looking forward to Turn starting, that's because they got all those cool that's the Washington Spies period piece on AMC, American Movie Channel. So they got all those cool black powder guns and the evil British trying to mess with the Americans. But so hey, keep on listening and stick around. We're gonna take a 5-10 minute break, and usually, I know, definitely by the bottom of the hour, Matt's chat will be over, and then this chat will kick back up again. We covered so far. We covered Baltimore issues, the prison gangs involved in it, and that is the symbol there on the screen you're seeing for the Black Guerrilla Family prison gang. So and then we covered Nepal, and if you have a chance, check out some information about there's over 4,000 people that died in the earthquake, and there's still climbers on Mount Everest that are stuck up there. They're trying to get off because of the avalanches from the aftershocks. So I'm gonna take 5 minutes off, and hopefully we'll come back at the bottom of the hour or close to it when Matt's chat ends. All right. So hang around for a bit, get some water, get a beer, cook some chicken, or order pizza or something. I'm going to do one of the above, and we'll come back at you and pick up on where we left off. Thanks. Try not to bump the mic while I get up and refill my beer. Hey guys, so I'm just making a burger right now. Well, hey guys, I'm just making a burger right now, and we're kind of on a 5-minute break during this chat, so there might be a little dead air. And basically, when Never Enough Ammo chats and Matt at Never Enough Ammo ends his chat, which is usually in 10 more minutes, everybody will pile on there to here, hopefully, and we'll restart up the chat. It's been going for a couple hours, and we already covered a lot of important stuff. But so grab a beer, whatever, and come back in like 5 minutes or so, maybe 10. I'm going to finish making my burger. And then I'm gonna
his chat is actually official over.
And cutting up some peppers to put on it. Some sweet bell peppers and got one of them yellow ones. So, and we'll get back to all the current events. Hey, Quark.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish my burger. So we're kind of on like pause for like about 5 minutes.
But it's a live pause.
Oh, Dano's back?
Yep.
I'm going to finish my burger. You guys go at it. Okay.
You go eat your dinner.
Yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And
how are your pepper plants?
Everybody from Never Enough Ammo will, when that chat ends, will pile on in here.
Oh, that ended. So
yeah,
they're talking about Ferguson in there, so I came over here. Or not Ferguson, but
the gun channel's lobby.
Did they just start talking about it?
Yeah, off air.
Oh, off air.
Yeah. Oh, the pepper plant's coming.
A real man's not afraid of his opinion.
Yeah, that's true, but did you hear my question?
Oh, which question?
How are the pepper plants coming?
Oh, not so well. They're not sprouting. I have to make a decision in the next couple of days whether if I don't see anything happen in the next few days, I'm gonna just go buy some seedlings. But I really don't want to. It's not because of the cost. It's because I want to try to grow my own.
Yeah. Well, if you want to follow my tip and use a little Epsom salt.
What's the Epsom salt in relationship to getting the seeds to pop?
Well, peppers use a lot of magnesium.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think that's what it is. So that actually helps develop the roots when you plant the seeds. It creates a fuller, bushier plant with better fruit.
Right. Mine are actually in Miracle-Gro potting soil. I mean, it doesn't get much artificially better.
Yeah, Epsom is not artificial, though. It's a natural product.
Well, I know. I'm just saying as far as that I would at least expect, even if I don't get a full pepper bush out of it, at least I'd get some sprouts.
I know. I understand that, but I started using Epsom with my pepper plants about 10 years ago, and the yield is completely different. Plants are just so much fuller, healthier.
I'm wondering
it's amazing what this stuff does.
Because the weather has been kind of cool.
Well, do you have a south-facing window?
Yeah, and that's what they're sitting in.
That's what I keep them in inside. It might take a little bit longer.
My burger's almost done. I'll be back.
Don't make me hungry. I've got.
All right, we'll be here. But like the first 4 days, it was sunny the first day I planted them, and then the next 4 days after that, it was cloudy every single day.
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to warm up this week, so that should help.
Yeah. We shall see. And the potatoes, which I've already planted, I'm a little hesitant to, because they start down under, and I hesitate to dig down, 4 inches just to check to see how they're doing, and then put them right back down there, because then you're disturbing them for no good reason, and then they could go bad because you fucked around with them.
Yep.
We'll just dig up one or two and see.
Hello?
Bring them all up.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, sorry, the chats have been weird. I just didn't know if my mic was working.
Hey, this time my headphones didn't hiss when you came in. Which is a positive.
Is anyone interested in? I received. I'll put a link in the side chat in a minute. But about a week ago, Chris found a kind of a magazine satchel where you can use over your shoulder, but you can also has the option to use a.
Okay, I got my burger.
Weapon belt.
Burger, and I'm putting on my headphones. So
you're talking about a Force Cell mag pouch?
Yes.
Hello.
And
it has a shoulder strap and a belt loop strap?
Yes. I'm going to put the link in the side, but now that Chris is here, I'm going to say thank you. When I got it, I was so impressed that after I loaded it up with magazines and fully checked it out, I immediately ordered another one.
What I do?
That link I just put in the side chat, that's the one that you guided me to about a week ago. And I just got it in the mail today. Very impressed with the quality, as well as it has the rubberized inside, in case you're outside and it rains.
The Yugo
keep your mags dry.
Pouch thing?
Yep.
Yeah, they're nice.
And it also has in the center, which it has a place for like your grenade spigot.
I know that was important to you.
Yeah.
Does it have a place for like your cleaning kit and your oilers and stuff?
Well, it has a place I can put the cleaning kit, but not the oiler.
Yo, why nobody's talking?
Oh wow, $10? That's a good deal.
We are talking.
That's what I was thinking.
But for that $9.99 on the main page of Gun Channels, if you order one tonight, I put a discount code there for free shipping, but it's only good till midnight tonight.
Oh, sweet.
Jump on that.
So
what is it?
Are you allowed to start a panic buy without DB here?
Gun Parts Court. Now I got a question. When I went on that link, I'm on the link now. It's the HTTP is X'd out with a red and a lock on it. What does that mean? I've never seen that before.
That website's not secure.
It just means that it doesn't have a security thing that it's just letting you know.
Right.
You wouldn't want to type credit card info if you see that red mark up there.
Okay.
And I actually checked it out a little bit further. It is using encryption, but it's not using the latest encryption.
Okay.
The website, you got to buy this key. You got to buy it here that says that you're shit.
Well, someone else order it for me, and I'll pay you then.
Well, Daniel's got two.
Well, I got one on order and one in hand.
Now, I don't know that site or that store what they've got, but another thing, if you're down with shoulder mounted stuff, like using a pouch or a over-the-shoulder type of bag, another thing to look at is a Russian Claymore bag. And that's basically two pouches, a little bit bigger than a paperback book, or like fairly large paperback book, small regular book. Two of those pouches next to each other with a strap that goes around your shoulder. You remember a regular Claymore bag like ours? It's similar but made out of canvas, and they're super useful. And they're usually
that discount code that I put in there applies to anything you buy, even if you don't buy this little thing here. You buy something else. That discount code will get you free shipping tonight.
Can I get man purse embroidered on it, on the flap?
Copy the hustle.
Yeah, the shipping price is only good during the riot.
Dan, I got a question about your planting stuff.
Oh. Anybody who carries AK mags, you probably don't want to accuse them of carrying a man purse.
Numerich is on the. I've ordered
an AK man purse.
Numerich before. They're on the level. They're an old company too. They've been around forever.
And they also shipped it out within 2 days of when I placed my order, which was also, pretty impressive.
On your video, Dan, on how to make top-grade marijuana in your closet. For soil.
What have you been smoking, Edge?
Daniel's making marijuana. You should
Sorry, my Candy Crush.
Did something break? What happened here?
I think it was his phone or something.
That was just stone.
Yeah, I was starting up Candy Crush. Sorry.
Hydroponics is the way to go.
I think
Chris also linked that site with all the manufacturer with all the cool black powder guns, Petter Soli or something like that.
Soli, yeah, that's a great company. If you ever get a chance, like,
that handy? Somebody's got a link to that handy?
yeah,
Ever since
yeah,
I
can give
watched
you one.
the Iraq Vet just did a video on the black powder revolvers, like loading the little lead round balls or whatever in there.
Did he just put a new video out on that?
Yeah, probably less than a week ago, 3-4 days ago.
I have to go look at it.
Oh, it was super cool. But ever since I saw that, I want to get one of those because he said they're only like $200 for the pistol, and then of course you got to buy all those little components. But it just seemed super fun to like. Even though it was a lot of steps, like buttering the.
I want one too.
I shot one. My buddy's gun. It's cool. It just like I see him setting it up, and it is a process, man.
I have one. It's a pain after the first 2 cylinders.
Starts locking.
Mine, you basically had to clean it.
Oh, really? That little?
Yeah. After about, I always had to pull the cylinder off because the caps wouldn't fit on anymore. So after 12 shots.
I don't know about the pistol. Freaking nice. I got to shoot how I found out about it was I kind of wanted I've been looking at like buying a Sharps 4570, and my buddy was like, oh dude, my dad has one, so we went to the range. He went over to his dad's house and got it. Had it's like, I don't know what mod they apparently have a couple different ones, but that Pedersoli 45 that Pedersoli Sharps that he had was amazing. Like,
yeah, do you have to load
it's
the
like a
cap and
freaking
all that
1880s
stuff?
sniper rifle. No, it's a 4570 single shot rifle, like cartridge.
Brass cartridge. Okay. Like
They have the Quigley Down Under version too.
That revolver.
Yeah, they don't just do black powder. They also do old cartridge.
Yeah, that's the one with
what I'm
like
saying.
a little trap door that you load the cartridge straight into.
Exactly. Their quality is top notch. I mean, their rifles are beautiful. If you ever go to a Cabela's, sometimes they'll have a couple kicking around Cabela's. If you want to see what one looks like up close.
That revolver's a 44 caliber, if I remember right. It's cool. But like Fuss is saying, it got handed to me to go shoot it, and like after the 3rd shot, you could feel that cylinder really getting tight, like on the when it was turned into the next chamber, started getting really tight.
What company?
And you do have to clean it up.
Like what brand?
That's the one that Murphy bought it off of Cabela's. It was in that deal, and I think it was a Remington. Was it Remington or what the hell did you tell me? I don't remember, but it might have been the first one.
Like U-Birdie. Was it like a U-Birdie or something?
It wasn't U-Birdie. I think it might have been the Parasolia, but he bought it almost like 7 or 8 months ago when he first saw the deal, and he's like, I gotta have one, and he loves it. But he's all into that, setting them up. He that's his thing. Me, I look at it, it looks a little cumbersome. I mean, I can deal with the musket. Muskets also, people think they're a pain in the ass. I like it. But that one, setting them up, it's like when he offered me to shoot, I was like, dude, I want to shoot it. It's such a pain in the ass for you to load every time. He's like, but he insisted. Okay. And
they only make one black powder revolver, and that freaking thing is so damn expensive. It's like $800 for the revolver, black powder revolver they have, so it's not even worth it.
Yeah, I was more interested in just a one-shot, pistol that they have.
I want one of their, not only do I want a Sharps, the leg is killing us. Holy shit.
Yeah, I have one that I got from Bass Pro. It was a 1851 Navy Colt, and it was only like $150.
That's a It's one of the other. The Pedersolis are super expensive, so that was probably one of the other ones.
Yeah.
They make a Kentucky long rifle and a Pennsylvania long rifle. The Pedersoli does that are. I mean, man. They put a lot. You can just tell. I mean, they put a little bit of work into building these things. They're not just like some slapdash bullshit. At least I haven't seen anything like that of the few that I've seen from that company.
Well, thanks for posting that link. I was originally interested because of the I've been watching Turn, Washington Spies on AMC, and they have all black powder stuff. And you just posted that link and then disappeared the other night before I got a chance to thank it, because they have a lot of really cool guns on there. And I don't think I could handle cleaning a full, Brown Bess era rifle, but single shot pistol I could deal with.
So I think this would be fun to go out and actually take game with one of these.
Yeah, I want to get it after. I really want to get a Kentucky long rifle.
Yeah, well, they have the Hawkins. Those are probably your best bet for game hunting.
Yeah, but I mean, if I want a black powder, I'd like the Kentucky as well, or the Pennsylvania, or one of those that you just look at it and it's a work of art.
So is the Hawkins.
All these are a work of art.
Yes. Did they make the Hawkins ones too? That was after the Kentucky long rifles. The Hawkins were. Check them out. I'm sure Pedersoli makes one.
Oh yeah. They also have like a short barreled cavalry double barreled 20 gauge saddle gun that is fucking cool looking. It screams like Coach gun.
Now, would you guys do percussion cap or would you do flintlock?
I'm digging
flintlock. If it was originally a flintlock, I would do if I'm doing Revolution, I do flintlock. If I'm doing Civil War, then I'll do percussion.
Same here. I think it'd be awesome.
I wouldn't do a percussion.
Oh, I saw a Kentucky long rifle that was percussion.
Yeah, I would.
So you wouldn't do that?
No.
I think I'd have to look around and see if they actually had any stores that carry percussion caps around here.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, all the big box stores have them. I'm sure regular gun shops can get them if they don't already have them.
Bass Pro, Cabela's, and
none of which we have here.
The percussion model for the Kentucky.
Tell them to make one. Say, hey, put one in my town, dude. What's up? And they name drop me. It'll help.
What caliber would you guys do it? Would you do the 50 caliber? Because I mean, back then,
whatever's
was. Like for this one, it's 32, 45, and 50. Back then, I mean, they always
whatever's air.
I figure 50 gives you more options. You can put more crap in there.
Mm-hmm. I would agree.
We can put in
which one's air correct?
I actually thought that, I know in Civil War they're all like 64, and I thought even back then they even went bigger than 50. But of course, this is the percussion, so that's not even correct. Let's go to flintlock model. Well, that's only a 50 caliber.
I like flintlocks, man. You can always, in the field, if you can find a piece of flint, you can replace it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's so many flint peddlers out in the field.
Exactly. He's everywhere.
Get your flint. Get your flint. Flint's here.
Edge lives in
Is
that rock flint?
Flint Eastwood.
Sharp flints.
Yeah.
Well, if you put that Pedersoli name into Gunbroker, probably a lot of guns will come up right on there.
Well, would these be considered firearms?
No.
Only in a couple of states where they say anything's a firearm, but that's just a few states.
The only thing I was wondering is because a lot of these end at, only allow you to have 50 caliber. Oh, there's a 75 caliber. That'd be fun. Brown
Buffalo
Bess.
gun or something?
No, it's a Brown Bess. 75 caliber.
Those were Brown Besses had 75. I thought they were 52. Oh well.
Wasn't the black powder and stuff like that isn't considered a firearm? Like you don't have to do a 4473 with them?
Correct. They're just
depends.
they're just items. You never have to do a 4473, but there are some states that consider
Make you register
firearms. But it's only a few.
Yeah, because I thought like Revolutionary War and stuff like that, that it was with a bigger caliber, like 68, 75, stuff like that.
There wasn't a heck of a lot of uniformity, right? I mean, people had what they had. Kind of thing. I mean, the guns were made in a specific caliber, but they didn't have just one gun. Right?
The British Army had uniformity.
There's 54 caliber.
Wasn't that guy Joseph the other day from Canada saying that some BB guns are also have some restrictions?
Talking about Canada.
Nobody cares about Canada.
If you want to start a Canada chat, you can go do that.
I'm American, man.
Speaking of BB guns, though,
in here so that we fill up the seats.
G-Webs, I saw in my suggested feed today that you're doing a 50 cal BB gun. That was 3 years ago you made that video?
Yeah, what the hell was that thing called?
I can't remember, but it was awesome.
Black Widow, but yeah, it was pretty neat. You have to fill it with scuba tanks.
Yep.
And too bad they don't have prices on this.
Well, I went over to look how much a flintlock double barrel shotgun kit is.
Mm-hmm.
How much you think a kit? So, it's like the stock, unfinished, all the parts, and you have to put it together.
120.
Well, I would own it if it was that. $795.
Holy shit!
700.
Seriously?
You have to fit.
Why are they so
That
expensive?
was at like Dixie Gunworks, so it was like a retail, wholesaler or whatever selling their kit. I don't know, because they're so awesome, I guess.
It depends.
Brown Bess.
It depends on which.
But how come you can go and get a regular 50 cal black powder rifle for like $200?
Yeah, because they're not.
You can go get a shotgun for $300, like an old built one or whatever. Like, what's the difference if they give it to you half built? You'd think it'd be cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
Those Brown Bess kits are like $700 or $800, dude. Like we were talking about those musket kits, and then you have to fit them yourself. You have to fit all the parts to the stock and carve it out.
I don't know if you have to carve everyone out. I mean, they're different kits, but this was definitely a kit where you had to put it together. But I don't think for $700 you had to take a chisel to it anymore.
Well, here's a 4570 on Gunbroker.
Some of the Pedersoli stuff is expensive. Some of it's not so expensive. It depends on what it is. Some of them, like the Remington revolver they have, only a few places carry it, so it's expensive. But if you go and look at Cabela's, where they the ones that they import a lot of them in, they're a lot less expensive. I think that's what it comes down to: is which one you're looking at, and is it imported from more than one place. I've seen like the 4570s go, they're like $1,700, but the Kentucky long rifle you can get for like $500 or $400.
See, this one is 1777 Revolutionary black powder, and it's at $655, and there's a buy now for $1,150.
And it's been viewed 238 times or whatever.
And it's a reproduction?
Yes.
I found the same. I think the same pit.
What are the reproduction or the
link
real deals going for?
No, I've seen, what are you talking about? An old black powder like that?
Yeah, like a Kentucky long rifle or a Sharps carbine.
1700-ish.
If it's actual real.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say
depends on the condition. I
mean, it can go way higher if it's like has some kind of like real like lineage and paperwork and stuff to prove where it's from and been in a family or something. But I've seen them just on the wall, old. You can tell they're just an old gun, and like say 1700-ish.
Yeah, if you can prove that some general owned it or something, then it's worth a lot.
Yeah, and that's not even hard because a lot of these guns were in the family, so they can, if they are going to sell it, then they could bring a bunch of shit with it, but those don't get sold. They get maybe brought up at auction or something.
I was just curious for a functional one.
Yeah,
what's that may not. So what would you say, 1700?
I'm guessing. I'm not a an appraiser, but that's what I've seen them on the walls at shops down here.
Okay, well that's all I'm looking for is a guess. I was just curious.
They're affordable. I know plenty of old guys that have actual guns. I mean, there's guys that have reproductions that shoot like the cowboy shoots and stuff because they're out there kind of beating on them. But I know lots of guys because hanging out at the ranges and stuff. I know a lot of guys that have the real deals and they'll just go out and shoot a couple rounds and take it home, clean it up, enjoy it.
Right.
They're still good to go. They're paintable and shootable. I don't think you'd shoot the one that's got super clout and it's worth $20,000 or something.
Right. Yeah, you would treat it appropriately, not something with provenance.
Well, I don't know. From what little I've seen of these things, or the one I shot was a tack driver, but it was also a center fire. It wasn't a black powder, but it was
trapdoor conversion.
Ridiculously accurate. It was a Sharps, yeah. It was a. Were Sharps rolling blocks or falling blocks?
I hear granted this is the movies, but it was asking for clarification. But like in the Sharps rifle going out to 1,000 or more yards, was that just Hollywood or was that reality?
That's legit.
Was that just the center fire?
There was a sniper rifles of the day. They could do it.
Yeah, they would mount those giant Tang sights on them, and that sight was adjusted, or not infinite. It was. You've seen those sights. Those sights are made for shooting incredibly long distances.
It just for the time period, it seemed to be like an old fishing story.
We should be breaking in with that. Breaking news.
I was impressed enough. I was impressed enough by the quality to actually consider spending that kind of money on one of their rifles. It seemed like worth it to me after shooting one.
I think Moon is pulling our legs.
I've seen some posts about that today.
That would be awesome. I would definitely be first in line to get one from Century for $220.
Yeah, Mac shared something.
What's that?
It's super important.
Yeah, the link is right under the standby.
I think we should break in with that.
Yeah, the link's in the internal. Here's our flashing news break story sound.
Here we go. I'm sharing it. 87,000 M1s.
No copyright there.
That's enough for every gun freak in America. Unless
so wait, this was the thing that.
Oh, that's April. Huh?
Is it April 1st?
No, it's April 27th, 2015. Is this article?
Were these the rifles that Obama wouldn't sign off on? Remember that? They were
that's exactly that.
Had them all.
Yes.
It's saying the Korean Times reports that new legislation passed by the U.S. has cleared the way for these guns to be imported into the United States via third-party importers such as Century. And here's the kicker: they're going to be sold as low as $220.
Well, I'm going to buy a couple of them.
770,000 carbines also available in Korea are still banned due to the ability to accept high-capacity detachable magazines. So we just have to now freaking overturn that part, and we'll have 770,000 carbines.
Ones. Wow.
Would
But
you
still,
pay more to
that's-
get? Go ahead.
I was just saying that's cool that we got in the grants.
So does that mean they're literally? Does that mean there's a potential for them to be available, or does that mean they are going to be available? The M1s.
Well, it says according to the quote from this link that we just like reading, the Korean Times reports that the new legislation passed by the U.S. has cleared the way for these guns to be imported to the United States via importers, and they're going to be $220. So
I'm going to call. I'll text Jacob real quick from Century and find out.
There you go.
Good
Perfect.
idea.
What,
Looks like they're not going to be passing through Canada first.
Text them with the link.
Yeah, if this is true, I mean, yeah, the beaters may be 220, but I mean, but yeah, I'd be all over that. I'd be all over that. Heart.
Yes, I wouldn't care if they're beaters. I would be all over it too.
Who would not want a $200? Yeah.
I can't
All I
think of
know
one
is
person.
I expect an admin email to hit my inbox when those things suddenly hit the shores from gun channels specifically.
Yeah, I'm
probably
gonna
come
buy
with
a
bayonets.
case or something of that. So if you're listening on YouTube, it's the name of the channel or the website that it's on is warhistoryonline.com. So you can do a search engine.
I got
of
the
War
link
History
from
online. Yeah, but if they're listening on
Military
YouTube,
Arms channel on Facebook.
Yep, I saw it there too.
Would you pay a little more to have one of these through Civilian Marksman, or because I'm sure they're going to get a bunch too, or would you just buy one from Century for cheaper?
I'd probably buy one from Century because
both
the civilian marksmans, they're going to be reworked and stuff a little bit. I think I would rather have a. Go ahead.
I'll buy the Century one and save the other ones for the children.
What I'm saying is the Civilian Marksman ones will be gone through and make it work and whatnot.
I'm sure they'll do the same for the Century ones.
And I don't think that they're going to sell them for the same price. They're selling them because of the scarcity and whatever, the value in the market. If they're all of a sudden, how many did they say? 55,000 of these things are going to hit the market?
87,000.
How many? Sorry, 75?
87.
Okay, so yeah, so saying that's going to change the value of these things. Everybody that's got them right now is going to be like, I just paid $1,000 for mine, and now they're hitting the streets at $200. That's the way surplus is, though.
They're going to be import mark though, which is
Good point.
that's going to be how you're going to be able to tell these ones from the non-import mark.
But it's still going to affect
So
the
if you-
value. I mean, there's a reason that they cost what they do, and that's rarity. So now, if somebody like me who doesn't really care if I get one that's import mark or not, buys one for $200 and satisfies my itch, I'm saying there's one less that can
that's how it'd
potentially
be.
sell for $1,000.
yeah,
if you want a collector, then you still got to go through the same channels you've always gone through.
And that's true. There's still. It's not like they're going to be more non-imported marked ones. There's still going to be as few as them. It might actually increase their value because now there's going to be more people interested in these things because they bought two of them for $200. Now they want the third one that they don't have.
Good thing a month ago I sent $700 something freaking dollars away to Civilian Marksmanship program.
Yeah, I remember everybody you were going about how you went on about all the details on that for like a couple hours on a chat.
I don't know about hours, but no, I'm glad. I'm not glad. I'm not mad that I did that.
I think it's worth reporting it. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah,
I'll buy one of these too, but I'll be honest. I don't want an import marked one. I want a real. I don't want some shit
you
on
did
that,
get the other one, right? So you will have the non-import mark.
Yeah.
But like you say, now you can go get a $200 one and shoot that.
That's
Keep
cool.
it nice, and it's just going to grow in value.
That means something to you, so that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at $220, people are going to be buying cases of these.
Yeah, I'll buy a case.
Oh shit! What about ammo? That's going to be the next panic buy. 30-06.
Oh shit!
Gun
Let me
channel buy.
starting
to start panic buying.
So Chris,
I'm
when
sure
will you be able to buy one?
Robot.
Robot alert. M1 robot.
Robo Dano.
Robot with an M1.
Again, Dano.
Chris, when will you be able to buy one?
I think he said
Chris,
when
when
will be able
Finally,
to
when
buy
getting
one.
Chris?
I think he said he's going to buy me one.
That's all that came through the robot.
I think he's going
I
to buy
already bought.
everyone.
If Daniel, you forgot. I already bought one through CMP. I'm just waiting the 2 to 5 years it takes for them to actually mail it to me, which I'm not. I don't know. If you're asking when I'm going to get it, I don't know. No,
Are you just exaggerating?
it's 2 to 6 months, but
Okay.
it's calling them and trying to figure out when it.
So these
I
are
mean,
gonna
it's-
arrive. These rifles were manufactured in Korea or were sent from the
Oh, no.
U.S. to Korea.
The ones we left behind after the war.
So they were all made in the United States.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So the ones
They're ours.
we armed the entire South Korean army, and so that's probably what we're getting back is they don't use them anymore. So they're probably cleaning out their stores and.
Yeah, that's what it says in
Guns
the
are
thing.
legal,
That's why they
like,
were so
really,
anxious,
really
because then
legal.
they can buy new guns with the money.
Right. Yeah,
That's
we
what's
sold them to Korea.
I'm sure
Yeah,
the
we better get 'em out of
$220 ones
I
are.
don't think we sold it to them. I'm sure we left them there and we gave them to them. We don't.
Yeah, I think we gave it to him.
We
We
gave
had-
it. It said we gave it to him, and then some of our GIs left them behind. So
I'm sure the
it's a mix of both.
$220 ones will be like
Yeah.
shot smooth. They'll be like
True.
fucking. The barrels will be.
Because it doesn't say they are going to be 200 size. They'll be as low as 220. So yeah, they'll be like the shit ones that are all rotten are 220. Then the
Yeah,
fancy.
I'm kind of thinking, shooters grades, they'll, still be able to shoot decent. Will probably be, just ballpark, right around $500 range. I mean, and then some you fix them maybe 220. But yeah. I mean, same thing like with any surplus. There'll be different levels.
So when are
And if
these
you
gonna
wanted
get
to
here?
Take a. I don't know. Like my CMP
It
Garand.
doesn't
who knows?
say.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Gotta wait for Stone Guy's Century buddy to text him back.
Well, the cool thing about this is if you wanted to take some like a grand to a gunsmith and have them turn it into like some magazine fed or do something crazy to it, you wouldn't have to feel bad that you're like destroying an heirloom because you're like it's just it's already stamped, so who cares? Like fuck it, I got the heirloom one over here. This one I can take to my gunsmith and make it into a M14 or whatever.
Yeah, you can sit
Well,
there
not,
and
not
sponsorize it all
M14,
you
but
want.
I can.
Or change caliber to 308 or do whatever the heck you want with it.
Yep.
For two, and especially if you get
M14, that'd be like doing a Bruce Jenner on it.
Well, conversion. Ouch. Have you seen it? There's a guy that makes them. He's a gunsmith.
Yeah, the Tinker Grands where they make.
I don't know what kind of
308.
No,
No,
taking
he
magazines
keeps
instead
them
of
30, I
en bloc.
I'll look it up. Fucks up my internet. Am I roboting like Dano too?
No,
Oh, you're good.
I think it's me.
I just think there's serious
Just the leg.
lag.
Massive leg.
Me too. I'm not trying to talk over anybody. It's just like find a pause and I get in there and I start talking, and then all of a sudden somebody else is talking too.
Here's what I was taught. Here's the magazine fed Garand. It's some gunsmith that does it. He also easy stuff that I don't know if you'd really want to do.
As long as the thing shoots, it'd be good enough for me.
I don't like the magazine fed Garand. Doesn't look right.
What I'm saying is that it looks like an M14. What are you talking about? All I'm saying is now that you wouldn't be destroying an heirloom. Now you could take something that's like, oh, I bought it for $500 from Century, so I don't feel bad about tearing it up.
Yeah, well, I know it looks like an M14. It's just I never liked the M14.
Doesn't look Korean. You know.
Yeah, I mean, especially if they did come in as low as 220, you could buy one of those, and you could do whatever the hell you want with it. Rebarrel it, or make it 308, or do whatever the heck you want.
Make that 5.56 grand.
No.
Yeah, I like that idea.
And 9mm conversion, whatever,
Can't wait. Hopefully those carbines can come across, because
that's 770,000. Yeah, that 770,000 M1 carbines.
Yeah, that's
Anybody
enough
hear
to
me?
give everybody one.
And just think about, if they bring that many in, think of the demand for 30 caliber carbine rounds. I mean, that would have to drop that price too.
it's not even that 30 carbines not all that expensive either right now, so it could get even cheaper. Hopefully they can bring in some ammo too, because some surplus American-made Korean ammo and bandoliers would be great.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they can get bayonets.
Must have ammo over there.
I've been in the Korean AHAs, and they're an AHA is an ammo holding area, and it's like Raiders of the freaking Lost Ark. It is insane how I've never seen so much ammo in my entire life in one place. Like, I'm not even joking about Raiders of the Lost Ark. I was only in one building, and I think there was 40 buildings like that, because Korea is basically always on the verge of having to fight. So
Yeah.
they
That's
take
cool.
their military very seriously.
Well, if your back was against the sea, what would you do?
Well, and they've had history of getting whooped, so they might as well be prepared.
Well, I mean, they're still technically at war with North Korea, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically.
They were. I was
You think they're going to sell all this, get a bunch of money, and then buy some guns, or they're going to do like how that guy from Century was saying? They're just going to do a straight trade for new guns right away.
I don't
make their own guns.
Trade for guns.
They got Dave Boone. They was their manufacturer. So I mean, I'm sure maybe they'll buy helicopters or something. I don't know, but I don't think they need guns.
They're going to import some
helicopters,
ex-Soviet helicopters, and trade them straight up.
Yeah, they just need ships.
The AHA that I was in, we were.
Somebody said helicopter.
I was. We were like, "Can we look around?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, do whatever you want, just don't touch anything." So we're walking around the inside of this huge building, and there was like a row, and I mean a freaking huge row of like 155 millimeter howitzers, like all lined up, like all wrapped up in like cosmoline and like in these. I don't know anything about artillery pieces, but they're basically lined up and like stored.
Howitzers.
And they were like from that.
You would need like a.
They were like from the like 1950s. But they were, yeah, Dano would lose his damn mind, but they were like from the 1950s. They were like from like, the end of the Korean War, and they just had. I don't know what they were. I think they were bigger than that, because I would say they were bigger than 105s. Yeah.
What about the 120s?
They were from
155.
I don't know, 1950s. I don't know anything about 1950s artillery, but all I'm saying is they were like. They don't get rid of much. They keep shitting mothballs in case they need to pull it out. So, and it was all American stuff too. It was just rows and rows and rows of shit that we got rid of after World War II. We just gave it to them.
We've never brought shit home. We always just leave our shit behind like that.
Or dump it in the ocean.
Well, I guess that too.
And I can see Daniel right now with a toothbrush and.
Let's have a technical question. When he joined right there, did it go like white around the border for everybody?
No.
Okay. I'd never noticed that before, and that's why I was wondering if it's happening for everybody now.
We'll see if he joins back in. I'll keep a closer eye on it.
What is going on? You think it's the internet, or you think it's Google?
I think it's Russia.
See, that time it didn't do it.
You talking about Island? Keeps trying to join and falling out.
I'm blaming it all on Russia.
Or he's joining and not hearing us, and then joining again to try to make that. That's been happening a lot.
Yes, that's exactly
Brandon
what was
said
going
he
on.
double-clicked when that happened, and then he got the blue screen of death.
Yeah, that's weird. And I was noticing it on the. So if anybody's listening, there's just to take a technical side of line or whatever. I was using the iPad for the first time, I guess, the other day, joining one of these, and you get the invitation to like an empty room. So then I had to go to there's a column on the left of all my other invitations. I had to go to the most recent one and then double tap on it to actually get the invitation. So it's like it tells you there's an invitation and then gives you a link to an empty room all the time. Because it sounded like he was having the same thing. So just an FYI for anybody using an iPad. Did that kill it, or did I glitch out?
That's what I was wondering. I was about to
That
start
killed it.
talking over somebody.
I think I killed
No,
it.
we're still
So Chris,
here.
that link you put in the side chat, is that exactly what you saw?
Something like it. Yeah, it was. They were old, and there were a lot of them.
Well,
and there was ammo, like crates of ammo stacked 20-something feet high, like
there was
higher
a
than I've ever.
room,
This rows
and
of
it
ammo.
was really long, and it was kind of dark green.
Have you ever been in a
I
small
don't-
arms? What are they called? Armory? I've been in one where like all the M60s and the 203s and all the cool shit was in those, like whatever that GI rack is, but then the rack stacked like 3 high and just freaking massive giant room of them. Pretty freaking awesome. That's when I learned I didn't want to become an armorer.
I was an armorer for a year, and this made me like, so I've seen that, like exactly what you're talking about, G-Webs, and when I saw this Korean one, I was like, holy fuck, like I said, Raiders of the Lost Ark, it was insane. I've never seen so many crates. Like if somebody would
Shame
have
on you,
lit a
Yankee.
cigarette, like, you know what I mean? Like it was just like the thought of that, like if this building exploded, you would feel it in fucking Japan,
Well, and a lot of that probably was, in Europe or even, used in World War II. Because, we used the, in Korean War, all we did was use a bunch of stuff we had built up in World War II. So
I want to say we were returning claymores. If my memory serves me, we're returning claymores we didn't use, and that's why we were taking it there. And like, fuck, man, like, and they like had us like back our truck up and unload everything we didn't load, and they opened the doors like like a Kwanzaa hut. It's like a half moon building. But these ones are buried like half in the earth with like trees around them, so they're like shielded, and so they don't look like a building. And this building was like a hangar. Like you could easily park a large cargo aircraft out of it.
You mean like
from floor
back,
to
built
ceiling?
into the hill or something, like a tunnel?
Exactly, and like from floor to ceiling, all the way down it were just cases of ammunition for. From what I read, was like 155 millimeter howitzers, and then there were also in the very back there was like I would say about 20 guns just like lined up, and there were. I just got tired of reading labels because it was like every label you can imagine on these crates. Like, oh look, here's some of this. Oh, there's some of that. Like, what are these? I don't know what those are. Do you know what those are? No. Well, there's 20 feet of them and 60 feet deep, so that's cool.
Should have taken some pictures, dude.
Dude, this is 2001. Like, I wish I would have like spent like millions of dollars for a digital camera back then, but
They
we're still using
didn't cost
film.
millions of dollars in 2001.
Dude, digital cameras back then were expensive as shit. Like, I had a camera, but I didn't. You know, you don't walk around every day with a 35 millimeter camera. It probably,
Stone.
it's probably, and I bet you money. I'd probably got in trouble if I'd have taken pictures. The Koreans are weird about taking pictures of shit.
Stone guy, check your PM. Bliss expansion sent you something.
Are they afraid it's going to steal their souls if you take a picture of them?
No, they're really security.
I would have never been able to carry a camera around. Can't even imagine.
G-Webs, do you want me to go over that topic that you mentioned again, or?
I didn't want to bring it up if everybody wants to, but I really don't know crap about it.
I mean, do we have an update since
it
the
out or
curfew
whatever.
technically is in place right now?
No, I think everybody is watching the NBA playoffs, and the riot will continue after it's over.
Oh.
Oh, is that basketball?
Well, I mean, there's from what I see on my news feed, there's like big ass fire raging right now in the middle of Baltimore.
Well, is that the CVS store?
Didn't say.
I was going to say the Quickie Mart.
Is it? I mean, is it nighttime in the picture? Because it's been
Yeah.
nighttime.
Yes.
Okay, because it's been nighttime on the East Coast for over 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'll just review the day's events. So, for like 2 minutes, and then I'll let everybody chime in. It's basically, 10 or 11 days ago, Freddie Gray was arrested, put into a police van, and he died of a cracked spine, and he never made it to the police station. And there has been no report from the police other than they're investigating. And then, as you can see on this, basically a black prison gang, whose logo I got up here on a screen share, threatened to. Today something was going to happen. Today was a funeral for Freddie Gray. And they were going to take revenge or something. And basically this is originally started in 1966. The Black Guerrilla, this is the name of the prison gang, the Black Guerrilla Family. And they had taken control over the last year over the Baltimore City prison, and 24 prison corrections officers were sent to jail for smuggling in drugs and paraphernalia to this prison gang. And then also some of the female guards were having babies of the leader of the gang who's in prison. And their MO is to take control of the prisons and lever that into controlling the streets and intimidating and killing witnesses. And there was some firebombing of witnesses going back from 2001 up to present in Baltimore. That doesn't look like a graffiti. What that is a dragon sitting on top of a prison guard tower on the right there.
Yeah, then why do they call themselves the Black Dragon?
Black Guerrilla Family. It was started in 1966 in San Quentin, and but this particular gang, it was inactive for a while, and now they're back in Baltimore. They were remotely connected to the Black Panthers, but it's a different organization. And so anyway, basically this afternoon, 7 cops were put. People are making funny comments on the internals. 7 cops were attacked and put into the hospital by somebody threw rocks and bricks at them, and 1 was still unconscious. Last report. And so 7 cops were put in the hospital with rocks and bricks thrown at them. And then there was the riot, and a lot of stores were looted, like in a certain neighborhood. And they looted, we're on CNN, looting the CVS, just going in and out. And that's like the only store that actually had any fresh produce of any kind. And then it was set on fire, and somebody was trying to, fire department rolled in and tried to hook up a hose, and somebody cut the fire hose right on CNN wearing a pink hoodie and a gas mask, like 10 feet in front of the CNN camera. But, so obviously, I'll just throw it open to it.
Well, the part that I'm wondering, and the part that I've been unable to find anything on all day long, is why there was supposedly a credible threat that instigated this massive police presence during the day of a funeral of someone that was probably suffered a wrongful death at the hands of police.
Well, there's a trial, and I believe there's 30 gang members from this gang that are being tried in Baltimore for prison, and they'll all be sentenced to 20 years.
That has nothing to do with what they were saying today and how that there was a credible threat that these people were going to gather today and all these gangs were going to come together.
The gang issued the threat.
What I saw, I haven't seen any credible evidence that any gangs issued any credible threats. You think they'd be able to produce that?
They said it was on the internet, on Facebook or something.
The police department has 3 past cases of issuing credible threats against police that were totally false, like the gangs going to use super soakers to conceal automatic weapons, etc., that were completely false and turned out later, after internal investigations, just to be justifications for excessive force. So I don't really believe the police department about their official stance on why they had this reason to go in with massive numbers when
they didn't. They were sitting back all day.
They were sitting back in lines of 100 police officers. That's not sitting back. That's instigating. And they were doing it at a place where it's a bus termination by the mall, where it's going to be filled up with teenagers after school, like they were creating a target. Like they wanted to create a situation that they could react to instead of waiting to see if a situation actually happens. And like I say, I haven't seen any evidence of a credible threat. I didn't see any credible threats happening when the news was covering it. It was a bunch of teenagers milling around at a mall until the police started lining up. And I just haven't seen anything to support the police opinion on this.
Seven police officers being sent to the hospital with rocks and bricks.
The confrontations after they started lining up around all these kids and stuff. And bringing in car after car after car of reinforcements when there wasn't even anything going on at that point. I mean, I've been watching it since it first started, the live coverage today. I had to leave a little bit ago, so I haven't seen the last few hours. But it was all one massive overreaction to something that wasn't even happening yet after another. And the only reason I can see reasons to do stuff like that is to justify your own actions or to create a situations where you feel justified. And I haven't seen
I don't think so, Yankee.
Well, I haven't seen any justification. I'd love for you to point me to some justification for them to be out there in mass at a mall today after school.
There was the funeral, and there were credible threats from gangs.
What were the credible threats?
All I heard was there was credible threats from the gangs on the internet.
So you're giving them the benefit of the doubt to something the police are telling you based on what they just want you to think, and just telling you with no supporting evidence.
Well, they weren't doing anything. They weren't protecting the property. They were
lining up in mass in riot gear on the streets. Why do police need to line up in mass in riot gear on the streets around
children? They weren't wearing riot gear. They didn't have any shields. They didn't have any helmets. That's why the cops got sent to the hospital.
That second lineup had all people in riot gear. They had like 30 police officers in standard garb out the front, and then they had a line of about 100 police officers in full gear behind them.
Well, if I was a police officer, I wouldn't go out unless I was wearing body armor.
I don't care what you would do. Then maybe you're not qualified to be a police officer if you can't face any danger. But I don't see the justification for what they did today. I haven't seen it. If something comes up that there was justification, that's great. But you've got a police department that has been found guilty of doing this in the past 3 times, who just recently probably had a unjustified force complaint against them that they're currently investigating. And I think they overreacted to a possible threat that really never was going to materialize.
Well, the Black Guerrilla family has a history of killing witnesses, and
that's great. I have a history.
It clearly hasn't materialized. If it actually has materialized,
that's got nothing to do with this. What happened today? And I don't. And none of these gangs have a history of joining together to do anything together.
Yes, they do.
No, they really don't.
They're allied with. Have you seen what the allies? Let me read you a list of who the allies
A list of allies provided by who? And based on what?
FBI. I mean,
Based
just
on what?
the FBI
Based
has a
on
report
what
on this
activity? What did they band together and do? When did these gangs ever band together and commit a grand act of public disobedience or criminal activity?
So, Yankee, what are you saying? That you watched the whole thing and that you believe then that the police whatever, like they started it because they made too much of a potential reaction?
What I saw today was a self-fulfilling prophecy occurring. That they said, there might be problems, so let's get out there ahead of it. And by getting out there ahead of it, now they have the stigma hanging over their head of it. Could be very easily said that you didn't react to a problem today, you created a problem.
So then you're saying that when a gang does whatever the threat was, they should wait until there's a problem and then react?
Do we start actively, preemptively?
Here it is.
Creating people against, reacting to crime, or do we actually just deal with crime as it's happening? If we're going to start preemptively charging people with crimes, and preemptively start enforcing police states, that's fine if you want to go to that. But I don't want to live in a country where they go, well, there's a potential for a problem today, so we're going to crack down with martial law because there's a potential for a problem.
And
okay, here it is. Here it is. You asked for it. You're getting it. Members of the 415 gang and the BGF have been found with documentation suggesting membership in a group called the Firm. The Firm is believed to be a working alliance between the 415 and BGF gangs.
Link it in the side chat so we can see what your source is.
Okay. It's streetganglife.com, but
that's weak. You never link stuff, the Yankee.
No, I'm citing a specific source. I'm not telling people to learn something or go do research on something. I've done it.
You almost always tell people to go do research and
never give people a link, and now you're
That's what I'm saying. I tell people sometimes go do research and learn something about this.
I did do research before I started the chat.
So you're quoting a blog, streetganglife.com.
The Black Gorilla Family. Well, what do you want? It sure as hell wasn't going to be on the YankeeMarshal.com.
Where do you expect him to quit his job, move to
law enforcement,
Portland or Baltimore, and then become a gang member so that he has firsthand knowledge? Or how else?
I went undercover and joined the Black Gorilla Family. I fit right in as a Jewish film guy from LA.
I guess we should be asking you, what did you do that was so much more diligent than doing research online?
Here, let me explain something to you. When you act against a credible threat as a police officer or law enforcement, you have to have actual credible threat. And I'm sorry, posting on a blog on the internet is not credible threat. That is not a justification for martial law.
Hold on. This is just a description of the gang and the its roots in '66. This isn't the threat, Yankee. He's linking you to a brief history of the family.
Are we sitting here saying that, because the mafia is a bad thing, they have a right to react every time they think the mafia might do something? Or are we still holding the police to the justification that they have to have a credible threat before they do something?
Right. Now, that's the thing. So we don't know at this point what the threat was against the city or whatever, or against the world from this gang. Was it a bunch of graffiti, or did you say that they found gang members with some sort of you said documents or something that allude to them doing something today?
No, that was in the background research. What I heard was that there was a credible threat that from I think it was from the FBI reported that there was a credible threat against the police. I think I even heard that yesterday.
They reported that the local authorities issued a credible threat warning.
Because the FBI gave them one.
Not the one I read.
The FBI.
Well, that's what I heard yesterday.
Gangs and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yes, but
that is kind of their job in a way.
Yeah, and
okay.
So that's what I heard yesterday and again this morning. The FBI issued the threat to Baltimore police and told them about this.
I accidentally clicked off of it. Hold on a second. I got to get back to the credible threat warning.
Well, I linked the part where you were talking about that they hadn't allied together, and so I wanted to deal with that part about the gangs working together.
It talks about some gangs and some common ancestry they have. It doesn't talk about any time in the recent past that they have banded together for mass criminal activities.
It says that they found documentation suggesting that there's a group called the Firm, which is a working alliance between two different gangs.
Well, I think we're looking at different levels, right? So if we go from bird's eye to individual, an individual officer is only allowed to bring force to meet force for the most part. So I think what Yankee's trying to say is it's not appropriate to bring this level of prevention to something that hasn't been established as an issue before. This is the first time they're suggesting they're going to do this.
To me, like they didn't call out enough officers, not that they called out too many.
I guess what I'm saying is then what's to stop a corrupt government or a corrupt law enforcement agency from saying, oh, got another threat today, lockdown.
We just heard that all gun owners are going to turn against the government. We need to crack down on gun owners today.
Yep, lockdown.
Yep.
So do we wait till the first building goes on fire and say, oh, now we got justification?
Yes, you fucking do. Yes, you wait for the guy to fire a shot before you react like he's a killer. You don't do anything until he tries to fire a shot. He at least has to point the gun at somebody before you...
Freedom is dangerous, and unfortunately, that means that I think you're right, Dano, that something has to happen for the police to be able to react. I agree with Yankee in that position.
But a verbal threat is something that's happening. That's the difference.
Credible verbal threat, which means the person not only has the means, but the inclination to perform what they are threatening.
Right. They've proven that. They just issued the court order again. I mean, for the first time in any history that I can remember, they just issued a court order saying that the gang who's all being tried because they have a history of killing witnesses doesn't get to see their witnesses.
What does that got to do with
before they testify?
What does that got to do with rolling 200 police officers out to a mall with a bunch of teenagers this morning?
They weren't just teenagers.
They were. I watched the coverage. It wasn't like it was a bunch of school buses letting off and a bunch of city buses that busted the school children.
We didn't watch
School
it.
children did not take out 7 cops.
Since he says he watched it, how does a bunch of police in the parking lot justify a riot?
And who took out the 7 cops and put them in the hospital? That was premeditated.
You can also say that does spilling a drink on someone justify getting punched in the face? But if you're someone that goes over and intentionally pours a drink on someone and that escalates into a punch in the face.
Well, okay, but now you're going too extreme on us because
no, I'm not. I'm just saying. You said how does police officers in a parking lot justify a riot? If I go over and intentionally pour a drink on someone, pouring a drink on someone is not equal to them punching me in the face. But because I chose to go over and pour the drink on them, I do bear some culpability.
Well, pouring the drink is an act of violence against another. Showing up in a parking lot is not an act of violence.
But it's not going to harm them in the same way that punching me in the face does. It doesn't cause me to bleed. It doesn't cause them to bleed.
Well, going up and standing next to the person and threatening to pour water in their face is more like what the cops did, and that wouldn't justify a reaction of a punch in the face.
Actually, if you go up to someone and make threats to them, and you're holding a cup of water when you say, I'm going to throw this water in your face, and they react preemptively to stop it, yes, you do bear some culpability.
It has nothing to do with what happened. Somebody took out 7 cops and put them in the hospital. I don't know. That doesn't sound like an easy thing to do.
The first couple guys that walked into an ambulance because they got hit by a rock or a bottle, or one guy had a fragment of a bottle hit him in the side of the face, and they wanted to make sure he didn't have. It's not like these cops have been beaten bloody or being drugged off.
One's still unconscious.
That's one guy that got hurt in the melee. A melee that they very easily could have caused.
You're saying that by them being there, they caused.
I'm saying by repressive behavior. If you enact repressive, militant enforcement onto the populace, that populace has almost some sort of right to react to that unnecessary force.
Whoa, no.
You just joined the black. I didn't know.
I agree that it's not good for the cops to come out in force, and there's something that could be scrutinized about that action or that preventative reaction. But
if the government rolled up in front of my house right now and said, we've decided we're going to place an armed vehicle out front of every gun owner's home, and then every time my kids walked out of the house to go to the store or school, they pointed weapons at my children, I would be justified in reacting to that unusual use of force.
You're going too far. They're not. Did they point weapons at the kids in the parking lot?
Where does it stop? When do you start allowing them to do something?
It stops when they point weapons, perhaps, but did they point weapons?
They had weapons on them, and they're in riot gear, so what do you think that means they're there to do?
It means they're there to prevent a riot.
A riot that isn't happening? Why are they there to prevent a riot that isn't happening?
Again, I'm not going to justify if the decision was wise, but I don't think it justifies...
no, I'm not saying in any way it justifies the riot, but The police have some culpability, especially when they have a history of doing this.
Well, we get the benefit, of course, of hindsight here. It sounds like I agree with you that I don't like the idea that just some anonymous, credible source they claim, with my quote signs up, allows them to do carte blanche police state. That's horrible. But perhaps they could have staged somewhere else besides that parking lot then if they thought there was a potential. Maybe they could have staged a mile away.
Or they could have just been ready in trucks, like under a bridge somewhere, ready to roll.
Well, you can't mobilize a whole police force to stop a riot without getting all those guys, on the clock and armed up and all that. They have to be somewhere.
No, they brought the officers in 32 vans.
Right, I know. So I'm saying they need to be somewhere, but they didn't have to, I guess,
under a bridge.
They
just needed to hide them in donut shops.
They could have those.
I don't say they have to hide them, but again, there is if Yankees saying that it seemed like they were just minding their business, and all of a sudden the cops came and started creating high stress, and then that bottlenecked it, then potentially they could have been ready, but not done something, not created that situation.
And there used to be, in the 60s, there was a common technique that the police used against protesters, where if they felt that certain areas were threats of being protest, because those people were the kind of people that would side with the issues that were against the police at the time, they would put massive police presences, and it was basically a stand until attacked order. They would go stand and provoke until attacked, and then it gave them justification to clear these areas out. And that kind of tactic hasn't gone away. It's still used these days. And it's a really nasty, inappropriate tactic. And if you're going to be ready for a threat, well, then you can get ready for the threat, and then when the threat happens, you can react to it. You don't get to go in and preemptively put your feet on people's throat and say, you ain't going to riot today because I'm going to stand on your feet, on your throat all day long. That's not
You're
what
making stuff up. Nobody did anything like that. I mean, this is just.
You don't understand metaphors, do you?
Your metaphors are just.
Just because you don't get it, doesn't mean everybody else didn't get it. I'm sure most people.
They don't apply it. But it implies that the police were overstepping, and I don't think that by standing there.
I am implying that by being out there in full gear, lining up in force, they are overstepping their authority. They are not a control of the population. They are not meant to be a control of the population.
Nobody was overstepping their authority. The FBI called the police department yesterday and said there's a credible threat from these prison gangs that the police will be attacked tomorrow. So they came out and they were prepared.
They weren't attacked by any prison gangs.
How do you know that? Who do you help? I think they were.
Attacked by prison gangs?
Premeditation. It was premeditated to take out 7 cops.
Have you seen? It was a fucking people throwing bricks and rocks at a group of hundreds of police officers. It would be almost impossible to not hit 7 police officers. So I'm asking, have you seen any credible evidence of the stuff you're espousing, like it was these guerrillas, and have you seen any evidence of that? Have you seen what the police said was going to happen? Or have you just seen a crowd get out of hand, as they tend to do in these areas, and do things they shouldn't do?
I saw I saw the threat from the prison gang, from the FBI, and then I saw it happen.
Where do you see evidence of this threat, of a credible threat? If there was evidence of it happening, there would have been some sort of residual influence there.
Chat says that there was due to threats on social media.
Yeah, and they did not pick any gang members up on site. There have not been any arrests of the gang members on site or anyone with known gang affiliations.
Well, I wonder why they did. They probably didn't catch them, So.
Oh, so that's real convenient for your preconceived notions, but it doesn't give.
Well, how are you supposed to figure out which one is a gang member in a sea of everybody?
Well, the police have real intense dossiers on known gang members in these areas. If that FBI is involved, they can be standing there with people in the crowd pointing out, hey, this is Billy Job, he's one of the Black Panthers or whatever he is. They know that shit. So they would be acting preemptively in that case. They would be working the crowds. I haven't seen any of the things that should have happened if what they said was going to happen come out of this. I haven't seen any evidence supporting their behavior today.
Well, if you wait for the police report, it'll probably be out in a couple of months.
That's great for the police to write whatever they want to write, but I watched live coverage of it today, and I haven't seen anything.
You watched it on CNN or...
I watched it through a camera lens.
Yeah. A filtered camera lens. Who knows what we saw and what actually happened.
Well, you think...
You're saying you know for a fact that it wasn't a gang?
I'm saying I know there wasn't. I'm saying I know I haven't seen any evidence to justify the police's behavior. I'm less worried about some gang doing something than I am an authoritarian force like the police overstepping their authority. So
the prison gangs are pretty authoritative. They go around killing witnesses, taking over prisons.
How many witnesses did they kill last year? And let's talk about how many police officers unjustly killed citizens. So do you want to compare numbers of deaths like that? Is that what you want to compare? To support your position?
Well, you should be a lawyer for the prison gangs, and then maybe they'll hire you.
How you want to justify your position? Do you want to compare wrongful death?
I don't think Yankee is pro the gang. I think he's just against the police actions.
I'm against authoritarian actions without justification.
Well, the threat justified the force.
No, because I said
the actions, the riot justified the. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean,
because I said so is not justification. The police saying because we say so is not justification.
The police said the FBI told them there was a threat.
Law enforcement still, and that's not justification.
The Baltimore police is not the FBI.
Justification.
I mean, Eric Holder and Loretta Lynch, this is her first day on the job.
Law enforcement. I bet you Loretta Lynch didn't issue shit about this. I bet this came from a lowly field agent, probably inside the local police department, who issued a statement to the police chief who issued the threat warning. The threat warning did not come from the FBI. It came from local authorities.
The threat warning came from the FBI, not local authorities.
Let me read it for you again here.
Well, we've been going back and forth on the beginnings of it. So that sounds like it started at a mall, but I thought it was about a funeral. So wherever it started, it sounds like it's now a full-blown riot, or are they just
right now? I haven't seen it the last couple hours, but
like I said, it'll probably pick up later tonight after the basketball games are over.
And then how big do you think? How big of a riot are we talking? Like blocks of a city, or just a couple of buildings, or?
I don't know. Yankee, look at the cameras and let us know.
They haven't done I don't know, not satellite views, but like helicopter views or anything.
At night? Do we get helicopter views at night?
Well, I don't know when it happened. I was wondering if it happened during the day or what.
Are they allowed to fly over the city at night?
I'm looking at Fox News and
here's the credible threat warning. I want to read you the credible threat warning. The credible threat warning is issued by the Baltimore Police Department, officer of the Police Commissioner, Media Relations Department. It was issued by Captain Jack Kowalski and Anthony D. Baltz, not by the FBI.
Based on a warning from the FBI.
Where's that warning from the FBI?
Well, I don't know. I heard about it. Look it up if you want to find it. I didn't print it out.
I heard about Bigfoot. He must be true, too.
Can we jump to a different topic? I mean, you guys aren't going to...
We're just going back and forth for sure.
Yeah, it's stupid. Let's jump to a different topic.
Right,
you guys aren't going to agree.
What about what's happening now? Like, isn't this the same kind of thing as that Boston bombing thing? Like the whole city's in lockdown and shit?
No, I think it's more probably like what happened in St. Louis, I would say.
Yeah, I'm reading this from Fox News that it's call out National Guards to help with roving gangs who attack police, torch police cars, and stage widespread looting. And several places are up in fire.
Gangs of teenagers or gangs of gangs? I mean, you can separate
roving gangs. It just says roving gangs, but that could be gang affiliated people or just roams of people because they're both gangs.
That'll be what they refer to any group of like 7 or more people, basically.
Exactly. And they're saying that at least 15 officers have been injured and 27 people have been arrested. That's right off of Fox News.
That's kind of like what happened in St. Louis after the first.
Okay, hang on real quick. I just got a text back from Jacob. He's saying hell. He said hell no. Or wait, his exact words are ha ha ha. Not at all. Had Obama not screwed all of us, then maybe that was 5 years ago. But he's saying that's a crock. That Century's not doing that.
Well, we're just gonna have to buy them from a different importer. Tell them.
So I don't know where if that story's coming out of China or North Korea or wherever you said it was coming from.
Yeah, South Korea.
North Korea.
So
Nothing gets out of North Korea.
yeah,
We'll
so,
see. He might not have caught wind.
So technically, since we have 8 people on this chat, we're a gang.
Yeah. Well, that
And we're in
sucks. That
different
makes-
states, so aren't we the RICO or whatever?
I think we kind of have to be in the same spot. Maybe we're an internet gang, but I'm sure the ATF considers us a gang.
he wants, who posted that link? He wants a link to it now. Post the link in here so I can send it to you.
Oh, it's in
Yeah,
here.
yeah, we're not a gang, we're a militia.
Yes, Quark is in charge of the gyrocopter Air Force.
Hey, there we go. Like I said, we're a militia, not a gang.
No, we're a study group.
It's in the internal.
Okay, who's a bad?
So I like to
Okay,
look
cool.
at big picture stuff. So if we know that the thing happened in Ferguson not too long ago, and then this thing has happened, and 2 points create 2 points. The third would create a trend. So is there something, if we had somebody's ear or the power to persuade, what is the way to go about nipping this before it becomes the downfall of the country or something?
Oh, we had it in Milwaukee too, but it was happening during the Ferguson thing, and Milwaukee's was much smaller with very little damage. So
Yeah, see, we almost had the same thing happen here in Portland not too long ago when the police department decided they were going to do a massive mobilization without the mayor's consent, against the protesters, who were coinciding with the protests in St. Louis. And the only reason that they stopped at the last minute from going in there and cracking heads was because the local VFW found out and sent all their people down there, and they were like forming veterans lines, like, we're going to be watching, we're going to be filming, and we're going to be standing against the police, and so the police called it off. But you're seeing this more and more everywhere, that the police are starting to think, hey, we're a little army, so let's act like a little army, and let's just go in, shock and awe, and take control instead of dealing with just enforcing the law.
And that is where the police force oversteps their bounds, if you ask me. Stone Guy, did you get that link from the internal?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
And believe me, I'm someone who's sympathetic to the job that an officer does on the street every day. I know how tough it is. I know how how thankless it is. I know how straining it is. But that still doesn't justify abuse of power in any way.
I didn't see any abuse. I just saw gangs of people running into the CVS and looting it for like 3 or 4 hours before they set it on fire.
You obviously only choose to see what you want to see and believe what you want to believe, because
I was looking at the same TV feed as you were.
All the evidence you have to have on something before you believe it is that you heard it.
I did a lot more research before I started this chat than you did.
And yet you have no information.
All right, jeez, it sounds like you guys are a married couple fighting. So funny.
And
Do
yet
you think then that this is, like you guys, I asked that question, and then Quark mentioned one and Yankee mentioned one, is it possible that this is a way to some further end, like go around poking these things to make them a bigger deal, so that, I mean, sure, somebody's...
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, the Ferguson one, and then this one up there, they sent White House officials to the deceased. I mean, that is the State Department taking side in a local matter. I don't.
It's getting more to where the population is more and more seeing the problem too, because it used to be if there was a riot, say in Compton on the news, everyone just went, "Thank God the police were there." They didn't care whether it was real or what, or if there was justification or anything. They just saw thugs getting their head bashed in, and most people were fine. It's getting to where now the vast majority of people, I saw something the other day that asked whether they believe if police overstep their bounds nowadays, and it was like 72% of people felt that police are overstepping their bounds on a regular, basis, not just occasionally. And that's up from like 22% just 15 years ago. So we're having this trend where the population is starting to see a problem.
I think it depends where you live.
No, I think that's pretty much, nationwide.
Yep.
That's just last week I saw 2 ex-military Humvees rolling around my 13,000 person town where we have very low crime, and people are starting to see all this military hardware on streets, and they're saying, "What the fuck?"
And then you have
people
some
are actually opening their eyes.
Yeah, and you have some sheriffs that are speaking up because, like, one of the sheriffs here in Oregon, down in Southern Oregon, spoke up and he said, I didn't want the equipment that they were wanting to give me. They wouldn't give me, like, funding to do the things that would be better served for my community. They would only give me the equipment. So I get stuck in a situation where if I turn it down, then it looks like next election that, he didn't do the things he could do for his community. But he said the thing that bothered him the most is it wasn't the equipment they wanted to give him, but it was the training that came along with it. And how they wanted to send, federal officers down there to train the police officers and how to react to riots, how to react to crowd control, how to do all this. Wanted them to send their officers to training out of state. So he was like, it was like they were indoctrinating my police department. That the equipment came with strings attached. Like you had to get this fancy new rifle, you've got to come and let us wash your brain for a couple of days.
Well, at least you get to vote for your police chief. They're appointed.
And I can see, having this training in hotbeds where there is a lot of conflict. There's a lot of places that don't need this training. Period.
Yeah. Yeah, there's actually a
there's
town
not
in
police anywhere that need this training because the reality of it is that's not the police's job to react to things like this. That's why we have mobilizing National Guards. On scales like that, once it gets beyond local law enforcement, once it gets beyond just enforcing the peace and becomes martial law, it's supposed to be the jobs of our state military, not our state police department. Our state police department is not supposed to be a military.
Well, there's a town in Wisconsin, less than 1,000 people live in this town. They've got two. They've got MRAP and I can't remember what the other one is, but the town actually rents the vehicles out to a new store opening or to events to help pay for the upkeep.
In case there's a riot.
Yeah, in case there's a riot, but for the upkeep.
What they should do if when these areas need this kind of stuff, when they need like MRAPs or they think they need MRAPs, what they should do is they should make agreements with, like, say, go to the VFW and say, hey, do you have any members that have experience with MRAPs and all this other stuff? We'd maybe like to make an arrangement with them where they could become like the key holder for these things that we can have during times of crisis if we need them. They don't need to be being wheeled around at all times and being used as preventative intimidation factors. I would rather that property be in the hands of a private citizen who's a responsible, reliable person who can say, yep, we've got trouble, time to let the police mount up and take the MRAP. But I don't want it in the hands of the police departments.
Yeah, the two Humvees rolling around town, I'd rather have that be in, my hands or someone else that can afford it and keep it up. I'd rather have it rolling around, painted orange than black and white.
If they're going to give them away for free to local police departments, then give them free to local citizens or local VFWs or local somethings, to where it's the citizens that are controlling it, not the law enforcement.
They should give them to scout troops and Girl Scout troops rolling around cookies and whatnot, and then whenever they need them for a war, they could be like, hey, give us that back real quick.
Yeah, but that'd be fine with that. Girl Scouts and MRAPs, I like that idea.
Yep. Door Girl Scout.
Like, buy a cookie. Buy a cookie.
Yep. Yeah, wouldn't you buy more cookies if the two Girl Scouts on your front step had automatic weapons pointed at you from their?
Well, one will be on your front step. The other one will be manning the 50 cal on top of the Humvee. It's all good.
I'd hate for something to happen to your house.
Got my
Only
Overwatch
one box of Thin Mints? How dare you?
Well, I think we'd be safe because I think I bought 30 boxes of Girl Scout cookies this year. Every time you go in there, they have the cutest ones there to hit you up as you walk in the door.
And the gym thanks you.
The little pigtails. I don't eat them. I don't even like them too much. I like the trefoils, and that's the only one I like is the trefoils.
For me, it's Thin Mints. I love me some Thin Mints.
I buy a bunch of them, and we end up taking them to work, or my son takes them to school or something because I don't eat them. I don't like Thin Mints. They're like peppermint patties. Blech.
Samoas are the best cookies ever.
That's the one with the caramel and whatnot.
Yeah, coconut, caramel.
Yeah, coconut's gross.
No, coconut's
coconut's nasty.
Coconut's
That's
delicious.
fine. You can have all those like plain ones.
Yeah, Samoas are the only ones I get.
Like
Coconut
peanut butter
is
sandwiches in those.
Yep.
Peanut butter sandwiches are okay, but I like the trefoils.
Well, did you? I don't know. I'm assuming there's some continuity amongst all the state or amongst the Girl Scout thing, but I know in our area they're $4.50 a box.
They're
They're the same everywhere, I think.
Yeah, I think they're about like that here too.
And they went up 50 cents or 75 cents from last year, and the boxes have gotten smaller. I swear there's less cookies in those damn boxes now. Like, I don't know. I think the Girl Scouts are fucking us.
No, it's inflation, man. Dollar's worth less. That's what it is.
Airlines are doing the same thing. They're going to make this even smaller to fit more people in.
Or it's like it's the same size box, but you open the box and they have now separated the little plastic trays. Only have 4 cookies instead of 5, so the outside appearance looks the same. It's all like packaging and marketing. It's all
a great Girl Scout conspiracy,
right?
And the sad thing is, the packaging is probably the thing that costs the most.
You know what's worse is the Boy Scouts.
You should go to the American Warning chat this week and bring that up as this week.
Yeah.
The
the worst thing is the damn the Boy Scouts that sell that shitty, nasty popcorn for $20 a bin.
Candy bars that are gross.
Hey, I got roped into buying 2 cans of that stuff.
That shit is disgusting, and it's expensive.
Now there, do they sell the candy bars? It's like, look, here's a chocolate bar with subgrade chocolate with like granola in it or raisins in it. And I'm like, bleh, it's gross. They're big fucking bars. They like the size of a gold brick. The only thing that makes bad chocolate better is if you got a lot of it, I guess.
They probably got to do the science on making it big enough so that it fills up a kid so they don't eat the whole box of them.
Yeah. I can eat a whole box of trefoils easy. I could easily eat a whole box of trefoils in one sitting.
Yeah, they're definitely. I'm watching this Fox News, and they're definitely rioting and shit. Like, there's this one street they're showing right now looks like a damn war zone.
And that's the worst part. Is there's 2 bad things about this. When we allow the powers that be to influence things like this to happen, it just sets us back as a nation because it gives more and more authority to the authoritarians. And 2, then you got the people that are dumb enough to actually fucking go out there and do it, who ruin it for every law-abiding citizen or every person who wants to take a stand and make a difference.
Well, that's just it, and that feeds the mentality of these people, and it gives validity to the law enforcement for
yeah, and that's
doing some of the shit that they're doing.
That was one of the big tactics in the 60s. Well, we got to turn public opinion against the blacks, so what we'll do is we'll go stand outside black neighborhoods until someone throws a rock, and then we'll be justified in bashing their heads and dragging them out, calling them criminals. Yeah, so it's horrible, and it happens all the time.
They're showing right now some on CNN. They're showing some buildings on fire now.
Oh yeah, it's full. They burned down a CVS, which no one will miss a CVS.
Look, if I was a governor, I would have already deployed tanks and the National Guard.
The National Guard's already been out there.
National Guard is there.
I would have been rolling through some big ass, scary looking tanks just to scare people out of there.
So you're pro the government flexing its muscles to frighten its constituents into...
If I knew there was going to be a riot, I'd put a stop to it.
I don't ever believe in the government.
That's like saying...
Gonna do?
I don't like a government that rules through intimidation. I don't ever not justify that.
Yeah, I mean that's like saying, okay, we know you're going to steal, so we're going to arrest you now before you actually do it. That's not right.
It's like when you go into a store and they say, well, your skin is brown, and a lot of brown people steal, so we're going to have our security guard follow you with his nightstick out the whole time you're walking through the store. He's not touching you, but, you should accept that.
I would have had the tanks under a bridge and then just come out.
that would actually be better tactics. That's actually, you do keep your manpower out of sight. If something's out of sight, it doesn't cause things.
If they're outside the city, that's fine. You keep them far away from it, and then once the riot starts, then you roll them in, not before.
Yeah, well, it's like I was when I took the cruise ship to Mexico and the Mexican River area at Puerto Vallarta. They I think it was Puerto Vallarta. I forget. They have to drop you off. The taxi drivers have to drop you off in front of this jewel crafter selling gem store. It's like if they don't, the police drop the tourists off right in front of that store. They'll give the taxi driver a ticket. So you walk through the store. As you go in, there's actually a little door, and there's like guys with machine guns behind it. So they're there, but I mean, actually, I saw one going in taking a break from going to the bathroom or something. But there's a bunch of guys with submachine guns right by the entrance of that store. So. And you have to walk through the store to get to the beach or anywhere else. So I don't know how it would be out of sight if you know they're there.
This is happening in a place where you can't own firearms. Could this happen in Texas?
Baltimore? Or is that, can you not own? I guess you can't.
Maryland?
Yeah, I guess you can.
You can, but it's difficult and costly.
Yeah, you can't carry. I think there was one story of a guy fending off some looters with a shotgun. Or he protected a reporter or something with a shotgun.
Well, at least we know nobody will shoot anybody.
Yeah.
Exactly, we're safe there. I mean, the children are safe there.
The children.
Oh yeah, because criminals follow the gun laws, right? So there's no
All they need to do is declare Baltimore a gun-free zone.
No, I did hear that there was a couple people going house to house with firearms, like looting and stuff like that.
I mean, when they had the riots in L.A., the Korean shop owners were on the roof with ARs, and I don't blame them. Like, you can riot all you want, but you better not come into my store and fuck it up.
Well, the sad thing is someone's going to get killed by a police officer during this whole melee.
Or vice versa.
And then it's going to perpetuate this whole situation. It's going to get worse. It's going to inflame everybody. There's nothing productive or constructive that's going to come out of this whole situation. But these people are too fucking stupid to realize it. And
I think if a policeman gets killed, that'll be even worse. Just because that will entice the police to get more riot, more people, more arms to protect themselves. So I mean, yes, I mean, having someone killed up there is bad, but having a rioter killed over a policeman, I would rather have the rioter killed just because.
Well, and people are quick to forget what happened in New York, where those two officers were straight up assassinated, and that wasn't that long ago.
That's true.
You still have law enforcement that's extremely on edge from all the situations that have happened in this last year, and then you have something like this that goes down, and and I'm not saying it's right or that the cops are any better than any civilian. They're civilians themselves. For want to split hairs about it, but the fact of the matter is that it's sad, but the truth is that the cops will be more likely to maybe cross that line in a situation like this where they are on edge and they are scared for their lives.
The joke at the White House Correspondents' Dinner was that the Secret Service was the only law enforcement agency that would get in trouble if a black man got shot.
Yeah.
So.
And we still outside of the fact, though, that just because they might want to overreact to a limited threat doesn't mean it's justified.
Oh, absolutely. Right.
Your likelihood of being assassinated as a police officer is less than if you work at a Quickie Mart. Police officers are far more likely to die in a car accident on duty than they are to ever be fired at by an
Right, absolutely, but it still doesn't change the fact of the
It doesn't
mentality.
justify an overreaction to a false belief. And two, let's also look at the fact if you go back in police fatalities of citizens due to excessive force during an arrest, etc., it has gone up like 8 to 10 times in the past 15 years, whereas violent crime has been dropping. So why are police why are they in situations now where I had no option other than to kill somebody when the crime rates are lower?
Right.
Yeah. So.
Did you guys hear Bilzerian's running for president?
Who?
Dan Bilzerian.
Don't even know who is that.
Who is that?
You guys don't know who Dan Bilzerian is?
He's like a rich guy who won like $1 million playing poker, and now he runs around being rich.
Oh, that guy, yeah, he's going to win it. He and I have the same birthday, I think.
I
don't like people that copy my lifestyle.
Yeah.
He's the one that has all the guns and hot chicks.
He's won over $50 million playing poker.
Yeah.
And anyway, I don't know if it's just obviously it's a farce, but he's actually got his name in the hat. He was at the White House press dinner thing last week or whatever.
It's a way to make a lot of tax-free money. You get in one of those PACs and you take a lot of donations from people, and then when you either drop out or don't win, you can keep all the money.
Yep.
But
I'm running for president. How do you get shut up?
I'm running for president, and after I drop out, after I gain $4 million worth of donations, I'll buy several full autos. All right, and I killed it.
You killed it.
Did you guys see the everybody knows who Hank Strange is, right, on here? YouTuber.
Yeah.
One of the biggest names on YouTube.
You see his video he released today of him getting pulled over?
I didn't see that.
No.
So it's actually a good video. I encourage you guys to go watch it. It's he's I think he lives in Florida, and he's just coming back from taking his dad to the airport, and he gets pulled over.
I'm subscribed to Hank Strange. Why didn't I get an alert today?
He doesn't have it. He's not videotaping it. It's the actual police officer's dash cam. So they pull him over under they're saying that his tent was too dark. Okay. And they actually ask him to step out of the vehicle, which is strange right there. It's very, I don't know. It's a whole thing you have to watch.
Say this is Hank Strange?
Yeah, so Hank, they pull him out of the car. Well, they didn't pull him. They ask him to get out of the car, and they say, "We're just asking you to come to my car because we have cameras and we're recording this, interaction or this contact." So he's like, "Okay, cool." So the footage is actually from the sheriff's department's dash cam that he requested. Apparently in Florida, you can request the video footage after a stop has been made. So,
okay, I'm going to have to get on him in this video because you're driving that nice ass Challenger and you got that ghetto ass porch on your house.
So yeah, he's turns out his tent was too dark, but then they ask him if he's got any weapons in the car, and he's like, well, I have he hands him his CCW license, and they're like, do you have it on you? And he says, yeah, it's on my hip, and he actually goes to reach for it, and he's like, the cop's like, no, don't reach for it. And anyway, the cop ends up disarming him and putting the gun back in his vehicle. So it was just it was a weird encounter. I think he handled it exceptionally well. But ultimately, I believe from what went down that it was definitely a case of racial profiling, without a doubt.
Driving while black?
Driving while black.
Usually the state cops will disarm us in Arizona even. Local cops usually don't care, but state troopers will. I think it's just their procedure or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's you could consider it protocol. You know, it plays into officer safety. That's kind of the word to use. But I don't think, you know, you're not obligated to.
Yeah.
To do so, it's more or less a courtesy.
Oh, wait, you mean to the individual to disarm?
Right.
No, we're obligated in Arizona.
Oh, your state is you're obligated to.
A lawful order. We have to obey a lawful order to disarm, and they can do that during a stop.
Yeah. Well, here they can. Usually here, both times I've ever been stopped when carrying, they'll just say, you know, is it on you? And I'll be like, yep, so I'm a hip. And they'll say, well, don't go for it. Now, one time I did have a police officer ask me, and this was the stupidest thing I've ever seen a police officer do. He's like, would you mind taking it out and sitting it on the seat next to you? And I was like, okay, so you would like it that if I had to shoot you, I could get it quicker. I didn't say that out loud, but that's what I was thinking when he made me do that. Somebody's watching a video in the background.
Everybody is now watching the Hank Strange channel.
That's cool. At least he's getting something out of it instead of just having it go unnoticed or whatever.
Yep.
You think you can request other ones, like what do they call that? Public information or whatever, or can you only get them if it's you in the traffic stop?
Yeah, I was going to say there's probably that has to do because he has the right to form a defense if he's ever charged with anything. So that's probably how he got that. There might be a freedom of information thing involved, but it's more because it was him personally involved, and he has a right to be able to have all the evidence to form a defense.
So you get a ticket or something?
I wonder if
well, they gave him a ticket for the
I haven't
10.
gotten out of the car like that, but then you think you could go get your. I wonder if they run them every time and they just stop you for stupid shit and don't give you a ticket.
Yeah, well, don't tint your cars too dark, I guess.
But, gee, what was that question? If they run
If
your...
they don't write you a ticket, do they still record it and keep it and all that, like for liability or something, or?
Absolutely, yeah. It's all recorded.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not all kept indefinitely.
I wonder if I could record or get it, I guess is what I'm saying. That'd be
You guys
cool to
saying
have
you
my
got
picture
written
in my
a
cop
ticket
car in
though,
a cop car video.
Now, I know luckily, like if you've got, when they record all this information, if you've got 16 hours of nothing happened and no citations were given, that eventually gets deleted. Only time frames that correspond with an arrest or a citation, etc., actually get saved.
So he got a ticket for the tint?
It doesn't clearly say at one point when the guy's calling in his CCW to make sure it's valid. I hear him say that it's I hear him say he's going to give him a warning.
Number one, how can they call it in? I guess and here it's run by the Department of Public Safety, so I guess they could, but I've never heard of somebody calling in to see if it's valid. If it's fucking expired, it's fucking valid.
No, like here in Arkansas, whenever I got pulled over, whenever they run my license, it comes up if it's CCW, if I have a CCW.
Is it on your license, or do you have a separate card?
It's a separate card, but it's
but there's like an alert.
Now,
Yes.
the other thing was fucked up is actually not only did they call to confirm his CCW was valid, they actually ran his firearm. Which again, I guess.
What?
I guess
Is he pissed or is he down with this?
He wasn't. You could tell he's not real happy. I think he's talking to some law enforcement in his area, to find out what the legality is on that. I don't know if that's a state thing. All state laws are different. So,
yeah.
But yeah, they ran his. They were looking for something on him. Like they were trying their hardest to find something to pin on him after the initial stop.
That's too fucking bad. Nobody deserves that shit. That's messed up.
Yeah, I'm watching it right now, and Hank's handling it perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, he's not an unreasonable person. If you've ever met him, he's pretty much a calm, feel kind of guy.
He seems like that in all of his videos.
His wife's feisty, though. She'd probably be the one that would get out and punch a police officer.
Yeah, Lola. Lola's a firecracker.
Yeah, and she's a fire plug too. She's a sturdy looking little girl.
Oh yeah, you can tell she probably spends a fair amount of her day in the gym.
Oh yeah, I'm almost certain she could whip his ass.
Oh yeah.
She's ex-military. I think she was Marines, right?
I don't know if it was prior service.
Pretty sure she used to be the Marines.
That makes sense.
If they had come to blows right in the middle of the Coliseum anytime I met him, I would have sided with her. Just simply in case things didn't go well, I wanted to be on the winning side.
Yeah, she's a little juggernaut. She built like a brick shit house.
But not in a gross kind of way. Don't get us wrong. We're not like saying she's not like a barn or a grossly large woman. She's just a sturdy looking girl.
That's a southern term for me. That's a compliment in the South.
Yeah. Yeah, I ran into one of the skate guards at the skating the other night because we were doing speed skate and someone fell down in front of me and I kind of had to run into her or this other girl. I said, I chose you because you're sturdy. She looked at me for a second. I was like, don't worry, that's a compliment. She's like,
okay, Quark's saying they were checking his driver's license, not his concealed weapons
video,
permit.
Quark. They check his CCW clearly. You didn't watch the whole thing.
Yeah, shut up, Quark.
Don't be mean to people. Don't forget, he's got gyrocopters. I so can't wait till Mad Max comes out, man. I can't
It ain't gonna
wait.
be long till there was a court order against him having those.
Well, I'm looking forward to Mad Max coming out. Anyway.
Yeah, this situation. It just goes to show you. Like Hank handled it so well. He didn't give the officers an opportunity to be assholes. And I know you can't say, well, you shouldn't have to do that. And you're absolutely right. You shouldn't have to bow down and kiss her ass and lose your freedoms just so shitty cops can't be shitty cops. But unfortunately, in some situations, that's exactly what you have to do. And he kind of explained his thought process because he wasn't confrontational, he wasn't argumentative or anything. He was polite and did, And of course, the officers were very polite too. They were just politely infringing on his freedoms, I guess, for lack of a better term. And there again, I don't know what the state laws are in Florida. Like, if he was obligated to turn over his firearm, if he was obligated to, because at one point they asked if they could go in his vehicle to find his insurance without him present, and I would have been like, hell no, like, you're not. I don't know.
Yeah, that must have been after the time, or after they disarmed him and put it on the driver's seat. So if he would have went back in there, and the officer even said, any movement towards your vehicle, I'm going to take that as a threat. So the gun's already in safe. If Hank would have been like, yeah, let me go get it, the police could have been like, hey, that was a move towards his vehicle, which we told them that it was going to be that they were going to take it as a threat. So, but yeah, I wouldn't have liked them to do that either.
And I guess the whole reason I wanted to bring this up, not only because Hank's pretty cool and I want to give him some exposure, but the fact that it's important to know your state laws. It's important to know what you're obligated to do, just like G-Web said. If you're, if you're required to obey a a lawful command, regardless if it's infringing on your constitutional rights or your Second Amendment rights or whatever kind of rights you think you have. You know, on the side of the road is not the place to argue that, especially if it's state law.
That and you know,
and then there's being right.
Right. I mean, they're doing their job as well. So I mean, just don't be a dick to them.
It's going to be hard enough for you if you fight with police and you end up being right in the long run. If you fight with police and you're wrong, it's going to be in spades bad for you.
Mm-hmm.
This will all be better when Hillary's president.
Oh, Jesus.
Then there will be an internet riot.
You know what's sad is you haven't heard much from the other potential candidates
on the Democratic side.
Or on, well, not only.
I was going to say, what other Democratic candidate?
Yeah, I think she's the only Democratic ticket, but I'm talking about the Republican side. Like,
well,
from
it's pretty early though, still, right?
Yeah, it's way too early to start.
And plus, they've all had to go through a period of self-imposed silence recently because they were sticking their feet in their mouth. So they had to on a couple of different issues because, like, you know, the thing happened in Indiana, and they all went, "Yeah, right for him," and then the country went, "No, that's bad," and then they all had to go, "Well, yeah, maybe that's bad," you know. So they kind of had to be quiet for a little while, and then they were talking about the immigration, and they all were like, "We're against the immigration." And the population was like, "No, we need immigration reform." And they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess we kind of do. So let's be quiet for a little while." So they're trying to feel out their positions right now, and every time they've opened their mouth early, they've stuck their foot in their mouth.
What happened in Indiana?
Oh, that whole religious discrimination law thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, I wanted to take this pause to just bring up Tyrannosaurus Rex's really cool Nepal video. He has some before and after shots, you know, after and before the earthquake as he was in Kathmandu, and he's got a pretty good series on rifles and stuff. But anyway,
how do you pronounce his name? I watch his channel.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, I think.
Tyrannosaurus. I always wondered how the hell to pronounce that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I pronounce it. But.
Oh, he has a great channel of long range shooting.
Oh,
and stuff.
Like Sniper 101 that actually probably takes 101 episodes.
Yeah, he's over the top.
Very in depth.
Yeah, but he's got that really good Nepal video that he released this morning, and so if you have time at some point, check it out. He's got a lot of before and after pictures of buildings which aren't there anymore because the whole town Kathmandu was the capital of Nepal. It was pretty much wiped out. They're going to have to bulldoze it and rebuild it. It
was pretty old, wasn't it? Or did it fall down before?
Well, that big tower fell down, and yeah, and so obviously there's 4,000. The last time I checked, there's over 4,000 dead people, and still hikers stuck up at the base camp. So if you want to check out, I put the link to the Red Cross for Nepal donations and on the gunchannels.com news page this morning, and where you could just use a search engine, Red Cross Nepal, but he's got a really cool video of before or after there, so that he posted today. So check that out. And that was our actual shit hit the fan, because the whole country is going to take years to rebuild. It's not a human cause.
The biggest thing is logistics. Like there's no real infrastructure there, and there's not a lot of roads to get materials in and out. They have to all be flown in.
Yeah, they've got a close by airport, but yeah, the roads, it'll take forever to get stuff there. And you can't fly in everything. I mean, like you can fly in cement and rebars and steel and Cat D6, D9 cats or whatever else you need to clear out that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. Can those military transport planes take a D9?
Oh, I'm sure they could. Yeah. Well, if they could take a An Abrams tank, I'm sure they could take one of those.
Two. I think you can fit two, right? In the bay of one of those things.
I think so.
C5, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, they got enough horsepower to with about anything.
Well, speaking of really cool planes, I don't know if you guys. It's a Russian. It's made by Russia, and it was originally developed to carry the space shuttle on its back.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? I can't think of the name of it, but it's
yeah. Isn't it like the world's largest or something like that?
Yeah, it's the world's largest. It's a 6-engine plane, and the actual nose, the back opens up like a normal cargo thing, but then the nose opens up too, comes off on a hydraulic and sets down so you can drive right through it. And they transported train, like big sections of train on it. I have to look it up. It was.
Here you go. I got it.
It was the neatest thing, but man, they show it carrying the space shuttle, and you know how big a fucking space shuttle is. Space shuttle looks like a flea on the back of this plane.
Here we go. That's the picture. There you go, Stone.
Post a link.
Antonov 2.
It's in
Antonov. That's it. Yeah.
I'm screen sharing.
Oh, I don't have my camera. Yeah, the Antonov. That's it. You guys ever, if you're into that, look up like How It's Made. You ever watch that show, How It's Made? They
got one on making this plane?
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
It's fucking awesome.
What the hell is that with all those engines?
I'd say that's
1,
Photoshop.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 2, 20 engines.
They wouldn't even be able to carry enough gas to run those for a minute.
No, I think that's Photoshop. No, this one's got three engines on each wing, so 6 engines total.
20 engines seems.
Imagine how strong the backbone of that thing is to be able to hold those wings plus 3 engines on each wing.
Yeah.
Well, no, just think about the shuttle. Yeah, just think about the lift.
Outriggers that let the wings hit the wheels, on the outsides of the wingtips.
Well, it takes off with a fucking space shuttle on its back. Like the first time they did that, they were like
on a regular passenger plane. We carted around on a regular passenger plane over here.
Yeah, they put it on a Boeing.
I don't think it weighs that much, but yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. But here's the nose going up.
That thing's incredibly big.
Mm-hmm.
That's just because Russians don't care about shit like physics and.
Yeah. They say bigger is better, and they're gonna make it.
Well, even in the.
How big is U.S.? Ours bigger.
No, they.
Well, what about that one helicopter that they built? That is just absolutely massive.
Yeah, Russians definitely outdo us. Well, they were showing in that show, the show they were talking, they did all the mock-ups and all this shit, and the scale models, but when it came down to it, once they had it built, they literally didn't know if it was going to be able to take off. So they just basically put the pedal to the metal, so to speak, and we're just crossing their fingers that the thing would lift off the ground. It was decommissioned, put in a boneyard for a long time because their space or their whatever program, was defunded after the Cold War and all that shit ended. And then some private company has revamped it, brought it back to life, and they're using it for transport. Like it's a cargo, literally a cargo business. So they've been able to transport train cars and like big shit that no one else can transport, and they get paid, just ungodly amounts of money to basically be the UPS of the sky.
then the helicopter, I think it's an 8-bladed helicopter that they have as well.
Oh, is that the one that has 2 sets of props?
No, it's a single prop. Oh, it's a single. It's a traditional
single rotor. That's the rotor. That's the thing.
Yeah.
What's that? What's the helicopter that's got the two rotors with
the Chinook?
2 sets of blades.
It's a Chinook. That's U.S. Yeah, here is the Chinook next to that Russian one.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that freaking amazing?
Yeah.
By the way, those are models.
Yeah, but still, they're both
scale.
To scale. Yeah, it's 8. It is an 8 prop or an 8 rotor.
8-bladed
helicopter. 8-bladed helicopter. I mean, it's absolutely massive.
Now I'm drawing a blank on what's the name of that again? SU something.
Mi-26.
I don't want the company that manufactures it. It's actually got a name. It's like,
oh, I don't know. Well, let's go back up here and go to web. Mi-26. However you pronounce that, 90. Right there.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you can't pronounce it.
Yep. Produced in 1980 up till today.
The Hind helicopter, yeah.
No, that's not a Hind. It's a lot bigger than a Hind. I'm trying to see what its payload is.
How many metric tons?
I don't even know. Oh, it's all military. Primary purpose was to move military equipment like the 13 metric ton, 29,000 pound amphibious assault personnel.
Not just one of them.
Yeah.
Just one?
But that's 29,000 pounds for a non-fixed wing.
I know.
Mi-26 can lift up to 25 metric tons, which is 44,000 pounds.
That is amazing.
Yeah, so 44,000 pound payload. Wait, yeah. So.
Yeah, that's not the largest. That's the second largest.
Second largest heaviest helicopter after the experiment. Oh, this is an experimental V-12.
Oh, okay. Another Russian craft?
Yes. And that is, it's the dual rotor.
Tandem.
Yeah. That's actually the largest.
Damn, that's kind of weird offset on each side.
Mm-hmm. So you don't need a tail rotor. And not only that, but you have 4 jet engines on it. Right here for
powering the
forward propulsion. Yeah, I bet you these are just lifts. And then of course it's when it's in forward flight, the wing would produce lift as well, just by looking at it. But I mean, look at that aircraft under each one. Look how big those rotors are.
Yeah, that's what, an Su-31?
V number 12.
Oh, weird.
Right? Yeah. Mil V12.
No, I'm talking about the jet that was underneath it.
Oh. That could be
That's an Su-31.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's
Did I read that right?
nuts.
The name of that was a Homer?
Where'd you see that?
On one of your pages there that you were just linking.
Oh, that's the NATO name for it.
Right.
NATO always has different names for everything. So yeah, it was Homer.
Yeah, the Russians aren't going to name their own aircraft that.
No. Let's see what the specifications are. Empty weight, 69,000. Oh, actually, no, that's kilograms. So 152,000 pounds. Max takeoff weight is 231,000 pounds. Jeez.
But it is slow. 162 miles per hour?
Yeah, but if you're carrying 230,000 or 213,000 pounds, for not just carrying, but moving that much at 162 miles per hour, that's pretty good.
I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying it's slow for helicopters.
That's true.
That thing's gotta be a bitch to fly.
That's just nuts.
Russians, they sure like to build big things. No wonder they're bankrupt.
Well, all you have to do to get people to complain about the U.S. military is say, F-35 or something?
Well, F-35 is junk.
The Lightning?
You know what it's called. I don't even want to know about it because it's such a poorly designed plane.
Well, was it at the end of World War II? Didn't they have Soviet didn't have a absolutely massive heavy tank?
I know that at the end of World War II that the Germans were designing one.
No, there was
You're talking about the T-72?
No, bigger than T-72.
But speaking of tanks, they do make airsoft tanks? They fire airsoft BBs.
I just want any tracked vehicle. They sell them over at Pearl Harbor. They sell them over at Pearl Harbor, but on the military auctions. But have to go over there.
Little, 8-wheel things at home. That's an amphibious farm vehicle thing, but you can take the wheels off and put tracks on it. I don't think we've ever had the tracks on it though. Well, not since I was a little kid.
Yeah, I just don't know how I'm going to get a mechanic on the Big Island to work on it if it needs it.
You have to fly them in from the mainland.
We have good mechanics, but I just don't think they've ever worked on it. No, you'd have to fly them in from Pearl, not from the mainland. Or put the thing on put the vehicle on a boat back to Pearl and have them work on it over there.
This is what I was talking about. This tank.
Thanks.
Hold on. Yeah, because they paraded this in whenever they won World War II, or they're half. They paraded these tanks.
The T-10 or the IS-3?
IS-3. I want to try to find our IS-4.
Yeah, I know that Hitler wanted this huge tank that would have, just run right over that IS-3.
Yeah, this is that IS-4 tank. Absolutely massive. I know they did a like through Moscow. Not Moscow, but through Berlin. They paraded a bunch of them.
Russian tanks. You mean after they won the war? All right.
Yep. Yes, after they won the war. Right here.
So Americans didn't win the war, or it was just the Russians?
Well, after the after Germany lost. There you go.
Yeah. Allies won.
Yeah.
Well, the Russians did a ton of fighting. Let me tell you.
Yes.
That Russian front was just a meat grinder.
Yeah, I mean, I think even if the United States didn't enter and we didn't open up the Western Front, they still would have. Soviet Union still would have beat Germany.
Yep.
I mean, we just brought it to a quicker end. We just brought it to a quicker end.
It would have been a lot longer war because...
Yeah. It probably would have went for about 2 or 3 more years.
Yeah. And Russia probably would have gone bankrupt by that time, too. Well, both the countries would have.
Well...
they would have run out of materials before they ran out of people.
Well, Soviets would have, not Germany. Germany would have ran out of material, or out of men before material.
Yeah. Gotta remember that they were pretty much, them and the, if we didn't enter the war, and Italy would have been involved too, so. And Russia would have been fighting on 2 fronts. They would have been fighting against the Japanese and...
No, you have to think, Japanese didn't declare war on Russia. Russia declared war on Japan after Germany surrendered. They were not at war until Germany surrendered because, those two are fiercely afraid.
Oh, wait, it was China. Excuse me, China.
China wasn't...
They weren't much of a power.
The Japanese were fighting against China.
Yes.
Yeah, well, China wasn't much of a power to bother. They didn't have any military at the time to speak of.
No.
They just went through them
they just had men after men after men, wave after wave.
Yeah, but the Japanese had never had any problems with the Chinese military. They only had problems with the Europeans.
And Soviet.
Well, at the very end, they lost one big battle of the Soviets, and then that was at the very end of the war.
No, but back in the mid-30s,
we're
there
talking
was
World War II.
I know, but back in the mid-30s, there was a battle between Japan and Soviet Union that Soviet Union crushed them pretty much.
Yeah, but we're talking World War II now.
Right, but that started, the fear of Japan with Russia. I mean, Russia...
Didn't Japanese Navy beat the Russians in some huge ancient battle?
Oh,
Navy?
way back in the day, yes.
Yeah, that was...
But I'm talking
very famous
modern
battle,
times.
which I can't remember.
Yeah,
But it's like almost legendary to the Japanese, I think.
Yeah, Sino-Russian War, and that was in the 30s. Thanks, Island. I just couldn't think of it. But yeah, that was in the 30s, and Japan was deathly afraid of the Soviet Union. Some scholars actually think that the reason Japan actually surrendered was not because of the 2 atomic bombs. It was because Russia finally declared war on them.
I think it was the nukes.
Most scholars agree with you. Some scholars will disagree.
Well, they could ask the emperor. He was there.
Yeah. Well, he actually wasn't the one that.
I didn't do my research to prepare for this. So.
I know. I just love World War II. So.
I was only prepared to talk about the Black Gorilla family.
Did you just say you love World Wars?
I love World War II and studying about World War II.
There's nothing to love about it. You might.
Well, no. I love the history and I love the technology, and I think that was the last honorable war that was fought. Because now, after that, it came to be, we push a button here and someone dies over there. It was, from then on, it's more of a technology instead of a man-to-man thing.
I don't know what's honorable about war. It's just people killing people. And...
Oh, yeah, I agree. Nothing is honorable, but that was the last, as Alan
people always say it's the last good war, but, I don't...
no war is good, but...
Yeah.
But I just don't like when you push a button and someone over there dies. I don't know.
Better than if they push a button, someone over here dies.
True, but
some people look at like the great wars that we've had that killed off numerous people is basically population control.
Very true.
No, it's always somebody exercising power to control something.
Well, this world, we have 7 billion people in it. Just think if World War I and World War II didn't happen, and all the genocides that went along with it didn't happen.
Yeah, and 25 years ago when I graduated high school, it was like 3 billion.
Yeah, we'd be up 10 to 12 billion people. Because you have to think, the Holocaust wouldn't happen. All the people dying, all the people in China wouldn't have died. If you think about all that, oh my God, that'd be a ton of people. Go ahead. Volcano.
Volcano?
What was that?
Hawaii volcano. Yeah, you're starting to say something?
Was I? No, I think I just bumped the microphone.
Oh, okay. We'd easily have 10 to probably 15 billion people.
Well, I don't think I can see the I don't think it's like culling. It's basically you're equating war and genocide with just culling the world population of excess people. So.
No, I'm not saying genocide. With war, it's you have a whole bunch of people going over scarce resources, and that's the majority of why people go to war, in my opinion.
Yeah, haves versus the have-nots.
Yep. But anyway. I really killed the chat. Killed it twice. Awesome.
No, it makes a lot of sense. Greed is ruthless at times.
And we're human. It's human nature to want what we can't have and do whatever we can to get it. That's human nature. That's greed. It's in our DNA.
So you're saying all wars are started by greed?
No.
I'm not going to say all wars because I don't know all wars in forever. But the majority of them, I would say, is greed.
Well, I think I would only go so far as to say that all wars are started by some type of passion, and not for rational, logical reasons. Whether it's greed, greed is what are the 7 deadly sins?
Yep. 100 Years War is a good example of that.
Sloth, envy. I don't remember all of them. Somebody has to Google it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but even when you break it down to like, okay, this war was based on religion. If you trace the religion back and why the religion has such a strong hold, it's because someone somewhere has got a lot and wants to keep it. So greed usually is the basis for most wars.
Yeah, like the whole starting of the Christians invading Jerusalem. It was a source of money.
The Romans invaded Jerusalem because they and Egypt. Well, Egypt because it was a bread basket, they needed bread and grain. There was so much in Egypt with the Nile, and with Jerusalem, that's a whole nother story. But the Romans definitely invaded Jerusalem over and over.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lot of pride and passion in that, and I mean, I don't want to go over the whole in the war.
But it's based upon greed.
Mm-hmm. And in the Crusades, that was greed.
That's what I was talking about. The Crusades was all greed.
Mm-hmm. Not only financial, but wanted the Holy Land. But really, it's the Holy Land for a ton or a bunch of different religions, different sects. So.
Yeah, it's all messed up, man. And so that's like the whole thing with on the mountain. The people up here, they're saying, "Oh, they can't. That's our holy mountain. You can't put another telescope up there." It's just like, no.
Yeah. Well, going back to the Crusades, that was basically the start of banking.
No, I think banking started before the Crusades.
No, the Knights Templar would write basically pilgrims. Instead of taking their money with them.
Jesus said something about the money lenders all the time, and that was before the Crusades. So,
yeah, but I'm saying as a banking system.
Well, there were bankers who charged interest rates, and that's a bank. I mean, that was a temple, I think.
Listen to what what we consider a modern banking system. You were over, I believe it was France. You wanted to go to Jerusalem. And you didn't want to take all your money because of all the highway robbers along the way. You would take and go to the Knights Templar, with your money. They would write you a note with a fee. So when you appeared in Jerusalem, you give us note.
Before that, didn't they use? When did they start using letters of
letters of writ? Is it?
It was for a trade. Like this letter is good for 20,000 pounds of rice.
They were basically credit references. Like, I'm trading based on this person's power and wealth, and this writ tells me that I'm trading based on their power.
What was the name that they used to use?
It was a writ.
A writ of something. Writ of the mark or writ something?
I don't know.
I can't remember at the moment. I'm just trying to go back to the earliest forms.
Yeah, I mean, it probably was. It predates the Knights Templar, but Knights Templar is the ones that actually expanded it because it was within their own borders or not within their own borders, but within their own system. So you could travel over a long distance and still have this writ, and it still be good, and 5 years down the road, it'd still be worth the same thing as it was whenever you first got it.
Yeah. Basically, how long it took you to get there was 5 years.
Yeah. Unlike, before then, yeah, you can say, yeah, this ruler says I have 20,000, whatever the monetary system was. Well, whenever that ruler got conquered or died, well, that 20,000 may be worth next to nothing. The Knights Templar just
that's like created basically the modern banking system.
Yep.
You know, the Templar were guaranteeing the money.
And then basically what happened is the Dutch Far East India Company, or was it that did the first stocks
and insurance, I think.
Yep.
But people have been, letters of marque. Oh, okay, yeah, well, that's pirates and privateers. ARG. Yeah, but that's what we were talking about. I'll remember them after this chat is over, and I'll bring it up in the next chat. Whatever that is, we'll remember what they are.
Yeah, privateers.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they were called. Basically, gave you a license to go pirate.
Yep, privateers. That was with the English.
Yep.
English did it. Privateers, saying that you sailed under the British flag for plundering basically French.
I know the Confederacy used trade letters also to trade for stuff that they didn't have money for. Like they would have, this letter is worth, like 100,000 bales of cotton or something, and I can't remember what they called those letters.
No. I know during the Civil War, since metal that they made currency out of was in such short supply, they actually printed up. This is worth a quarter. This is worth 5 cents. And it was actually a bill.
Yep.
Paper money.
Yep. Well, the North did that as well.
That was the North. That's what I was talking about.
Okay. And the South did it too. They both did.
Yeah. The South's money was worthless, so to begin with.
Pretty much.
I've actually seen a few of those, can't remember what the smallest one was. Was it 3 cents? Or 2 cents? But
have you watched any more of those Turn episodes, Quark?
Second episode of this year, I think. I haven't got it farther than that.
I think that's all that's been on TV.
Yeah, there's one on tonight. After this chat is over, I'll go check it out. But
there's one on tonight.
Yeah, it's on Mondays. The new ones are on Mondays.
Oh, then I have one out sitting on my DVR.
Cool. Yeah, I'll probably wait until I see some really cool rifle being fired on turn, and then or some gun, black powder thing. I'll go, okay, I break down and get one. I'll just be haunting gun broker for black powder rifles because nobody on the Big Island is going to sell them, But
yeah, I'd love to get into that. And whenever I was younger, I asked my dad, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to have a black powder. So he got me an N-line, and I'm like, Daddy, I love historical stuff. He's like, it's black powder. I went, damn it, because I wanted a hammer fire.
I just want a revolver, and I'll be happy. I know you gotta get basically 12 shots, and then you gotta clean the damn thing, but still.
Yeah, I mean, I can go up and get mine. Hold on. It may be all rusted up because I haven't taken it out of the box in forever. So I'll go get it.
And didn't clean it after you're done shooting it, so yeah.
Oh, well, then in that case, it'll be in really bad shape.
Oh, let's see. It's been up there for a couple of years. Hold on.
Well, I'd be surprised if it's more than a pile of dust. I'll stop Foos. If he's not going to take care of it, send it to me and I'll take care of it for him.
Mr. Jeff Zombie 1979 says, Soldier's best friend, the M1 Garand. Yeah, we were talking about earlier about that possibility, the report. We don't know if it's true for sure, that they're going to ship a bunch from Korea to the United States, 87,000 or something like that.
Yeah, 87,000. I hope it's true, but I doubt it is.
Well, hope springs eternal. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah. Because I would sure like one. Even with Century, CIA printed on the side of it, I wouldn't care.
Actually, it's not bad at all.
Well, I'm gonna say this: ship it to me, and I'll take care of it.
I mean, this was only this was from Bass Pro. It was only like 100 and something. Brass frame.
Yeah, just ship it to me, and I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, I mean, they actually had some there that has the steel frame, and then you could actually get cylinders to convert them to rimmed cartridges, and that's just a piece as well. So I think that would be kind of cool, is if you'd get a steel frame instead of the brass, and then get a conversion to a rimmed cartridge, and then you have your firearm.
Is that cylinder all pop marked?
Through here?
Yeah.
No, it's a Navy Colt, so it's actually a etched design of a back.
Okay. Cool. It looked like it was fitting, so.
Yeah.
It's hard to see in that reflection.
Yeah. But my whatever these are called in the cylinder, they're not the best. The indexing marks. I mean, it's the lockup is tight.
The nipples?
Whatever. Right here, when it indexes.
Oh.
Those
yeah,
aren't
I know what you mean.
the best. But lockup is extremely tight. It has the gate on it. And this is I think this is a 36 caliber. This is made in Italy as well.
Still, it's cool.
No, this is a 44 cal.
Wow, the right way to go.
Yep. Black powder on them. So it is fun. Some of these screws are backing out, but I always need to.
I normally have a Swiss Army knife right around me for stuff like that.
I got a gunsmithing set right here.
Never do a YouTube chat without a gunsmithing set.
Yeah, I got a little Packmeyer screw set.
And I hate you for posting that mini Canon video, because then somebody found a link for the mini cannons and should really call them micro cannons. Yeah, the little black powder.
Yeah.
So there's one for 177 that shoots the actual BBs, and I'm like,
yep.
Oh man, I don't want that so bad.
And I'm just screwing all these in tighter. It's the only bad thing is these old wheel guns. Well, it's not old. I bought this maybe 15 years. Well, probably about 12 years ago. I was in college when I got this. It's fun. I still have a lot of the original balls, a lot of the original, a lot of stuff I got with it. So.
So you haven't fired that thing in a couple of years?
Yeah, about right, yeah.
I take it that's going to change soon?
Yes. Now that I have it out, I'm like, oh, man. on, disassemble it real quick. Pull that block out, and there you go. Easy to clean. Yeah, and then you pull the nipples off, and then, yeah, that's about it.
I don't want to pull my nipples off.
Yeah, I got a little bit of rust on this cylinder, whatever this is called. But well, that's dirty.
That's rust.
I don't know if it's rust. I'll have to...
Shame on you.
I know. Hold on. I'll find out if it's rust or not.
A person who lets their gun rust does not need to own a gun.
Hush.
I'm still trying to find the name of that dang letter of trade or whatever it is.
That's gonna drive you crazy, isn't it?
Foreign exchange contract, Genoa.
Come on, midnight.
Well, I think we all petered out on the. So I'll probably watch one of that episode of Turn and then check to see how the riots over in Baltimore are going.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for midnight so I can do my stupid Bing searches to get my $5 gift certificate tonight. So.
Oh my God.
Doing Bing searches?
No, I'm just reading some of the shit on Wikipedia. I'm not sure that it's true.
It's Wikipedia. It's mostly false.
And why does everybody go to it all the time?
Because they like believing lies.
Were they called letters of trade or what?
I can't remember. And I'm not even going to pretend to remember.
Well, I know what letters of patent are.
All right, let's see. I think you are correct. I think there's some rust in it.
You need to get some weasel piss, and then you'll be able to clean it up really nice.
Some what?
Look it up. It's weasel piss. I'm serious. It's like a concoction for cleaning guns. Like 3 things. You can make like a 5-gallon bucket of it at a time, and they're not. What was it, a 1-gallon bucket? It'll like last you a lifetime with this stuff. Do I have to go look it up and tell you what's in there?
Absolutely. Because I'm a lazy SOB.
Let's see if Bing recognizes that it's midnight. Not yet. Damn you, Bing.
It's only
as soon as Bing recognizes that midnight, I will.
So what happens at midnight?
It's just that I can do another whole bunch of searches, and then...
Why do you have to wait till midnight?
Because it rolls over. You only do it once a day.
For what?
It's something that's really simple and fast to do searches using your computer with Bing.
You can't do. There's a limit to how many surgeries you can do.
Well, that you get credit for.
Actually, it's not, Russ. It's just really dirty. So yeah. All right. Put some cleaner down it.
Bills of exchange. They're bills and not letters.
Oh yeah, it's coming out real nice. But yeah, it's dirty.
I keep saying that.
I mean, look at that. It's nasty. Of course, this is the first pistol I've ever owned. So. Thanks, Nick. I won't lube it up too much, but still gonna clean it real well.
Okay, so I was looking on something on the internet. Where's the dirt rag?
This was the first pass of just dry.
Jeez. That is a lot of dirt.
This is the second one with some solvent on it.
Wow.
And then here's dry again.
Looks like you're going to be running a few patches through that thing tonight.
It's pretty clean.
It still looks like there must be a lot of stuff on there.
Oh, here, hold on. It's fairly clean now.
Well, fairly clean.
Okay. Heck of a lot better than what it was. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I mean, Cork, if you want to get into black powder, I'd get one of these. Black powder pistol.
There are so many things on my to-get list.
Heck, this is probably...
I want a tracked vehicle, too.
Yeah, but this is only like 1.5 of your quads, and you could have had this. So
I'm looking for weasel bits. I gotta find it. So.
So, what do you guys want to talk about?
I'm giving
Questions,
up on
problems, things you want to talk about?
Questions or problems?
Nah, that's something one of my old teachers used to always say. It was 6th grade math, Mr.
My second grade teacher said, anytime somebody said, hey, She said, hay is for horses. Mrs. Hahn. Hay is for horses.
Okay, let's put this thing back together.
Yes, please do. I think we're all rioted out on the Baltimore for now. I'll argue with Dinky about something tomorrow.
All right, it's basically one part mix. It's
oh, you're still looking at that?
It's
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah,
what are you looking for?
Whatever it is, but it's 1/3 water or 1/3. Some people use 1/3 rubbing alcohol, 1/3 Murphy's oil soap, and 1/3 peroxide.
For what?
Weasel piss.
Weasel piss?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
one
1/3 Murphy's oil soap, 1/3 rubbing alcohol, and 1/3 hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah. One really cool thing about this is the front sight is just a bead right there, a brass bead, and the rear sight is actually in the hammer right here.
Yeah, that's hydrogen peroxide, just in case somebody didn't get it.
Right there is your sight picture, using the hammer and the front brass bead.
So I take it you're not going to put on like some night glow thing on there.
Oh, and I'm totally going to put some night vision on this. I'm going to sit right up here. Oh, heck yeah.
No, I mean like paint the sight, like glow in the dark yellow.
No, it's just a little brass bead.
Ooh, sweet. Tonight's 130 points.
Yeah, it's definitely not something you could get two handhold on it. It's definitely a one hand job.
One what?
Yeah, I realized that after I said it.
Yeah, you're not a one-hand job. You're like one finger.
No, I don't have an any like you.
That's Yankee.
Okay, this is starting to go downhill, guys.
Well, it is after midnight. Nothing good.
It's only 7 p.m. here, man.
Well, yeah, that's 7 p.m. there.
Yeah,
Well,
I know.
it's
I don't count.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Actually, right now, it's not 5 o'clock anywhere.
It's almost happy hour. Or is it happy hour? When is happy hour? I haven't been to a bar in so long.
Well, for here, for you and me, Quark, yeah, it's long over. Of course, that ends on Monday.
When is Memorial Weekend?
May.
Isn't it like last?
Yes.
May 25th.
Oh, May 25th. Okay.
Sweet. Day after tomorrow, Tactical Response starts. So
is that a class you're taking?
Yeah. Taking Fighting Pistol. I think I want to take this. Show up with a drop leg and a black powder revolver. I'm sure Yeager and those guys would love that.
Woohoo!
You're gonna need or bring a rifle with like a bayonet on it, like a brown vest with a bayonet.
Well, it's Fighting Pistol, so it's just. Yeah. I'm taking my 2 Smith & Wessons.
I bet they're clueless on bayonet charges.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all.
I don't think they train for bayonet charges. Okay, just ask them where's your bayonet practice area. They gotta have some straw bales hung up somewhere.
They shoot the people with bayonets. That's kind of true.
They what?
Island said that they shoot people with the bayonets. So if you'd have a bayonet, they'd shoot you.
Who would?
Well, tactical response guys.
I don't think they go around shooting people.
Well, hopefully not.
Yeah. They can think about it, but they can't do it.
I'm glad we started talking about black powder. Get this thing out. Haven't seen it in a long time.
So it just was hanging on your wall?
No, it was actually in this padded gun safe. Or not gun safe, but gun box. In the closet. And just uses number 11 primers. So those are anywhere. So.
Well, I can't wait to see a video on it, man. It ought to be real fun to watch.
I could try to take video. All I have is an iPhone. I really don't have anything to hold it.
Shoot. Well, I could lean it up against something. Is it a decent camera?
It's just an iPhone 6. So.
Oh, the new 6?
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm waiting for the waterproof version to come out. The active one.
Yeah.
I've heard they're not waterproof at all.
That's I had an extra sticker.
AK Construction Zone.
Yeah. And I took a knife and just cut it out so it looks like it was meant to be on there. So yeah.
So how do you like the phone so far?
I really don't see much improvement over the 5 except for the camera, but
I've only got a 3, so.
But this was my 5.
Yeah.
Kind of came in, but the thing is, it still worked like that, except you just always cut your finger on it. So I need to get it taken, get the screen replaced, and I'll use it for something. I don't know.
I would say you could take it and shoot it.
Yeah, I thought about that. I thought it'd be really cool to actually have be on Google Hangouts and then shoot it while
shoot it with the black powder.
That would be cool.
Put it next to while you're doing that. Put it next to a steel target. We're in live hangouts and see how much spalling it takes before it stops working.
But the thing is, the range doesn't have Wi-Fi, and I've already deactivated this one. So I couldn't do that. Yeah. Or else I would get on live hangout.
Yeah, hotspot it?
No. Well, if I go with a buddy's phone, I probably could. Well, I would be able to. He could turn his into a hotspot. But then I don't want to sit there and use his data. It would have to be a coordinated thing.
That sucks.
Yeah. I mean, which could always be coordinated like on a Sunday or Saturday or something. Yeah.
And I want to know why Island isn't talking.
I don't know. But I mean, I could do a live hangout with myself and do it and record it.
Yep.
Could almost do that.
Yeah, you don't need to have somebody else, to just make a recording on.
Yeah. I could be on this phone on a live hangout, and then this phone with a live hangout.
Just don't shoot the wrong phone.
Well, I'd have one with me, and the other one would be like up on a target, like taped to a target or something like that.
And just think, how much would it cost getting that screen replaced, and then how much could you get for that phone?
Screen, well, a buddy of mine could do it. It'll be about $20-25 to get it fixed. And then it's probably worth 100 and something. So
then I would do that.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let's see. What are some of those websites?
Because I was going to say, you can go out and buy yourself an El Cheapo camera. They really El Cheapo and shoot it for less than that. So
yeah. Zelle. Let's see how much they are. How much would it be worth? It's an iPhone 5. AT&T. And it's $95 is what it is. So I can get it repaired for about $20-25 and then trading in.
Yes, people in gun channels are still talking about the riots. I guess they're watching them on CNN. But martial law has not been declared or something.
Yeah. I've got no cable, so it's not an option.
Heck, it's $40 for broken. So I could turn it in right now for $40.
Do it.
And not have to mess with it. I may do that.
Yeah, and then you can send me the 40.
Yeah, I just want to see anything with that gun. That'd be fun.
No, that's okay. $40. That is, for me, that's a little over 400 rounds of ammo. So no, for my 9mm. So yeah, nope.
Dang it.
Yeah, because that's the ammo I shot today.
Yeah, $40 for me is like half a month's worth of cat food.
Wow,
your cats.
that's a lot of cat food.
And they're the cheapest canned cat food there is.
Oh, you do the cans. Okay.
Yeah. And Mad Max say in the Road Warrior he's I like the part where he's eating the dog food out of the can.
Yeah.
And he gives it to the dog licks it out, and then the gyrocopter guy tries to get the leftover, but the dog won't let him have the can or something until he's done with it.
Yeah. I gotta feed wet food because one of my cats suffers from stravite crystals in the urinary bladder. It blocks up like kidney stones. So he's got to have wet food to keep himself hydrated.
An older cat, I take it.
No. He will turn 2 in July.
2 years old and he has kidney stones?
Well, they're like kidney stones, but their stravite crystals are microscopic. But
I take it they can't get rid of him with an operation.
More fire started bottles getting thrown.
No, I had to surrender my first cat because he got blocked up twice within 2 weeks, and I couldn't afford the second procedure.
Okay,
so I got $1,500 for a procedure, and thankfully they fell in love with him at the vet, and they adopted him. So
no major scratch or scuffs.
I'm sorry, who's saying? Okay, Cork's talking about the cat. You're talking about the riots?
No, I'm still talking about his damn phone. Okay.
So anyway, I'll just finish up on my last comment for tonight on the whole riots thing is that you should always be prepared. And like Good Guy with a Gun came on yesterday. First thing he said was, or maybe it was the day before yesterday, it was just bullshit to prepare for shit hits the fan because it's never gonna be happen. And shit happens. And so you should always just do something. All I do every day is do something to be prepared, whether it's for a hurricane or buy another box of ammo or every week. That's this whole concept of lock and load. Okay, what did you do this week? And so
I bought an extra can of Spam.
Well, several years ago we had ice storms here in Arkansas, and there were several families that I know of that you could not get to their house for 6 weeks because there was absolutely no electricity. They couldn't get in or out. There was this one family. They lived probably down 6 or 7 miles of gravel road covered by trees. Well, guess what? They probably had 200 to 250 trees laying over that road that they had to cut out, and guess what? They ran out of gas on their chainsaw pretty darn quick. And then they ran out.
Say
what?
6 weeks? 6 weeks?
It took 6 weeks for people to finally get back there and then actually get out.
Okay, well, 6 weeks isn't that long. I mean, you should.
6 weeks is not that long?
No, not for. You should have enough food and water to last for 6 weeks.
Right, but this, around here, that doesn't happen, and they're actually going out and they're hunting because they couldn't find food, and then they actually got a fine for poaching.
Well, how could they?
Yeah, they
who gave them a fine to get to them?
Yeah, they shouldn't have a fine for poaching if they're doing it for survival.
Mm-hmm. I agree, but they actually got a fine for poaching.
Well, I thought you said they were couldn't get out of their home. They were trapped or something.
Well, they couldn't get out. I mean, they could get out of their home, but they couldn't get out to civilization to go buy stuff because they lived about 10 miles down a gravel road. They couldn't get out.
Well, somebody got in to give them a ticket.
After the fact.
Oh, after the roads came open.
After the roads came open, yep. They ended up giving
well,
a ticket. Well, okay, like week 3, I think it was when they started hunting, and they told hey, we started hunting, and here's this deer we took last week, and it's outside of season. Here's a poaching. So
I can't believe that some dumbass ranger gave them that.
It's Arkansas.
Well, you could take that to court and win, can't you?
I think they did lawyer up. I haven't heard. I mean, that was years ago, and I didn't hear anything more.
I just can't imagine a judge saying somebody, if your family's starving, you can't shoot a deer, no matter what fucking season it is. Yeah, maybe some dumbass ranger who doesn't understand the law will write a ticket because
I mean, if your family's starving, if my family's starving, am I allowed to rob Fred Meyers?
True.
You don't get sentenced for stealing food.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Not if you're hungry. No, you don't get.
Yeah, you do.
They don't.
Jean Valjean.
Yeah, most of the theft charges from stores these days are on people that are senior citizens that are stealing food, and they do prosecute.
That they do.
Yeah. It's mostly senior citizens. They're mostly stealing food, and the companies prosecute because they have a no exceptions policy to prosecution.
Who not knock that off?
One of the local sheriffs in our town here, he said that's one of the worst calls he gets is from someone like Safeway or Winco, where they're calling in because the senior citizen has been caught eating food or trying to steal food, and they have to take him in.
Yep.
That sucks. That's worse than having to evict somebody on Christmas or something. That's just.
Well, they're home on Christmas, so easy to evict them then.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely going to take this gun out and shoot it.
Well, do it.
I'm going to go find the percussion caps.
Yeah, well, I'd like to see the video. Hope you could borrow a decent camera if you're. Well, your S6 is a decent camera, so.
Yeah, my iPhone 6 will do it just fine. Yeah.
Oh, it's an iPhone 6, not the Samsung. Okay.
Right. Yeah, it's an iPhone 6.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the Samsung Android 6 for the active outdoor version because I have to be able to. The other ones are not waterproof or resistant or anything, from what I hear. So, however long that takes to come out before I get one, I dump my S3 Galaxy for the new one.
Hey, I'm still on a Virgin Mobile Motorola Triumph that's like, I don't know, 4 years old or whatever it came on.
Oh, no, I still would have been on my iPhone 5, original iPhone 5, if I wouldn't have dropped the damn thing.
That's why I always keep mine in cases, but I always drop my phone.
Well, I took it out of the case because the case was all tore up, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to be, getting a new one here in a few months, so I just didn't buy another case. But, oh well.
I wonder if people went out and bought a lot of ammo today because of the riots.
Well, same thing with Ferguson. I mean, there wasn't a run on it. At least not around here.
Though.
Oh, regionally, I would say yes.
Yeah, guns and ammo, I'm sure, regionally.
Rice, Spam, and toilet paper is what people rush out and buy here.
Milk. Milk and eggs here.
Milk, bread, and water here.
The bottled water is always a big one anyway.
Yeah, bottled water is big everywhere. Yeah, but milk and bread, not really eggs so much, but milk and bread are the ones that go first here. We're going to have a major snowstorm. So people are out at the stores the day before, just stack it up, and it's like,
yeah, it gets
bread,
crazy
milk.
At Walmart before a hurricane hits. I mean, next time I'm just going to take my camera and just, go through Walmart and, have.
Come on, you've got enough spam there to last you a decade.
Not me. I don't have enough spam. I mean, there's enough. If there's a hurricane coming, I'd go buy it. But
Yeah, I buy the low sodium.
He doesn't have enough spam. He only has about 80 pounds worth.
I always buy the low sodium stuff because that's like the regular stuff's way too salty.
I've actually never had spam.
You poor fool.
Yeah, it's best fried.
Well, I think with teriyaki sauce. I think if you just stick it in some oil and teriyaki sauce and some chili oil.
When you say fried, you mean like deep fried?
You can deep fry it, but I just
sautéed in oil on rice.
I saute mine in butter. I fry mine up in butter. So.
I mean, anything with enough chili.
So pan fry.
Good.
Right.
Yeah, pan fry.
Okay. I forgot my.
Then I basically make like a hot melt. I throw some cheese on there and pull that out, and then I take it out and put it on the sandwich, and then toast the bread on the outside.
I'm gonna see if that the Israeli website Debka has anything on the riots in Baltimore, just for a different spin on everything here, real quick.
Yeah, and pineapple's good on it too. I like putting pineapple on mine.
I have heard that.
All right, let's see if this Debka website has anything on the.
Yeah, except I use when I do pineapple on ham, I always use Swiss cheese. When I do it on Spam, I use American.
Hezbollah terror attack on Golan stokes face-off between Israel and Syrian Hezbollah alliance. ex-Israeli Druze laid explosives on Golan. Let's see. According to Arab media, Israeli executed. They always mess up on language here. According to Arab media, Israel executed its third strike against Syrian and Hezbollah targets in the Qalamun Mountains Sunday night, April 26, shortly after Hezbollah tried to plant an explosive device near the Israeli Golan military post. Now that I heard about, there's 4 guys on the Golan along the fence that tried to plant an explosive, and then an Israeli jet came in and bombed them. So let's see. Anonymous Israeli sources improbably. I swear to God, they need somebody who needs to speak English because they aren't conjugating their verbs right. Anonymous Israeli sources, I'm going to assume they mean improperly, attributed the strike to Syrian opposition. Israel was more likely warning Tehran, Damascus, and Hezbollah that it would meet terror and the army of Hezbollah with sophisticated weapons by smashing their long-range missile depots on the mountain, even at the risk of a showdown with Iran. Let's see what else. Oh, there's more to this. It's really hard to sort through tea leaves here on Debka sometimes because they're not always right, but they're not always wrong. They're just, sometimes they misinterpret things. They get the facts right, but they get the interpretation wrong. Let's see. On the face of it, Israel's purported third airstrike over Syrian territory in 5 days, this time targeting Wadi al-Sheikh and al-Abbasiyah regions of Qalamun Mountains, was in retaliation for this thwarted attack. However, Debka military sources say it's more likely to be the onset of a systematic Israeli campaign to wipe out Syrian Hezbollah military bases repositioned on the mountain range as depots and launching pads for firing long-range missiles into Israel from Syrian territory. You know, I don't get it. They have so many missiles in Lebanon. Why do they need to put more missiles on the Golan? You know, makes no sense to me. I mean, who cares where they launch them from? You know, I mean, the fact is that they launch them. Everybody gonna know it's Hezbollah whether they launch them from Syria or Lebanon. They only have 80,000 rockets over there in Lebanon. Blah blah blah. They're talking about interpretations.
Oh. Well, you're reading that. Hey, if it's not too windy tomorrow, I'm going flying.
Flying?
Yes. Flying the quads.
The quads, yeah. Unless you grew wings.
Oh, yeah.
They'd have to be
This
big wings.
quad hobby is like, no, I want to get a smaller park style, park flyer plane. And I'm like, I don't need to do that, but no, I want one.
Why don't you build a gyrocopter, man?
Because those are notoriously hard to fly.
I need somebody to fly a gyrocopter for that movie that I have to write. I'm going to write it.
I cannot fly a frickin' gyrocopter in a flight simulator.
Well, my idea was to have like 10 gyrocopters with exact clone duplicates of Kim Jong-il flying them in attack formation.
Wow.
What up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, guys?
We're wrapping up the riots. Foose is got his urge to go shoot his black powder revolver.
Yep.
Fork's going flying, and Yankee and I don't agree on anything.
Surprising.
Yankee says the sky is blue, and you say it is sky blue.
My. Ain't we pair? Yeah, I got tired of the riot, so I turned it on ESPN. Draft trends they're talking about.
Of course we're going to be talking about draft. It's frickin' Thursday.
It is Thursday, isn't it? Oh, well. There'll be another show on ESPN I don't watch. Or ABC, or whatever it is.
I don't know what channel it's going to be on. Probably NFL Network would be my guess.
No, historically,
I will be watching it.
The first 2 days. The first 2 days are usually on a national network.
There's a couple that cover it normally, but
I'm not going to watch it. I'm going to be busy.
Packers pick so freaking late. They pick 30th, so.
Oh man! Try being a Miami Dolphins fan.
Hey,
they
don't
pick
get that
early.
bad of a pick.
No, but they always pick shit.
Yeah, we get like.
Well, actually, no. You're that one lineman you guys had for a while.
Oh, I mean Zach Thomas.
I don't know. I think so.
Come on, you had Dan Marino. Should be happy.
Probably have Tannehill. Poo-poos.
Well, I can understand why nobody wants to play in Miami, too. I mean, it's freaking training camp. It's like 110 degrees and, 100% humidity. It's horrible.
Yeah, you don't want to be wearing tighty whities.
It's South Beach. I mean, come on.
And plus, you don't want to be wearing tighty whities, or your tighty whities is going to end up a light rusty color because all the sweat that comes out, man. Jesus.
Sounds like you know that for.
Hey, 12 years old. Okay, I was 12 years old. It was 1991. Yeah. It was my Batman ones. I was wearing Batman underwear. Yep. Ruined them.
I will say this: spending a week down in Florida, the Fort Lauderdale area, end of September, beginning of October, I could not have been more miserable. It was in the frickin' mid to upper 90s the whole frickin' week. Oh, it's a cool time of year to come down here. Bullshit.
Yeah, man, I was sweating like a pimp with one hoe.
You were watching all the riots. You were commenting on gun channels about you were watching the TV coverage.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff on fire.
Well, they had a guy that drove a car right through a big old pile of burning debris, and what was interesting, somebody took like a cooler, those meat coolers that you'd have in your garage, and pushed it into the fire, and it's just nuts. And of course, Reverend Al Sharpton is going to have his say in this, which I didn't agree with him on a lot of things.
Yeah, I heard that he was heading there. So basically, he's going to say it's always a white man and.
When are the white people going to riot? That's what I want to know.
I mean, the thing is this: Al Sharpton, number one, he should already be in jail for tax evasion.
What, you've never seen the aftermath of someone winning a pennant or a basketball game? Or...
Well, if it's a basketball game, it won't be white people.
No, I know in England they riot over football games, but here the sports riots are multiracial. I think.
Several riots in West Virginia, almost all of them are white college students.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was after the Mountaineers finally won a football game.
Yep.
Well, in East Lansing, we have a lot of college students that riot after every major basketball game, especially in March Madness.
Yeah. Which is absolutely
stupid. Then again, that's college students.
They set the town on fire?
Sometimes.
Yeah, God, yes. They destroyed a third of Huntington one time in a riot in Huntington, West Virginia.
Yeah, in 2010, the Packers won the Super Bowl. one car got turned over, and there was like a dozen arrests. And that was the extent of Green Bay rioting.
Since when is celebrating, or when did celebrating turn violent and destroying shit?
I don't know.
When did that happen?
You got to remember,
Probably ancient
when
time.
you are in a mob, when you're in a mob of people, the idiot rules.
I know, but I mean, I'm 34, and back in the early and mid 90s, I don't remember that.
Okay, I
could have been young, but I mean, I just don't remember it.
I went to UW Oshkosh. That's in Wisconsin, of course, if you're not familiar. And there was a riot on campus. Guess where I was? And my whole floor, by the way. We all decided that we didn't want to be arrested, so we stayed in the dorm rooms.
Hey,
I mean, as a white teenager, the only closest I got to rioting was the Slam Pit at a punk rock concert, a Ramones concert, even.
Oh, you went to a Ramones?
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 Yeah. I've been to Ramones concerts. We've talked about Ramones concerts?
Oh, how come you never brought that up in the past?
I don't know. Just we started talking about Slam Pits rioting, and the closest I ever got was Slam Pit. I don't know how many chances I've been on. We never had a Ramones Slam Pit topic.
Yeah, well, I think all the rioting started to begin after the cancellation of Seinfeld. Because that's when I remembered that rioting started to happen. I don't know.
I was at a Public Image concert at the Hollywood Palladium.
Guys, check this out. Didn't mean to cut you off, but they're going to do a spin-off on Full House on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, that's like old news. And
really? A spin-off of Full House?
Well, no, what it is, it's like Fuller House. DJ is like either
it's going to be terrible. I didn't like the original, and this is going to be worse.
Yeah, but basically,
so we're going to have her in her like 50s.
No, it's DJ. She's not.
Yeah, her.
No, she's in her upper 30s, and it's either going to be divorced or widowed. I think it's widowed, and she's pregnant with her third, and she's going to get a lot of them back together, and the Olsen twins weren't even asked to join.
Well, I hope the Olsen twins weren't asked to join, and I hope the girl that played her sister wasn't asked to join.
Yes, the middle one, the one that went all.
Maybe worse than a Brady Bunch reunion.
Yeah, went weird and druggy, exactly.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh, and they're going to bring back
God.
X-Files. They're going to bring back X-Files, guys.
I heard that as well.
Oh, they're doing one episode, I think. All right.
Oh.
Okay.
Hooey.
What does
the old X-Files
have enough money?
I don't know.
Sometimes they just need to let the past be the past,
Yeah.
No way.
And the problem is the film companies are just bunch of pussies.
Too effing greedy.
No, they're pussies. They don't want to take a risk on a new show, that doesn't have a franchise.
Let's have Elf revisiting Earth.
Elf.
What about the British Knights Strike Back, like the BK shoes? Oh yeah.
What?
BKs, British Knights tennis shoes.
Yeah, and I'm surprised nobody has done this the way superheroes are like
LA Gear.
So much in demand. I'm surprised nobody has been able to wrangle up either a Greatest American Hero TV show or frickin'
Oh man. I hope this NBC executives or whatever listening to this, we need to bring back the last Greatest American Hero.
Yeah, the Greatest American Hero was awesome as a kid. I've watched it as an adult. It is campy. It is corny.
Now, we don't have NBC executives listening to us. We might have some, FBI or something.
Oh, I love those guys. Female bodies.
By the way, the only people from any network that would be watching us would be NBC.
Oh, so they can talk crap about us.
No, they want to figure out how to make a show that they could at least get 16 viewers to watch.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Wait, we
State
still
of
have
Affairs.
16 people watching this?
Hey,
we had over
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We had over 30 people for a while.
I know, but I'm saying we still have that many people watching this. I would think more than one
Sad,
watching
sorry
NBC.
people. Why are you watching this lame
I
chat?
know. Well, you got.
I would think there's like maybe
Marshall
6 or
Spade.
7, and it's the ones
Miley.
that are in the chat.
I think people just were watching at the beginning and then just walked away and do something else and left their computer.
I'm actually trying to think of the last show I've watched on NBC.
Oh yeah, like they had that State of Affairs with Katherine Heigl, and I read an article where like the NBC executives wondering, scratching his head. He told the article magazine, the online magazine, it's like, I don't know why this is not successful. I was like, because it's crap. Katherine Heigl's crap.
Yeah.
You know, I can't.
She was like 5 years ago, and never even 5 years.
Well,
Well, I'm going to do a test. Anybody that types anything in the chat wins $100 in the YouTube side, not counting the
Oh, in
people
the YouTube side,
channel.
I have to actually go out to YouTube? No, I'm not gonna do it for $100. If you're serious, let's see.
Oh, and I'm definitely not watching The Strain on FX. I seen that last year, and it was horrible.
Oh, nobody typed anything. $100 going once.
Going twice.
$100 going twice. Nope.
Sold to me for $100.
Okay, send me $100.
Yeah, guys, there's still people throwing debris. Oh, wait, cotton candy. I think they're throwing cotton candy into the fire. No, that was...
You didn't give them enough time to respond because they're listening to it late, so I would recheck that.
You just typed 100 yourself. You don't count. You're on the panel. I said no panelists.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
I didn't hear you.
Well, you didn't want to hear me.
I'm replaying it right now. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, uh-huh.
He's one of those people that makes up rules after the fact.
No, I said it.
I'm just messing with you. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
You need to take those swabs and run them through your ears. I said it. Nobody from the chat panel.
You did that?
Anyway, I'm getting out of here, guys. I'm gonna head up to bed.
All right.
No.
All right,
No,
thanks.
no.
Let me know when that
Don't
video
worry.
post.
Well, yeah, it'll be a while before I get to it because I got I just have tomorrow that I'm heading down, so it may be the weekend before I can shoot it.
Well, Fuss, thank you so much for sending me the link. Appreciate it, my man.
Dude, no problem.
Thank you.
I knew it was open, so
Thanks.
later.
Good night, man.
Good night. You guys want to keep going or end this?
Hell yeah. Let's start with the spin-off of...
No, I don't want to do spin-offs of TV shows that I hate.
Well, I got it.
You hated The Greatest American Hero?
I don't even know what that show was.
Oh. Believe it or not, I'm walking on it.
That was called something. That was called The Greatest American Hero?
Yeah.
Yes, believe it or not, I'm walking on air. I never thought I could be so free EE. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it
I
be?
think I'd rather
Believe it
watch
or not,
stuff
it's
burn
Christmas.
for the riots or turn or something. You know?
Hey, I got a question. There's a website. What other sites just like Slick Guns? Is it Grab-A-Gun that shows you which is the lowest price in uppers and lowers and handguns and like collects like the lowest prices from every internet that sells guns? Is there another one just like
Slick Gun just gives you like deals that either people or businesses post.
Okay.
So
Yeah, because I was looking at getting another AR, and I'm looking at like I said, the Ruger AR-556.
Wait a minute. Okay, now some people started typing $100 in there after. I'm gonna lose a lot of subs for this one.
Yes, you are.
Oh well, it's only YouTube.
Hey, did anybody
I
pick
you're
up,
listening for the brilliant commentary and content. I mean, I haven't even made $100 on YouTube yet.
My lawyer will be contacting you.
Well, some of these people are probably panelists, though.
Yeah.
I know this guy. I've seen this vehicle before.
Yeah, I will be willing to settle for $10.
Quark, I said no panelists, clearly.
You know what's sad is that they're going to be going on about this whole riot thing tomorrow. It's like nothing.
Oh yeah, it's, they don't need to go actually find a real news story. They got a built-in story, and they can interview talking heads and people with opinions, and when you could have been just listen to me and Yankee argue about stuff, you know. And by the way, he was wrong about everything. So
yeah, here's how much I cared about the riots. I went, ooh, they talked about it on the radio. That's going to be talked about in these chats a little bit.
Well, you know, major U.S. cities burning down to the ground are always interesting.
If this was Detroit, they would never cover it. Oh my God, they'd be like, good riddance.
Well, Detroit wouldn't burn.
The police wouldn't bother to congregate in one area.
What police?
Yeah.
They would just drop, you know, tear gas bombs from overhead aircraft.
Yeah. What could burn in Detroit? I mean, all the wood is rotted away, so all you're left is with concrete and.
I know.
There's too many guns in Detroit. I think that would be a problem.
Yeah. You know what the thing is like I tell people, like, you are crazy if you don't got a CPL and you go into Detroit, man, because there.
Or Flint.
Or Flint, because there you are the law. You know, I mean, I had a good friend of mine a long time ago. He was stopped at a gas station to get some gas and get a couple of snacks, and as he finished up, he got into his truck, and some guy just started pounding on his door, and he said, lucky for him, he had a revolver underneath his car seat, his driver's seat, and he picked that up and aimed it at the guy, and the guy took off. Yeah, man, there's just, I mean, I've seen guys where the homeless people just passed out in the middle of the road, heading towards Comerica Park to watch a Tigers game. They're just like sleeping right in the middle of the road.
Well, hey, that sounds like Vahoa to me. I mean, the town that will burn down. The main problem was after all the police and National Guard was called out because the lava was headed straight for town. All the homeless people didn't have anywhere to sleep anymore because they didn't want to sleep right in front of the police everywhere, you know. And there was never any police in Pahoa before. You used to have, like, you know, you couldn't walk down the street in there without people sleeping, you know, all over the sidewalk. And the sidewalk is only about 3 feet wide in Pahoa. So, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is that it's, I just hate it when you see people, like, destroy their, like, well, these people are not from the community. These people probably are, like outside, but really destroying.
Well, that whole situation was, they just put up this, you know, a new building being, I don't know if it was built or being built for, it was basically like a retirement home. And they burned that down, so they don't care about their elders.
No, they don't care about their property because they know somebody's going to come through and build it up again. I say if I was a shop owner, once they burned down my shop, I'd collect the insurance and I'd leave.
If you had insurance.
I'll go find a white neighborhood to open up business in.
It's, you know, and it's these people.
Just don't open it up next to a sports bar.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is a lot of these, there's no real community leadership in these areas. It's just the churchgoers, the church or the pastors say, oh, you need to stop. But those young kids, they don't listen to them. It's always they bring up in the news these pastors, these community leaders, the 18 to 24 years old don't listen to them. It's like, dude, he's not the leader of the community just because he's a pastor. It's like.
When you were 18 to 24 years old, did you listen to anybody?
No. Except my mom. Yeah. Except my mom and my grandmother when she was baking me some goodies. Oh, I love no-bake cookies, by the way. So, if anybody knows a kick-ass no-bake cookie recipe, be much appreciated.
Yeah, it's called you go to the refrigerator section and get the cookie dough and just eat it.
Oh, that's cheating.
Well, it's no bacon or cookies.
Did anybody get a new handgun today or anything?
The Chunky Monkey chocolate chip bacon cookie ice cream.
Oh. Hey, did you hear that the Army's putting testing pulse guns for their infantry, for their soldiers? They got like a magnetic pulse gun.
No, I didn't hear that.
You can attach. They can attach to their M4, and it's supposed to a device that will knock out electric circuits.
It would be really cool if we had maybe they actually could put that on a handgun, so a handgun could actually be of some use.
Yeah,
replace the Beretta with like some pulse handgun or a blaster, or a laser blaster, or something.
Speaking of that, which I honestly think that they're going to stick with the Beretta. So, because Beretta's had such a long relationship with the U.S. military.
They already rejected Beretta.
Yep.
Yeah, but they stalled it somehow, and what I read is that basically they're fighting that rejection. So, because they said we weren't given a fair trial. So, but if they do you think they're going to go with the 45 or not?
I have no idea what the Army's going to do.
I do know this. They're going to go with a handgun that has a external safety, like a thumb safety. That's a give me. It's just, I can see that happening.
I don't know what they're going to do, and it's, I just can't see them doing anything radical or surprising. So.
No, they won't do that. You're right. They're not going to do anything radical. That's why I brought that up. I was like, huh.
I think they're just doing this because it's I don't know. It's like it's been X amount of years, and so there's some regulation that says they have to start working on a new gun. So
yeah. But the thing always bothers me is like this is such a big deal, but not a whole lot of people use their sidearm unless you're on watch or unless you're like maybe like an officer or because when I was in the Navy, I rarely used a Beretta, except when I was on watch. I mean, it wasn't like when we boarded ships, we used like a Beretta, but we were fighting for I think Glocks or something at that time, and we used old like Vietnam M14s. To board ships. We weren't using. Oh, this is back in '99 and 2000. And this is like, I think our whole armory was outdated. I think the only thing was updated was our M9 Berettas. Yeah.
Well, I don't know how much up to date firearms you guys need boarding ships. I mean, you've got them under the guns of your naval guns. So I mean.
Yeah, but if you wanted if you're entering the ship, an M14 is a big rifle to go in. And so, I mean, if you needed to clear out a hallway or space, you need to have that big muzzle.
Did anybody ever fight against a Navy ship? I mean, if you board them, if they know they have naval guns trained on their ship, I mean.
But it doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes you're gonna get somebody that is willing to die for their cause, or willing just to go down and say, "Hey, I went and killed a few Americans."
Did you ever get in one gunfight while you were in the Navy, boarding another ship?
My ship didn't, but a couple of them had a couple of scares. I mean, a couple of people were like about to pull out their gun, whatever, but they just decided to throw their hands up. But this is when they were coming out, and another guy told one of the VBS teams, these are a bunch of volunteer sailors, that hey, this guy's got like a gun. He's been talking crazy stuff, and they were able to find it before the guy, did something crazy as well. So, but you never know. I mean, especially with the hatred some of these groups have, or somebody has. If they say, hey, well, let's just do it. I know we're gonna die anyways, but we're gonna go out shooting. Who cares if they blow up the ship?
I just think the Navy shows up with naval guns trained on some non-naval boat, they're not going to fight.
Well, and it's like even in Iraq and Afghanistan, you had people try to run into the base with, even though knew they were outgunned, trying to run in and try to do a suicide bomb.
Yeah, but on the water it's different. For some reason. I mean, if they're going on a suicide mission.
Yemen about.
But that was a suicide mission. That wasn't a planned attack. That was a planned attack. If you're going to board a boat, it's going to be like you're in the Coast Guard, you're in the Navy, you're boarding a boat to search. You're not talking about in a war zone, or a terrorist attack or something. Mostly you're just boarding smugglers who are, smuggling people or drugs or something.
Okay.
That would be my thought. I just can't imagine if you have naval guns trained upon you, and the boat has machine guns and missiles.
Well, like that guy in Yemen 15 years ago, they knew that the ship had guns, but he still went up and blew up the ship. So I mean,
nowadays
that's cool.
Nowadays, though, they learn a little bit lesson like that. They have a little bit more close. They know how to handle smaller boats. Back then, they only had anti-ship weaponry, so they didn't have a weapon that can train that low. Of course, they learned a lesson. So
we were making fun of you earlier, good guy.
All right, what? What I do?
Sure. Well, the last time you came on, or I was talking to you on a chat, you said that there'll never be a shit hits the fan scenario you need to be prepared for. It's all baloney.
No.
Somebody tries to sell you that there's a shit hit the fan scenario that could happen. It's just bullshit.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is stop worrying, about shit hits the fan scenario, and and stop telling people to fucking, you're dead if you don't do this or do that, and hyper prepare or buy this product.
No, you were a little more general than that.
No, I just got sick and tired of people saying, "Hey, shit's gonna hit the fan, so you better buy this or prep that, or if you don't do this, you're a dead guy."
Right. Well, I think it's reasonable to tell people to prepare for,
It is, but then it's another way to. What do you mean you don't do that? What do you mean you're not a prepper like me? You're gonna die, you piece of shit. Like kind of attitude.
Right. Well, I mean, I was just pointing the examples that what happened in Nepal. There was the earthquake.
But
that's shit hit the fan. That's shit hit the fan.
That's a natural disaster.
Yeah,
shit hit the fan means
shit hits the fan is a natural disaster. Nepal is
Never mind. I get where you're getting from, but that's not how I define it.
It's a natural. The whole nation it's going to take years to rebuild.
Shit like that happens in the Philippines almost all the time, and we don't consider it shit hits the fan. That's called to us a fucking major inconvenience. Come on now, Pinatubo exploded. It's not like life ended completely. It's not like there's massive stuff happening. Volcanoes it blew up, and typhoons happen all the time. It's only I don't know why, but it's like this country treats disasters a little bit more grimly than some other countries.
Say Nepal's not a shit hit the fan scenario. The whole nation.
No, here's the thing.
Has to be rebuilt. They're just going to bulldoze it and start over.
But you know what? They're going to have international aid that's going to help them out with that. Okay, Turkey. That happened to Turkey. Okay, that happens to my birth country all the fucking time. And here's the thing. I mean, look, the tsunami. Look at the fucking tsunami. In 2004, that was even bigger.
Yeah, that shit hit the fan.
But you guys define shit. I define shit hit the fan as really shit hits the fan. Like there's no recovery, no aid coming. Those things have aid coming. I request
you don't think people could be better prepared,
What?
Chris, there are different stages of shit hits the fan, at least in.
Yes, and shit hits the fan means no help coming.
No help coming in the near future is how I look at the minimum for shit hit the fan.
I know what you're saying, Chris. Like when a dog bites you in the ass and won't let go, that's shit hits the fan. But
I just have a different scenario for it when shit hits the fan when they close the Domino's pizza place for a couple of weeks or something to rebuild it.
See, that's the thing, you know, and people regard like major national disasters. If you guys ever lived in a third world country and faced these things,
Hawaii is pretty damn close to a third world country. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not enough, but
Well, the Big Island is anyway.
But I lived in the Philippines. We had typhoons like 3 times a year, and you know houses gets destroyed all the time. Earthquakes from here to time. My home province had fucking volcanoes exploding every few years. And then of course Mount Pinatubo happened, and we.
So you prep by getting the fuck out of there, right?
Yes, but then you come. No, you don't prep to get. That's not prep. That's just common fucking sense.
You move to a safer place.
Never
That's
mind. You know what? I don't want to discuss this because this is going to be an endless discussion, and I'm not saying you're wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm saying you have 2 different definitions of what shit it's a fan is.
Yeah.
Mine is a little bigger.
Are we comparing
is-
sizes?
Yeah,
No, mine
shit, it's a fan for me is like if it's more than 30 days.
Yeah, he has a different thing. He has a different thing. Me, it's like every fucking country is pretty much gone.
Yeah, right. You know, they make a big, huge deal of a big, huge snowstorm coming. That's an inconvenience for 2 days or 3 days.
You know, like to
They
me,
do that here.
it's called natural disaster. I call it shit, like Louisiana, New Orleans during Katrina. To me, was a great natural disaster, but it's not yet shit hits the fan because our country was capable of helping people out there. Okay.
But that really was shit at the fan for the people that live there.
You know, there's ways to do it. If the things were done right, there was ways around. You know, that they can recover from that. There was just a lot of people had, you know, what do you call this? The government had a problem helping them. There were a lot of obstacles happening. So you know it.
So just the body count doesn't matter. I mean.
No. Here's the thing. Shit hits the fan means prolonged, like more than a year, more than 2 years.
Well, Nepal will be longer than that.
Yes, but they have restructuring. They have help. People in there are poor. Here's another thing. People there are poor. That means they already struggle. This they can get from, because I've seen things like this before. Okay. Well, not like us where a cell phone's not working for 2 days. It's shit hits the fan to some people around in this country. Trust me, I talk to those people every freaking time.
We just had a cell phone thing on with Foos, but okay.
I love cell phones.
Yeah, and people here I can't update I can't check my Facebook. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Like, I know you're old enough to have experienced 1995. By the way you sound. Why are you panicking? Just remember how you used to live back then.
People are just so used to having everything at their fingertips.
Yeah, and I can adjust. My cell phone broke for 4 days. I had like a cell phone for work, but I barely ever used that for like. I told people, hey, for emergencies only, don't call me unless it's, you know, something's happening to you.
I remember when my Mac Plus died for like a week or something, and I was so upset. My Mac Plus.
No.
I remember when my Super Nintendo went out. Oh man, I was so pissed.
So see, people treat shit as a fan scenario a little differently. My shit as a fan is this government collapses completely and the states are broken up. That's an example of shit as a fan.
The shit hits the fan to me, honestly, is when the people that are responsible for keeping the peace can't keep the peace.
Exactly.
So
Which happened
Baltimore
in
is
New Orleans.
a scenario.
That was still manageable. That was just, you know, there was just a lot of wrong things that happened there that shouldn't have gone wrong, but it's still not. They were still not fixable. Okay, there were still resources that could have been used to fix the issue, to try to get everything together, like it is right now. Like a lot of people volunteered, got together, put their lives back. You know, it's a long haul, a long struggle, and some people won't get back to the way it used to be, but it's not, you know, it's not the end of the world for them. People in Nepal is the same thing. They have an earthquake, it struggles, but a lot of people in Nepal are poor. That means
Well, a lot of people are dead. 4,000 people already died.
yeah, dead. But that I've seen death like that in the Philippines in the thousands for years. Death happens. I mean, I understand. I mean, but no, shit hits the fan doesn't mean millions die. Okay, if that was the case, World War I should have ended this world. Shit hits the fan means a long-term non-recovery where it's almost every man for himself, factions forming, governments fall, and there's no real help except for yourself for a long time. Excuse me.
That's more like the end of the world as we know it. Where's the line between the end of the world we know it and shit hits the fan? I mean, there's a line.
No. Shit hits the fan is close to end of the world, if not a long restoration of society. Us being knocked back to the Stone Age is shit hits the fan.
Yeah, I look at it completely different than you do, Chris, because
I know you do, because you're going to be you have your limitations because of your insulin.
well, yeah, I'm not even talking about it that way, but I'm talking about it as just in general. Shit at the fan is, for me, something that's a temporary issue, but it's a temporary issue that's over a month. You know, end of the world is something that's...
I'll agree to disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, end of the world is completely different.
When you said shit hits the fan, it's like, I mean, are we at war with Iraq and has nukes launched? I mean, that's what I thought when you said that. Oh, shit hits the fan. Have nukes flown already? That shit hits the fan.
Well, it could be a natural disaster. It could be shit hits the fan. A polar shift.
That's a shit hits the fan, because that's going to be a really hard to recoup from that one.
Natural polar shift is natural. That's a natural.
Yeah,
disaster.
but that's not. But you also have to look at scope. An earthquake in the Loma Prieta earthquake is a natural disaster, but not.
There are scientists that say that the swapping of the North and South Pole is something that will have limited effect on the population.
Yes, but it's going to be close to shit as bad when it comes to we don't even know. I can't even really judge that just yet, because we don't even know what's going to happen if polar shift happens. I mean, we don't know if it's going to affect electronics, if it affect navigation, communication. That's what and satellites. So if shit hits a fan, then we have to take a look at.
It could just affect our magnetic compasses.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. You don't think it'll have any effect on the water levels, the salinization levels, the entire climate, temperature.
There are a lot of scientists out there on both sides of the thing. Some scientists looked at the history and determined that it's going to have a very limited effect on the human population. And there are others that are basically saying, basically it's going to kill off 90% of the population of the world, and animals and everything else.
I'm more scared of an anoxic event than that.
A what event?
Anoxic event, where the oxygen in the water pretty much goes down to bare minimum or none at all. That has happened once before.
Oxygen in the water.
Yes, in the oceans. When oxygen in the oceans disappear, it's gonna kill a lot of people, kill a lot of life on the surface as well.
Well, that episode that was on cable that show that they had was The Day After Tomorrow, where the polar caps melted and the salinization levels of the
desalinization is also can cause global an ice age.
Right, and that
can be shit as a fan, because ice age would lead into territorial conflict.
What happened was in this particular show was that the water salinization levels changed, and for three big zones, three large land masses, there was the troposphere, all the air got sucked down before it could heat up, and it just froze everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that can be what do you call this? That can cause territorial war, because with the amount of population that we have right now, an ice age would force people from the north to go south, and the people in the south to say, "Fuck you, get the fuck off our warm property."
Yeah, that was funny when everybody from North America was trying to cross the border to South America, and they wouldn't let anybody in. So.
Yep.
Have you guys played? I don't know if anybody remembers the game Battlefield 2145.
No, I remember Pong, but no, I don't remember that game.
Okay, never mind. If anybody ever played the game, well, the thing is that was like it's a futuristic scenario of where an ice age did occur, and all the northern what do you call this? There was conflict between what do you call this? The Russian territories in Europe for a struggle for more territory. So.
And by the way, the melting of the polar ice caps to cause desalinization. A little bit more worried about the flooding that would be occurring.
The thing is, here's the thing, Dodo. Ice Age is a I don't know. This is just based on what I've seen and what I've read. So don't think I'm pulling something on my ass here, but. Global war, an ice age is actually the defense, a planetary defense against global warming. If it gets too warm, we have ice caps that will resalinate the planet, and the jet stream would stop, and it would overcool the poles. The only thing that can stop that can be bigger than that is if we get closer to the sun. So. But if we remain the same orbit we are right now, and if it gets warmer, it'll actually result in an ice age.
I love ice ages.
I can't remember what started the last ice age. Do they think it was? I think they said it was volcanic activity, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't there one caused by a comet crashing into the ocean or something, and
that was. They call it I don't think it really was an ice age like we're used to, from like 100,000 years ago. But that was a blocking of the sun and causing the Earth to cool down.
Anything that disrupts the movement of the oceans can cause an ice age. Desalinization is one of them, and if you put a big landmass in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, it's going to cause it to cause also.
Yeah, but I think they actually ruled that out now. As what caused the dinosaurs to go extinct?
Oh, it's not the dinosaurs. I'm talking about something much earlier.
Yeah, I think they ruled that out from what caused the dinosaurs to go extinct.
Pangea was actually placed in a way that it properly. Pangea was placed in a way that the stream was not affected. So that was actually. The world compensated for that and then get this cold, again to an ice age. However, way long before that, another supercontinent caused an ice age to a point where the whole world got frozen.
Well.
So I understand where you're coming from, Shit as a fan. But you have to ask me also, it's like, what do you consider shit as a fan? So, I know what, with you, I understand what shit as a fan is with you, and I understand that. I mean, and locally, people can prepare enough, but there are people who prepare in an extreme, and they would condescend other people, saying, you can't be prepared unless you have this, that, or do that. Kind of
well, all I would say is I would condescend to if you didn't do anything ever to prepare for anything. I mean.
Well, I have. I mean, the thing is this. I mean, I don't have. I'm trying to pull resources enough right now to what I can do. I have, of course, I have firepower. The firepower. So I have that part covered. So, but I live in a state where it's not, where the natural disasters are very, very few and far between. So, and I live in a farm town. So.
What state is that?
Arizona.
Oh, well, yeah, but you could have a lack of water, or you know,
Oh yeah, we could, but
drug
we actually-
cartel takes over the state of Arizona, or federal government says, "Okay, you're in charge of the border now."
What do you call this? The cartel. I got the answer for that. So.
Well, not if they come with lots of people.
Along with my neighbors. So.
Well, yeah. Well, Arizona has its own challenges, and I guess every state has its own challenges. But I would say your water preps would be your number one thing. If I lived in Arizona,
I don't
I'd be all
have
about the
major
water.
water prep right now, so.
Well, my last water prep was that Sawyer mini filter for $20 that can filter 100,000 gallons down to 0.1 micron.
I need storage. Is what I need.
Well, you don't have space to store some
Not yet.
water.
Not yet. Yeah,
All
so
right.
I need to work on that.
Yeah, I would say water is always prep number one for anything, you know. But,
Yep.
So
Especially
what have you
when
been
you're in
working
an
on?
area of very little precipitation.
Yeah. So what have you been working on, Chris, this week?
Not much. I just shot a lot back at the last Saturday. That's last thing. I'm waiting right now. I need to get certain powders, and I need to get a particular what do you call this, bullet mold that will fit my 30-30 perfectly. And I'm still trying to figure out the best what do you call it, the best combo for my 30-06. Right. When it comes to rifle reloading, and you want to get a good 100-yard accuracy, a lot of things have to play out. So I'm still working on those.
I remember you talking about that bullet mold last week.
I need. I bought just a metal target stand that I was looking at one of those with fold-out target stands. One of my biggest challenges is, of course, taking targets to the range. I need something that won't crowd my car.
Yeah, it's always a pain. I mean, I have a Blazer, so you know I got a lot of room in the back, but still, it's just a pain in the ass.
I almost bought a Tacoma. I just couldn't afford it.
Oh, well. Yeah, I've had my Blazer forever, but
Here's the thing too. What's stopping people from making a hybrid car, a hybrid truck? They have hybrid SUVs. I still have yet to see a hybrid truck, and I could use those, even though gas is somewhat stabilized.
well, all the trucking companies, you know, are switching to natural gas vehicles because it's so cheap. Especially right now, every trucking company, FedEx, US, UPS, all the big trucking companies that are, they're all switching to natural gas. You know, every one of them, because it's so cheap right now.
Yeah.
It's like
but I
$2.
would like what do you call this? I need to get like a truck, like a Ranger or something like that. Something small, but can carry stuff in the back.
Yeah, well, my Blazer's great, and because they don't make them anymore, but it has plenty of cargo room, and for a truck with that capability right now, for an SUV with that, you'd wind up paying $50,000 or $60,000, some ridiculous price.
I know.
And the Blazers are dirt cheap compared to that. And
my neighbor has a Blazer. They're trying to sell right now.
Buy it.
No. They bought it as a present. I saw what they were digging. That it's like they're selling it because they can't fix it. So I'm not gonna buy a freaking.
Well, put a new engine in for $5,000. It'll be worth it.
Yeah, I don't have $5,000.
Oh well, it's cheaper than a new car, and it's cheaper than $60,000 for something
Well, I got
with
a car
that
right
same
now,
capability.
I got a car right now.
Yeah, but you said it can't put anything in it.
Well, no, I mean I struggle, but I just have to adjust on what I put in it, so I can still go to the range. That's why I got the small metal foldable target.
Oh, yeah.
That is good camouflage. Well, when I go to the range from here to home, and I have to stop at the gas station or something, like I have to stop at Walmart to get some stuff. No one's gonna think that the little hybrid like mine would have a lot of guns in it.
Well, it's actually illegal to do that in Hawaii. You can.
I know. It's illegal to do. You know what? It's like that to me is bullshit. I'm sorry. It's like I have to stop by to get targets at Walmart. I mean, it's like you can't. You should have got. It's like, oh my God. I'm sorry. If you know what, Arizona and a lot of states like us are shining examples that you don't need that bullshit. But a lot of states are saying, well, what if you do? No. Look at Arizona. Shit. We have multiple states that have no bullshit on them, and yet these states are insisting that they're trying to be safe.
I just try and follow the dumb laws that they pass. I don't want to break any
and then
of them.
your people are looking too much inward when it comes to that, not outward.
No, our people the politicians are just idiots. That's what the problem is, and people vote for them over and over because it's a democratic machine. But I just follow the laws. I follow
a lot of Democrats think that we get more votes. We get the anti-gun vote. We want to serve those people.
There is no such vote. There's a pro-gun vote, but there's
there's a major pro-gun vote. But the thing is, the anti-gunners have. But they're fooling these politicians. I mean, first of all, some of these politicians are already anti-gun, so that's too late already. B, if they're not anti-gun and they're just trying to follow, trying to think, I want to serve the anti-gun folks. The Brady campaign and Moms Demand Action, all that group is as successful as fooling these people, thinking there's a lot of them out there when there's not. It's a lot more of us. And don't give me that bullshit. 98% of Americans want background checks. No, you asked them a question on the phone. Would you like to have criminals to have guns? That was the exact question that was asked on that poll, and they interpreted that as 98 Americans want universal background checks.
Yeah, they had that thing on C-SPAN last morning, I guess at this point, that they had the pro-gun guy and the every town Bloomberg guy say the only thing he said I just couldn't believe the every town guy was that the NRA supports selling guns to terrorists or something. Just like what
the fuck
is that? That's what I said after I got done laughing. Are you kidding me?
Did you forget what's his name? Dang it, that senator from I don't know if it's a senator or congressman, I forgot, from California. Who was trying to ban guns because he's gun running himself.
Oh, yeah, the state senator Yee or something.
Oh, yeah. Leland Yee, there you go. Fuck, the guy's trying to ban guns so he can sell them illegally.
I know. Well, he's got a lawyer, and I don't know if he's going to get out of it by saying it was entrapment or something.
Well, he already lost his position, so that's one victory right there. He's got a lawyer, but he can't get out of that. He's already been proven that he's been doing that. So
yeah, but California's pretty much an anti-gun politician pit. They all just.
Oh yeah, I mean they're freaking bitch of a attorney general is one of the biggest ones of them all.
Yeah. So and the whole thing with Purdue has got me. We had it won, and then the judge who wrote the dissent. It became the new Chief Justice of the Ninth Circuit, and then so what's going to happen is first they're going to do an 11-man in-bank review and probably reverse it, and then they're going to do after that there'll be somebody else will appeal it, and then there'll be a full court review of all 23 members, and then so after 2 in-banks, then it'll be appealed to the Supreme Court. And then it's like, oh man, I'm gonna be dead by the time this gets settled.
Here's the thing. If you can't win but fairly, cheat. Peruda was a fair win. Now they're trying to cheat by putting people in the right place.
It's just it's not over, but it's gonna get dragged on, and who knows? Maybe Supreme Court won't want to hear it. They could decline to hear it. And if Hillary appoints another justice, then it's
Let's
game.
hope to God that she doesn't win.
Yeah, well, God can't save us from Hillary. It's going to have to go out and vote.
Well, here's the thing. I'll vote definitely against her. I'll choose Cruz or fucking whoever runs, or Rand Paul if he ever runs. I'll choose a Republican over this. Say, hey guys, you know what? Oh, you're trying to destroy the country, putting a Republican back there, guys. You didn't do us that much shit either. Okay, Obama did not. We're still in a deficit. We're not. Obama did not do some magic that enriched the country again. Okay, if not, he's pretty much just trying to win battles for politics, not for the betterment of the country. And that's what he's trying to do. Healthcare, yeah, he didn't even. That wasn't even really win.
Well, I think the important thing that he did was end the one important thing that I don't think anybody in America is going to want to change is they ended the pre-existing conditions, the ban that there were.
That was a deal. That was a deal, though. That was a deal. In order to get that deal, had to make sure that it's mandatory for us to get our health insurance from the insurance companies.
Here in Hawaii, there was just a report that 63% of the people that signed up for health insurance on the Hawaii Health Connector, which is connected to the federal system, dropped off the rolls. 63%.
Oh, wow.
So
it's nuts. And that's his home state. Ouch.
Yeah, Hawaii has its own set of problems, though, but I don't know how the Health Connector lines up is like compared to a normal state.
Yeah. But still, I mean, Hillary has, this is my thing with Hillary. Hillary paves the road to hell. And you know why? Because she's got too many good intentions.
I don't know how many good intentions she has, but
she has universal health care, and she pretty much wants to force a lot of things to be commune type. I mean, remember the "It Takes a Village" speech.
Yeah, it takes a village to raise a kid.
Yeah, and this is the same lady who's trying to ban. He's trying to censor everything too. So she's not trying to undermine the Second Amendment. She's trying to undermine the First.
I mean, I liked Bill Clinton, but she's not Bill.
No, she's not. She's extreme. She's really extreme. Bill, aside from Bill did a few good things right. Of course, then again, there's 1994.
Well, I mean, his economy he was the beneficiary of the whole the .com boom.
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas that came out of the 90s. Again, none of the politicians did this, but there's a lot of free-flowing ideas, and a lot of people made a lot of money in the 90s, in the late 90s, because it was like the 1920s, It's like what happened in the 20s before 1929 hit. In the next leap in technology is going to bump us up. Like, we're going to have another bubble. Every few years we're going to have a bubble economy. It's just natural. So the 90s was a bubble.
I think we're in a reverse oil bubble. They had T. Boone Pickens on C-SPAN, and he was saying about the natural gas. He's not going to call a turn in natural gas prices anytime soon. He was the guy talking about how every trucking company is switching to natural gas, or if they haven't already. And he thinks oil will get back to $90 by the end of the year, or I forgot what number what his target.
Well, it depends on what the Saudis say. Saudis said they said in Saudi Arabia they're not going to have a $100 barrel ever again. But we'll see how far that goes. So
yeah, they're trying to hurt Russia, to hurt Iran.
Yeah. So right now we're enjoying a little bit of a lull in oil. We're back to 2005 prices. So let's enjoy it while we can.
Yeah, remind me to fill up my tank tomorrow. But I think the prices inched up a little last week. But
well, yeah, it did go up. I mean, it went up 10 cents over here. So.
And I think that they were saying the last time that oil output of the United States, it's the highest it's been since the 90s. I think the last time it was as big was back in the 70s or something. you know, the oil production. But you know,
I just realized we got abandoned here. What the fuck?
yeah, it's just well, yeah, the chat's been going for like 7 hours almost. Where are we at? No, we're at no, we're almost at 4 hours is where we're at, I think.
Okay.
You want to call it, or yeah, you came on and started rambling, but everybody has been going for 4 hours. So if you want to keep on.
All right. Well, if nobody's joining, I gotta go too. So I'll see you later, man.
All right. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for watching, everybody.
No problem.
Check out-
I'll talk to you more, man.
Okay. Thanks for watching, everybody. This has been a well, covering the riots and Baltimore, and we covered Nepal. And so, hey, check out, go to the Red Cross and Red Cross Nepal, and you know, might want to help out those people there. That's a good thing to do, and because they really need some help in Nepal, and they've been American allies. They fought with us in Afghanistan, in case you didn't know. The British Gurkhas and fought the Nepalese British Gurkhas fought with America in Afghanistan. And I have a link to a pretty good Tiberosaurus Rex video on Nepal, where he shows some before and after pictures from his trip to Nepal and what it's like after the earthquake. So check that out, and check out gunchannels.com. And it's free to join that. And there's a lot of really cool gun people on there. And, you know, everybody do all the preparation you need for your situation. And thanks again for watching. This is Hawaii Volcano Squad. I'm on the Hawaii V Squad channel on Gun Channels, or it's gunchannels.com/HVS, or you can go to my YouTube page, Hawaii Volcano Squad. And thanks again, everybody. Y'all be prepared, be safe, don't riot, and take care of each other.